Naruto Ascendant by What If Fanfics. The weight of hate. The biting wind whipped around Naruto, carrying with it the familiar sting of gravel thrown from unseen hands. He flinched, instinctively pulling his threadbare orange jacket tighter, but the impact still found its mark, a dull ache blossoming on his cheek. Another rock, then another, a relentless hail of small projectiles that echoed the ceaseless barrage of insults that followed him like a shadow. Demon brat! One voice screamed, followed by a chorus of similar taunts, each one a tiny shard of ice piercing his already fragile heart. He'd learned to brace himself, to curl inward, to become as small and insignificant as possible, a wisp of nothing in the face of the village's collective hatred. Years of this treatment had honed his instincts to a razor's edge. He could sense the approach of a hurled object almost before it left its thrower's hand, a sixth sense born of constant fear and anticipation. Yet, the constant barrage still chipped away at him, day after day, year after year. It was a relentless erosion, wearing down his spirit, leaving him perpetually bruised and battered, not just physically, but emotionally. The loneliness was the worst. The isolation was a palpable thing, a suffocating blanket that wrapped around him, separating him from the warmth of community, of friendship, of belonging. He watched other children playing in the streets, their laughter sharp and clear against the backdrop of his own silent suffering. He yearned to join them, to experience the simple joy of carefree play, but the invisible wall of prejudice always held him back. Even the simplest actions, the most mundane gestures, were met with hostility. A shopkeeper would snatch his hand away if he dared to touch a shelf. A passerby would cross the street to avoid him, their eyes filled with a mixture of fear and revulsion. He was a pariah, an outcast, the embodiment of their collective fear. They didn't see a child, they saw the monstrous nine-tailed fox sealed within him, a constant threat looming over their peaceful lives. This fear, this blind, irrational fear, fueled their cruelty, hardening their hearts against his pleas for acceptance. He remembered a fleeting moment of kindness, a sliver of warmth in the chilling landscape of his existence. Iruka-sensei, his academy teacher, had once intervened when a group of older boys were cornering him, his gentle voice a soothing balm against the harsh reality of his life. He had offered a fleeting smile, a small gesture of empathy that Naruto clung to like a lifeline. It was a rare moment, a precious exception, but it was enough to keep the flickering flame of hope alive within his heart. It was proof that not everyone hated him. It was a tiny spark that kept him going, a reminder that somewhere, somehow, there was still good in the world. But even Iruka's kindness couldn't entirely dispel the crushing weight of the village's hatred. It permeated every aspect of his life, shaping his thoughts, his actions, his very identity. He learned to become self-reliant, to rely on no one but himself, a survival mechanism developed through years of isolation and abuse. He learned to anticipate the malice that lurked in every shadow, to read the subtle shifts in body language that betrayed a hidden intent. The seed of rage, planted deep within his heart, sprouted and grew, nurtured by the constant pain and injustice. It was a slow, insidious growth, a silent resentment that simmered beneath the surface, waiting for the opportune moment to explode. He suppressed it, of course, knowing that expressing his anger would only invite further retaliation, but it was a constant, simmering presence, a fire smoldering in the depths of his being. Sometimes, late at night, when the village was quiet and the only sound was the wind whistling through the narrow streets, he would sit alone, staring out at the moon. He would imagine a world where he was accepted, where he was not judged by the monstrous beast sealed within him, a world where he could simply be a child. These moments of quiet reflection, however, were rare, and he usually found himself back in the heart of the village, enduring the same cruelties and taunts, day after day. One day, a particularly vicious attack pushed him over the brink. A large rock, thrown with exceptional force, struck him squarely in the head, sending him sprawling into a heap on the dusty ground. He felt a sharp pain, a searing agony that consumed his senses. Then, something shifted within him. A surge of power, raw and untamed, coursed through his veins, a torrent of energy that was both terrifying and exhilarating. His vision blurred, then sharpened with an unnatural intensity. He felt a strange, exhilarating power rise within him, and then his eyes changed. Crimson patterns blossomed across his irises, transforming into the iconic Sharingan, three tomo swirling into existence. The power was immense, overwhelming. He felt the weight of the world, the weight of his own untapped potential. For a fleeting moment, his eyes flared again, shifting beyond the Sharingan. The crimson intensified, morphing into a kaleidoscopic swirl of purple, revealing his Rinnegan. This surge of power momentarily stunned his attackers, leaving them speechless, faces frozen in fear. but the sudden release of power was as bewildering to Naruto as it was to them. It was a terrifying yet intoxicating experience. He didn't understand the source of this power, nor did he have any control over it. The experience was intense, shocking, a cascade of raw energy he had no training to handle. He felt a surge of both terror and exhilaration. The fear he'd lived with for years sharpened, making the sudden onslaught of power both terrifying and strangely empowering. It was a revelation, a glimpse into a potential that lay dormant within him, waiting to be unleashed. But it was also a terrifying unknown, a power that could as easily consume him as empower him. The villagers, witnessing this brief, terrifying display of power, retreated in horror, their fear intensifying the hatred that already burned within them. They didn't understand what they'd seen, only that the power they'd perceived was something to be both feared and loathed. Their fear escalated, painting him an even more menacing picture in their minds, and hardening their resolve against him. He was no longer just the demon brat, he was a dangerous, unpredictable force to be avoided at all costs. This incident, although terrifying for him, also highlighted the depth of the hatred he was forced to endure every day, and the way he was seen by Konoha. He was a monster, one that needed to be controlled, or eliminated. The seed of rage within him grew deeper, stronger, fueled by this latest injustice. He clutched at his head, the swirling of his chakra still causing waves of nausea and disorientation. The weight of their fear was almost as heavy as the rocks they hurled at him. This was a terrifying weight, one that he would need to learn to carry. His life in Konoha had reached a turning point, a point where survival would demand more than mere endurance. A crack in the facade, the world exploded in a kaleidoscope of pain and light. One moment, he was sprawled on the ground, the taste of dust and blood thick in his mouth, the next, a searing agony ripped through his skull, a tidal wave of energy crashing over him. It wasn't the impact of the rock, it was something far deeper, far more profound. Something within him was breaking free, shattering the confines of its long imprisonment. His vision swam, blurred by a blinding white light, then sharpened to an almost unbearable clarity. The faces of his tormentors, frozen in mid-taunt, seemed to warp and distort, their features elongated and grotesque, their eyes wide with a primal fear that mirrored his own. He saw details he'd never noticed before, the faintest tremor in the hand of the boy who had thrown the rock, the subtle tightening of the muscles in the face of the older girl, the barely perceptible flinch of the man lurking in the shadows. Everything was heightened, intensified, as if his senses had been amplified 1,000-fold. Then, the change. A searing crimson blossomed across his irises, spreading like wildfire, transforming his ordinary brown eyes into something breathtakingly alien. 3 swirling tomo, sharp and precise, spun within the crimson, a mesmerizing vortex of power. The Sharingan. He'd heard whispers of it, legends passed down in hushed tones, tales of a legendary Kekkai Genkai, a power that granted the user unparalleled insight and perception. He never imagined it would be his. The sensation was overwhelming, a torrent of information flooding his senses, a deluge of visual data that threatened to overwhelm him. He could feel the subtle fluctuations of chakra emanating from his attackers, could sense the pathways of their energy, could practically taste their fear. It was a terrifying, exhilarating experience, a glimpse into a world beyond his wildest dreams. But that was only the beginning. The crimson deepened, intensified, morphing into something even more extraordinary. The 3 tomo expanded, merged, and then, with a sudden rush, transformed into a mesmerizing swirl of purple. The Rinnegan. Another legendary Kekkai Genkai, a power attributed to the legendary Sage of 6 Paths. The sheer magnitude of the power that surged through him was almost unbearable, a force that threatened to tear him apart from the inside out. The villagers recoiled, their screams turning into choked gasps as they stumbled backward, their eyes wide with a terror far deeper than the fear they'd previously shown. They didn't understand what they were witnessing, only that the power emanating from Naruto was something monstrous, something to be feared beyond reason. They had thrown stones at a demon, now they were facing the demon's wrath. But Naruto himself was equally terrified. The power surging through him was raw, untamed, completely beyond his control. It was as if a raging river had burst its banks, flooding his being with a chaotic energy he didn't understand, couldn't comprehend. He felt dizzy, nauseous, his head throbbing with the force of the chakra coursing through his veins. It felt like 1,000 knives twisting within his skull, each one a sharp, piercing pain. He collapsed to the ground, his breath coming in ragged gasps, his body trembling with the sheer force of the unleashed power. His vision flickered, the world around him shimmering and dissolving, then snapping back into focus with a jarring clarity. The pain, while intense, was oddly intertwined with a sense of power, a heady feeling of boundless potential, a terrifying glimpse of what he might become. The silence that followed was deafening. The taunts, the jeers, the insults all gone, replaced by a stunned, horrified silence. The villagers, their eyes wide with a fear that bordered on religious awe, stared at him, their hatred momentarily eclipsed by a far more primal emotion. They had feared him before, but this was something different entirely. This was not the demon brat, this was something ancient, something powerful, something beyond their comprehension. Slowly, hesitantly, he pushed himself to his feet, his legs shaky, his body still trembling. He looked down at his hands, his fingers flexing, the raw power still pulsing beneath his skin. He was different now. Something fundamental had changed within him. He was stronger, faster, more aware. He could feel the chakra flowing through him, a river of energy that he was only beginning to understand. He glanced around at the villagers, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and loathing, and a cold wave of understanding washed over him. They didn't fear the nine-tailed fox anymore, they feared him. The power he possessed was far greater than they could comprehend, and in their fear, their hatred intensified, growing stronger, even more potent. The seed of rage that had been planted in his heart years ago, nurtured by years of abuse and isolation, now blossomed into something larger, something more dangerous. The simmering resentment boiled over, transforming into a cold, hard anger, a chilling fury that burned deep within his soul. It wasn't just about the rocks and the taunts anymore, it was about the years of suffering, the endless loneliness, the constant fear. It was about the injustice of it all, the cruel indifference of a village that had rejected him, cast him out, treated him like a monster. This wasn't just a release of power, it was a release of years of pent-up frustration, years of suppressed rage. He'd always been different, an outcast, a pariah. Now, he was something more, something to be feared, something to be reckoned with. He wasn't sure what the future held, but one thing was certain, his life in Konoha would never be the same. The facade of the village's carefully constructed peace had cracked, and a storm was brewing. The villagers hadn't just unleashed his power, they'd unleashed something far more dangerous, his wrath. And he was only just beginning to understand its extent. The seeds of vengeance were sown, and they were growing fast. His new powers were terrifying, but so too was the potential for destruction within his heart. The road ahead was fraught with peril, but for the first time in his life, Naruto felt a flicker of something other than fear, hope. A hope born not of acceptance, but of power. A power he would need to harness, to control, if he was to survive, and eventually, perhaps, even triumph. The scars of Konoha ran deep, but so too did his resolve. He would carve his own destiny, a destiny forged in the crucible of pain and fueled by the fire of his newfound power. The village had rejected him now, he would show them what they had rejected. Kurama's revelation. The searing pain subsided, replaced by a throbbing ache that pulsed in time with his ragged breathing. The world around him, once a kaleidoscope of blinding light and distorted faces, solidified into a swirling vortex of crimson and gold. He was no longer in the village square, no longer surrounded by the hateful whispers and thrown stones. He was somewhere else, somewhere different. The landscape was surreal, a shifting expanse of crimson sands stretching to a horizon that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Above, the sky was a swirling maelstrom of orange and gold, a celestial tapestry woven with threads of fire and light. In the center of this alien world, a colossal, fiery form materialized. It was Kurama, the nine-tailed fox, its chakra cloak rippling like liquid fire, its nine tails lashing out, carving paths through the crimson sand. Naruto, weak and trembling, struggled to his feet, his legs wobbling beneath him. The Sharingan and Rinnegan, still blazing in his eyes, pulsed with a barely contained power. He felt raw, exposed, vulnerable. Yet, there was also a strange sense of peace, a quiet understanding settling within his soul. He knew, somehow, that this was where he needed to be. Kurama's voice resonated, not through his ears, but through his very being, a deep, rumbling growl that vibrated through his bones. So, the little brat finally breaks, the voice boomed, laced with a surprising hint of amusement. Took you long enough. Naruto, despite his exhaustion, felt a surge of defiance. Who are you? He rasped, his voice barely a whisper. Why are you inside me? Kurama chuckled, a sound that echoed through the desolate landscape. Inside you? More like you're inside me, Kitsune. The word, meaning fox, hung in the air, heavy with unspoken history. I am Kurama, the nine-tailed fox. And you, little whelp, are my Jinchuriki. The words, though unexpected, didn't feel entirely alien. He'd always sensed a presence within him, a powerful, turbulent force that mirrored the tempest in his own heart. He'd felt its rage, its sorrow, its boundless power. But now, face to face, the reality was staggering. Jinchuriki. Naruto repeated the word, tasting its bitterness. He understood the implications, a living weapon, a vessel for the demon fox, shunned and feared by all. Kurama tilted its massive head, its golden eyes piercing Naruto's very soul. You think that's all I am? A demon to be feared? Its voice softened, a surprising tenderness lacing its tone. I've been protecting you, brat, since the moment they sealed me inside you. I haven't been sitting idly by. Naruto stared, speechless. Protecting him? The very idea felt surreal. Years of hatred and isolation had warped his perception, twisting his understanding of everything. He'd always believed himself to be alone, an outcast, a creature of darkness. Kurama let out a low sigh, a sound that seemed to stir the very sands beneath their feet. It's time you knew the truth, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The name hit Naruto like a physical blow. Uzumaki. He'd heard whispers of the Uzumaki clan, a powerful clan known for their mastery of Fuinjutsu, their resilience, their immense chakra reserves. Namikaze. The name resonated with a faint familiarity, a hazy echo from the depths of his memory, a name whispered in hushed tones. Kurama continued, its voice laced with a sadness that mirrored Naruto's own. Your father was Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Your mother. She was Kushina Uzumaki, a princess of the Uzumaki clan, renowned for her strength and her fiery spirit. They loved you, Naruto. More than you can possibly imagine. The revelation hit Naruto like a tidal wave, washing away years of confusion and pain. Minato Namikaze, the legendary fourth Hokage, a symbol of courage and strength, was his father. Kushina Uzumaki, a powerful kunoichi, was his mother. The image of his parents, figures he'd only dreamt of, swam into focus, replacing the gaping void that had haunted him his entire life. He felt a sudden, sharp pang of grief, a poignant ache for a life he'd never known, a family he'd never had. Tears welled up in his eyes, hot and stinging. The years of loneliness, the constant taunts, the brutal mistreatment had all washed over him in a torrent of emotion. The revelation was bittersweet, a painful beauty that pierced his heart. Kurama watched him, its fiery gaze softening with a hint of empathy. They knew the risks, Kurama explained, its voice gentle. They knew sealing me within you would make you a target, would subject you to unimaginable pain. But they chose to protect the village, to save Konoha from Obito's attack. They did this for you, for the future, and that sacrifice resulted in you, Naruto, being born. And because of this, they sealed me within you, trusting that I would be able to protect you until you were strong enough. Naruto sobbed, the grief and the understanding mingling into a cathartic release. Why didn't they? Why didn't they tell anyone? Kurama's voice was somber. They couldn't. Revealing the truth would have put you in even greater danger. The hatred directed at you. It would have consumed you entirely. They hoped that, someday, you would discover the truth yourself and understand their sacrifice. A long silence hung between them, punctuated only by the soft whisper of the wind across the crimson sands. Naruto wiped his tears, his heart heavy with a profound sadness, but also a dawning understanding. He finally understood. He finally knew the truth about his parents, about the sacrifice they made for him, for the village. It was a truth that both shattered and healed him at the same time. Kurama continued, your parents' love fueled your very being. They were strong shinobi who fought valiantly for their village. Your strength, your resilience. It comes from them. Your power isn't merely the power of a demon fox. It is a fusion, a synthesis between the might of the nine-tailed fox and the indomitable spirit of your parents. The weight of his lineage settled upon him, a heavy mantle of responsibility and power. He wasn't just a vessel, a Jinchuriki, a demon brat. He was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of the fourth Hokage and a princess of the Uzumaki clan, a legacy forged in sacrifice and love. Now, Kurama's voice shifted, the sadness replaced by a fierce intensity, we train. We hone your skills, we unleash your potential. We make sure no one will ever dare to hurt you again. We will show them what you're truly capable of. The fire in Kurama's eyes intensified, mirroring the fierce determination that was beginning to burn within Naruto himself. The road ahead wouldn't be easy, but for the first time in his life, Naruto felt ready. Ready to confront his past, his present, and the future he would forge for himself. The scars of Konoha ran deep, but so too did his resolve. He was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and he would make them pay. The beginning of training. The crimson sands shimmered under the relentless sun. Kurama, a mountain of burning chakra, loomed over Naruto, who lay panting on the scorched earth. His body ached, every muscle screaming in protest, but a stubborn refusal to yield burned brighter than the fox's fiery coat. This wasn't the gentle, understanding Kurama he'd encountered moments ago. This was a brutal, relentless taskmaster. Get up, Kitsune, Kurama's voice boomed, devoid of the earlier empathy. This is merely the warm-up. Naruto gritted his teeth, pushing himself to his feet. He felt the raw power of the Sharingan and Rinnegan thrumming beneath his skin, a chaotic energy that he barely understood. He had witnessed glimpses of its capabilities during his outburst, the sheer destructive potential terrifying yet exhilarating. The Sharingan, Kurama began, its voice a low rumble, grants you the ability to copy techniques, predict movements, and cast genjutsu. But it's a drain on your chakra, and overusing it can lead to blindness. You must learn to control its power, to use it judiciously. Kurama then gestured with one of its immense tails, creating a swirling vortex of chakra. And the Rinnegan. That's something else entirely. It grants you access to the 6 paths of pain, the power to control the very essence of life and death. But this power demands precision, discipline, and an iron will. Mastery of the Rinnegan is a lifetime's work, perhaps even longer. It is not something to be taken lightly. The training began with brutal exercises designed to push Naruto beyond his physical limits. He ran across the shifting sands, carrying weights far exceeding his own body weight, his muscles burning, his lungs screaming for air. He sparred with Kurama's chakra constructs, intangible beasts of fire and shadow that relentlessly attacked, forcing him to dodge, weave, and parry with a speed and precision he didn't know he possessed. He learned to control his chakra flow, meticulously channeling the immense energy coursing through his veins. Kurama guided him, correcting his posture, refining his movements, instilling within him the fundamental principles of chakra control. He practiced the basic hand seals, forming them with blinding speed, his movements becoming fluid, almost effortless. He learned the importance of breathing, of focusing his mind, of harnessing the raw power within. He meditated, clearing his mind, pushing away the years of accumulated pain and anger, seeking inner peace amidst the chaotic energy swirling within him. He visualized his chakra, shaping it, molding it, learning to control the subtle currents of energy that flowed through his body. Chakra isn't just about raw power, Kitsune, Kurama explained during one of their infrequent rests. It's about control, precision, and understanding. It's about the subtle nuances of its flow, the way it can be shaped and molded to your will. Naruto trained relentlessly, day after day, pushing himself to the edge of collapse, then pushing beyond. He learned to utilize his chakra for more than just simple jutsu. He mastered the art of chakra enhancement, amplifying his speed, strength, and durability. He learned to sense his surroundings, to feel the flow of chakra in the air, to anticipate his opponent's moves. He delved into taijutsu, learning to fight with grace and precision, utilizing every part of his body as a weapon. He learned to move like a shadow, striking with lightning speed, his movements fluid and unstoppable. He refined his hand-to-hand combat skills, honing his reflexes and coordination. He practiced various forms of taijutsu styles, mastering both brute force and precise strikes. The mental exercises were equally grueling. Kurama subjected him to illusions designed to break his spirit, to shatter his resolve. He fought against the phantoms of his past, the voices of his tormentors, the images of his loneliness and despair. He confronted the hatred, the pain, and the anger that had festered within him for so long. But each time, he emerged stronger, his spirit unbroken, his resolve hardened like steel. He honed his mental fortitude, using the pain as fuel to strengthen his resolve and focus. The strategic use of shadow clones became integral to his training. He created countless clones, each practicing different techniques simultaneously, accelerating his learning process exponentially. He focused on mastering various jutsu, from basic ninjutsu to complex genjutsu and fuinjutsu techniques. He studied forbidden jutsu, understanding the immense power they contained, but also the risks involved. The blood clone, maintaining a public facade of the inept and clumsy Naruto, allowed him to train intensely in private while seamlessly integrating into village life. Kurama introduced him to advanced fuinjutsu, the art of sealing. He learned to seal chakra, to create barriers, to manipulate seals for both offensive and defensive purposes. He studied the intricate designs of seals, understanding their power and complexity, realizing he was unlocking the legacy of his mother's clan. He discovered a talent for combining the seals, creating unique and powerful techniques that surprised even Kurama. Months bled into years within the mindscape. Naruto's transformation was astonishing. He was no longer the frail, abused child. His body had become lean and powerful, his movements fluid and graceful, his eyes blazing with a fierce intelligence. His chakra control was impeccable, his mastery of various jutsu undeniable. The scars remained, both physical and emotional, but they were badges of honor, testaments to his resilience, a constant reminder of the strength he had forged from the ashes of his suffering. He learned to channel the raw power of Kurama, utilizing the fox's immense chakra without being consumed by it. He learned to communicate with Kurama, to understand its perspective, to forge a bond that went beyond that of a Jinchuriki and its tailed beast. It wasn't merely a relationship of host and creature, it was one of mutual respect, of shared experience, and of unwavering loyalty. This bond was far more than a simple sealing, it was a symbiotic relationship built upon trust and understanding. The training continued with unwavering intensity, for Naruto knew he was not just training for himself, but for the sake of the village, for his parents' legacy, and to ensure that no one would ever again dare to inflict the pain he had endured. The training had transformed him into a shinobi capable of great power and responsibility. He was ready to leave the mindscape and return to Konoha, his mind ablaze with the potential of his power and his heart fueled by the unwavering determination to forge his own destiny. The beginning was just that, the beginning. The scars of Konoha would remain, a constant reminder, but they no longer defined him. He was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and the world would soon learn his name. The shadow clone strategy, the sands of Kurama's mindscape continued to shift beneath Naruto's feet, a testament to the relentless pace of his training. He had mastered the basics, honed his physical prowess, and now faced a new challenge, the exponential growth offered by the shadow clone jutsu. Kurama, his fiery form flickering in the distance, observed with an almost predatory gleam in his many eyes. The shadow clone jutsu, Kurama rumbled, his voice echoing through the desolate landscape, is a tool, Kitsune. A powerful tool, capable of accelerating your progress beyond measure. But it requires discipline, focus, and an understanding of its limitations. Naruto nodded, his determination unwavering. He already understood the basics of the jutsu, having used it in the academy, albeit clumsily. But this was different. This was mastery. This was the unlocking of potential that far surpassed his former understanding. He began by creating a single clone. Then 2. Then 10. The number quickly escalated, a dizzying cascade of miniature Narutos, each a perfect replica of himself, albeit with a slightly fainter chakra signature. Soon, hundreds of clones populated the vast expanse of the mindscape, each dedicated to a specific task. Some practiced basic hand seals, their tiny fingers blurring in a frenzy of motion, aiming for flawless execution and lightning-fast speed. Others honed their taijutsu, sparring with each other, their movements a blur of calculated strikes and precise blocks. The air thrummed with the energy of their combined efforts, a chaotic symphony of chakra and motion. Still others dedicated themselves to ninjutsu. One clone painstakingly practiced the Rasengan, meticulously shaping and controlling the chakra, striving for the perfect spherical form. Another experimented with elemental jutsu, manipulating water, earth, fire, and wind chakra, each attempt refining his control and understanding of the respective elements. A third clone delved into the mysteries of genjutsu, attempting to weave illusions so convincing that they could deceive even Kurama himself. The clones were not merely practicing, they were learning. They were experimenting, failing, and learning from their mistakes. Each failure, each near miss, was a lesson meticulously absorbed, analyzed, and applied by the core Naruto, the original consciousness observing and assimilating the experiences of his numerous replicates. The process was exhaustive, mentally draining even for someone with Naruto's newly enhanced mental fortitude. The sheer volume of information flooding his mind was staggering, but his resolve remained unshaken. Fuin Jutsu was another area that received considerable attention. Clones painstakingly copied complex seals, learning to understand the intricate patterns and the flow of chakra that gave them power. Others experimented with creating their own unique seals, combining different techniques to produce novel effects. They tested the defensive and offensive capabilities of their creations, pushing the boundaries of their understanding and refining their skills through trial and error. The blood clone, a separate, more powerful entity, remained apart. This clone was the key to Naruto's deception, the mask that allowed him to maintain his outwardly clumsy and inept persona within Konoha while secretly accumulating unimaginable power. This clone was tasked with maintaining the illusion of the ordinary, clumsy Naruto, the easily flustered academy student. It was the embodiment of the deception that Naruto maintained in the village, allowing him the freedom to train in secret. The hours bled into days, the days into weeks, and the weeks into months. The collective knowledge gained by Naruto's clones was staggering. He had mastered numerous jutsu, far surpassing the abilities of any other genin, or even most chunin, his age. He had refined his taijutsu to a level of proficiency that was simply unheard of for someone so young. His chakra control was near perfect, his reserves limitless, and his strategic thinking had matured beyond his years. He was becoming a force to be reckoned with. One clone, more advanced than the others, specialized in medical ninjutsu. The detailed knowledge gained from observing the medical ninjutsu in the mindscape was surprisingly useful, giving Naruto the capacity to heal and maintain his physical condition. This was a critical aspect in his training, particularly during the intensely demanding periods where he pushed himself and his clones to their limits. The training was not just about technical skill, it was about strategy. Naruto learned to utilize his clones strategically, coordinating their actions to overwhelm opponents, to create diversions, and to gather information. He envisioned intricate battle scenarios, deploying his clones with calculated precision to achieve a desired outcome. This wasn't just about brute force, it was about intellect, planning, and the cold, calculated execution of a plan. As the months passed, Naruto felt a shift in his understanding. He began to see the limitations of his clones. They were extensions of himself, but they were not him. They lacked his full experience, his emotional depth, his understanding of strategy that evolved far beyond the simple commands he initially programmed into them. He realized the importance of combining his own skills with the combined knowledge gained by the clones for maximum efficiency. He learned to absorb the experiences of his clones with perfect accuracy, not just the movements and knowledge but also the strategic thinking and nuanced observation gained from each replicated self. He wasn't just training his body, he was training his mind, expanding his tactical acumen, improving his understanding of his own fighting style and adapting to any scenario that might arise. The Shadow Clone Jutsu, therefore, was more than just a technique, it was a path to understanding, a tool for self-improvement, and a method for achieving exponential growth. It was a testament to Naruto's strategic thinking and his unwavering determination to overcome the challenges facing him. The transformation was not only physical, it was a profound mental and spiritual evolution. The scars remained, a constant reminder of his past suffering, but they were now overshadowed by the sheer power he had unleashed within the confines of Kurama's mindscape. He was ready. Whispers of corruption. The whispers started subtly, like the rustling of leaves in a hidden grove. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, a man weathered by years of responsibility and bearing the weight of the hidden leaf on his shoulders, felt them first as a prickling unease, a sense of disharmony in the usually well-oiled machinery of Konoha's governance. It wasn't an overt threat, not yet. Instead, it was a creeping sense of something rotten, hidden beneath the veneer of civic duty and well-intentioned pronouncements. His suspicions began with the seemingly innocuous. A series of unusually large, and suspiciously undocumented, land purchases by several council members. These weren't strategic acquisitions for village expansion, they were prime real estate, close to the training grounds, and strategically positioned to control key transport routes. Hiruzen had been a Hokage for decades. He knew the subtle language of power plays, the silent negotiations, and the carefully crafted facades that hid avarice and ambition. This wasn't business as usual, this felt different. This felt like a plot. His investigations began discreetly, cloaked in the guise of routine audits. He tasked Danzo Shimura, his ever-reliable, though often ruthless, advisor with a more direct approach. Danzo, a master of espionage, had eyes and ears throughout Konoha, a network of informants that extended into the darkest corners of the village. Their reports were grim. They painted a picture of a council riddled with deceit, where personal gain trumped the welfare of the village and where the pursuit of power overshadowed any sense of responsibility. Intercepted conversations, gleaned from strategically placed listening devices within council chambers and private residences, revealed a web of clandestine meetings and hushed agreements. The conversations were laced with coded language and thinly veiled threats, hinting at a conspiracy to destabilize the village, to usurp the Hokage's authority, and to consolidate power within the council's hands. The target, complete and utter control of Konoha. The means, carefully orchestrated chaos and exploitation of the village's resources. One conversation, particularly chilling, revolved around the manipulation of Konoha's food supply. A council member, identified only as Councillor Ito, was heard discussing a scheme to artificially inflate food prices, creating widespread hardship and unrest among the populace. This engineered scarcity would then be used to justify even more draconian measures, further consolidating the council's power. The cruelty of the plan was almost breathtaking. The utter disregard for the well-being of the citizens was appalling. Another intercepted communication revealed a plan to undermine the effectiveness of the Anbu. A series of carefully placed false reports and misinformation would weaken the Hokage's ability to maintain order, creating an environment of chaos and instability, perfect for a power grab. This showed a level of premeditation and organization that chilled Hiruzen to his core. This wasn't just corruption, it was treason. The evidence steadily mounted. Detailed records of secret bank accounts held overseas, stuffed with Konoha's wealth, emerged from Danzo's network. Contracts with shady merchants in neighboring villages were uncovered. These merchants were known for their unscrupulous dealings and their connections to criminal organizations. The council members weren't simply corrupt, they were playing a dangerous game, compromising the safety and security of the entire village. Hiruzen's heart sank with each new revelation. These weren't just disgruntled politicians, they were ambitious, ruthless individuals willing to sacrifice the well-being of Konoha for their own personal gain. The gravity of the situation demanded a decisive response, a response that would shake the foundations of the village. He had spent his life protecting Konoha, and he wouldn't allow these vipers to destroy it from within. The purge began under the cover of darkness. The Anbu, loyal to Hiruzen and fiercely dedicated to Konoha, moved with swift precision, arresting the conspirators one by one. There were no dramatic confrontations, just silent arrests, swift and decisive. The conspirators were taken to a secure location, where they would face justice for their crimes. The next morning, Konoha awoke to a new reality. The names of the arrested council members were posted throughout the village, their faces etched in shame and disbelief. The public was stunned, but not entirely surprised. The whispers of corruption had been circulating for some time, rumors of shady deals and questionable transactions. Now, the truth was out in the open. The village breathed a collective sigh of relief. However, the fallout was significant. The arrest of several high-ranking council members created a vacuum of power. The remaining council members, shaken and fearful, were reluctant to make decisions, creating a temporary paralysis within the government. Hiruzen had anticipated this. He had already begun the process of rebuilding the council, selecting individuals known for their integrity and loyalty to Konoha. The purge was not without its risks. The arrested council members possessed considerable influence, connections that extended beyond the village borders. There was a potential for retaliation, for attempts to destabilize the village from outside forces. Hiruzen anticipated this too, reinforcing Konoha's defenses and strengthening its intelligence network. He knew that this wasn't the end, it was merely the beginning of a long and arduous process of rebuilding trust and restoring faith in the village's governance. The arrests sent a clear message to anyone harboring similar ambitions: loyalty to Konoha would be rewarded, while treachery would be punished swiftly and decisively. The whispers of corruption were silenced, replaced by a renewed sense of hope and determination within the village. Hiruzen, however, remained vigilant. He knew that the fight for Konoha's future was far from over. The seeds of corruption, once sown, were difficult to eradicate completely. He had to remain watchful, constantly vigilant against any resurgence of the insidious forces that threatened to undermine everything he had fought to protect. The purge was a victory, but the war for Konoha's soul was far from won. His focus now shifted toward securing the future of the village, ensuring that the lessons learned from this dark chapter would never be forgotten. He knew the shadow of this conspiracy would linger for a long time. The vigilance of the Hokage could never truly rest. Unmasking the traitors. The air in the Hokage's office crackled with unspoken tension. Hiruzen Sarutobi, his usually jovial face etched with grim determination, sat across from the 5 most senior members of the Konoha Council. They were a picture of arrogant complacency, their faces betraying a mixture of smugness and barely concealed fear. He had summoned them under the pretense of a routine budgetary review, a ruse designed to lull them into a false sense of security. The truth, however, was far more sinister. Hiruzen's gaze swept across their faces, each a mask hiding a web of deceit. Counselor Ito, the mastermind behind the food manipulation scheme, fidgeted nervously, his usually sharp eyes darting around the room. Counselor Tanaka, known for his ruthless ambition, tried to maintain a facade of composure, but his hands trembled slightly as he clutched his ornate cane. Counselor Sato, the seemingly pious elder, hid his avarice behind a veneer of calm. Counselor Mori, a master manipulator, attempted to project an aura of competence, but his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. And Counselor Chiba, the silent observer, watched with cold calculation, his expression giving nothing away. "Gentlemen," Hiruzen began, his voice low and measured, "I believe there's been a misunderstanding. A significant one." He produced a stack of documents, meticulously compiled evidence gathered by Danzo's network. Intercepted communications, meticulously forged documents, and even recordings of their clandestine meetings lay spread before them. He allowed a moment of silence to hang heavy in the air, letting the weight of the evidence sink in. The smugness on their faces gradually dissolved, replaced by a growing sense of panic. Ito, unable to bear the suffocating silence, attempted to speak, but Hiruzen raised a hand to stop him. "Let me assure you, gentlemen," Hiruzen said, his voice devoid of any warmth, "I have all the pieces of this puzzle. I know about the inflated food prices, the attempts to undermine the umbu, the secret offshore accounts overflowing with Konoha's wealth. I know about your dealings with the land of sound merchants." He paused, allowing the truth to settle, a thunderclap in the room. The silence was deafening, broken only by the quiet rustling of papers. Their shocked faces mirrored a collective realization of the utter failure of their well-laid plans. The meticulously constructed deception had crumbled under the weight of undeniable evidence. Tanaka, his arrogance finally shattered, attempted to bluster, "This is a fabrication. A blatant lie." Hiruzen sighed, the sound heavy with disappointment. "Such blatant denial is disappointing, Tanaka. I understand the desire for power, but betraying the trust placed in you, threatening the very existence of this village. This surpasses mere ambition. It is treason." Mori, ever the pragmatist, attempted a different approach. He leaned forward, his voice smooth, "Hokage-sama," he began, "perhaps there's been a misunderstanding. We were merely exploring options. There was no malicious intent." Hiruzen met his gaze directly, his eyes unwavering. "Malicious intent? You manipulated the village's food supply, leading to widespread suffering. You weakened our security forces, jeopardizing the lives of every single citizen. This was not mere exploration, Mori. This was a premeditated attempt to seize control of Konoha. Your actions have threatened the very fabric of this village." The weight of Hiruzen's words hung heavy in the air. The council members, once so assured, now appeared small, their arrogance replaced by fear. They had underestimated the old Hokage. They had mistaken his genial demeanor for weakness. They had underestimated his intelligence and the strength of the network he had cultivated over decades. Hiruzen, sensing their despair, rose from his chair. The years melted away, and the legendary Sannin stood before them, radiating strength and authority. The room seemed to shrink, the weight of his presence palpable. His movements were fluid and precise, each gesture imbued with the power honed over years of intense training. Before they could react, he moved. A blur of motion, his movements almost too fast to follow, his taijutsu skills displayed with precision and unmatched grace. He disarmed them with ease, their weapons clanging to the floor as he subdued them with swift, decisive movements. His control was absolute, his technique flawless. The power difference was stark, overwhelming. He didn't resort to brutal force. His movements were calculated, measured, ensuring their incapacitation without inflicting lasting harm. It was a demonstration of his mastery, not an act of cruelty. It was a statement, he was in control. The once proud council members now lay subdued, their faces a mixture of disbelief and terror. They were bound with ease, their struggles futile against the Hokage's overwhelming skill. Their ambitious plans, their carefully orchestrated conspiracies, were now reduced to nothing but a memory. The seeds of corruption they had sown had been ripped out by the roots, with precise, clinical efficiency. With the council members restrained, Hiruzen surveyed the room, his expression unreadable. The weight of his responsibility was apparent, the burden of leading Konoha during these treacherous times. This wasn't a simple arrest, it was a surgical strike against the very heart of a conspiracy that threatened the village's existence. The purge had been necessary, a dark but vital chapter in Konoha's history, a lesson learned in blood and sacrifice. He would ensure the village never forgot this painful but necessary cleansing. The silence that followed was the silence of defeat, the quiet aftermath of a battle fought and decisively won. The victory, however, was bittersweet. The damage inflicted by their treachery would take time to repair. The trust broken would take time to rebuild. But Hiruzen, the unwavering guardian of Konoha, would not waver. His vigilance would continue, his commitment to the village unwavering. The future of Konoha now lay in his hands, and he would not fail. He would rebuild, reform, and strengthen the village, ensuring the treacherous acts of the council would serve as a stark reminder of the consequences of betrayal. His resolve hardened, he knew that true peace was a battle constantly fought, not a destination reached. His fight for Konoha would continue, fueled by the memory of this harrowing event and the lessons learned. His journey as Hokage was far from over. The shadows of this purge would linger, a reminder of the darkness that was purged, but also a testament to his enduring strength and his unwavering commitment to the safety and well-being of his people. The future, though uncertain, would be secured by the unwavering strength of his will and the unshakable faith in the resilience of Konoha. The cleansing of Konoha. The heavy oak doors of the Hokage's office creaked shut, sealing the 5 disgraced council members within the custody of the Umbu. The air, thick with the lingering scent of fear and betrayal, slowly began to clear. Hiruzen Sarutobi, his face etched with the weight of his actions, sank into his chair, the intricate carvings of the Hokage's seal pressing into his weary back. The swiftness of the arrests, the precision of the operation, had been necessary, yet the emptiness that followed was profound. He had dealt a decisive blow to the rot at the heart of Konoha, but the wound remained, gaping and raw. The purge wasn't merely about apprehending the conspirators, it was about dismantling the intricate web of corruption they had woven. Their influence extended deep into the village's fabric, reaching into the pockets of merchants, the whispers of the common folk, even into the ranks of the lower-level shinobi. The next few days were a whirlwind of activity. Hiruzen, with the assistance of Danzo Shimura, a man whose loyalty, while occasionally questionable, was undeniable in its dedication to Konoha, began a systematic dismantling of the council's power structure. Their assets were frozen, their businesses investigated, and their supporters questioned. The process was meticulous, painstaking, demanding a level of scrutiny that left Hiruzen exhausted but resolute. The arrests weren't without resistance. A few loyalists, blinded by their allegiance to the fallen council members, attempted to incite unrest among the populace, spreading rumors and sowing discord. Hiruzen responded swiftly and decisively. The Umbu, under his strict command, moved with terrifying efficiency, quelling any hint of rebellion before it could take root. While he preferred diplomacy, the situation demanded an iron fist, a stark contrast to his usual benevolent leadership. He knew that some brutality was necessary. Allowing the embers of this conspiracy to smolder would only invite a larger conflagration in the future. The ensuing investigations revealed a chilling truth. The conspiracy went far deeper than anyone had imagined. Years of systematic embezzlement, underhanded dealings, and blatant disregard for the well-being of the populace had left Konoha vulnerable and financially depleted. The inflated food prices weren't a simple matter of greed, they were a deliberate strategy to starve the lower classes, creating widespread discontent and weakening the village's resilience. The weakened state of Konoha's defenses, exposed by the council's secret dealings with Orochimaru, was a calculated risk, aimed at creating an opportune moment for a hostile takeover. The extent of their treachery sent a cold wave of dread through Hiruzen, solidifying the understanding that his actions had been essential for the survival of the village. The reforms that followed were drastic and sweeping. Hiruzen, with the help of advisors chosen for their integrity and loyalty, established a new council, comprised of individuals known for their honesty and unwavering commitment to the village. Strict financial controls were implemented, transparency measures enforced, and a thorough review of Konoha's laws and regulations was undertaken. The process was slow and arduous, demanding patience and unwavering resolve. The scars of the purge were still fresh, the memory of betrayal a heavy burden on the minds of the villagers. Trust, once shattered, needed time to rebuild. He established community programs aimed at alleviating the hardships caused by the council's manipulations, distributing aid to those affected by food shortages and providing support to families affected by the purge. He aimed to bridge the gap between the leadership and its people. The healing process was slow and painstaking. Whispers of discontent still lingered in the shadows, reminders of the deep wounds inflicted by the corrupt council. However, Hiruzen's steady hand, his unwavering commitment to Konoha, began to restore faith. He established open forums where citizens could voice their concerns and grievances, fostering a sense of collective responsibility and mutual respect. He focused on rebuilding trust, demonstrating that the leadership was not only powerful, but also accountable and responsive to the needs of its citizens. He utilized the considerable resources recovered from the council's illicit dealings to fund community projects, investing in infrastructure, improving living standards, and strengthening Konoha's defenses. News of the purge reached other villages, creating ripples of concern and intrigue. Some questioned the Hokage's methods, others saw it as a sign of Konoha's enduring strength. But Hiruzen remained unmoved by outside opinions. His priority lay in the well-being of his village, in securing its future, and in ensuring that such treachery would never again threaten its existence. The weight of his responsibility rested heavily on his shoulders, a constant reminder of the sacrifices made and the challenges that lay ahead. The lessons learned were harsh, the consequences profound, but Hiruzen knew that this cleansing, though brutal, was necessary for the survival of Konoha. It was a dark chapter in the village's history, one he would ensure was never forgotten, a grim reminder of the constant vigilance required to maintain peace and stability. His leadership would be defined by its integrity, its commitment to justice, and its unwavering focus on the well-being of Konoha. The road ahead was long, the path fraught with challenges, but Hiruzen Sarutobi, the fifth Hokage, stood firm, his resolve as unyielding as the mountains that surrounded his beloved village. The shadow of the purge would remain, a permanent fixture on Konoha's collective memory, a reminder of its fragility and its enduring strength. Naruto's accelerated growth. The dust settled in Konoha, leaving behind the lingering scent of fear and the chilling echo of arrests. But while the Hokage wrestled with the political fallout of the purge, Naruto remained oblivious to the turmoil swirling around him. His world was a whirlwind of sweat, exertion, and the relentless pursuit of power. Kurama's training was brutal, a relentless forging of a weapon capable of defying fate itself. Days bled into nights, each session pushing Naruto to the very brink of his endurance. His training grounds, initially a secluded clearing in the forest, expanded to encompass the entire training grounds. He moved like a phantom, a blur of motion across the landscape, his movements fluid and precise, reflecting his mastery of taijutsu. He began with the fundamentals, the basics of hand-to-hand combat, the art of footwork and evasion, honed to perfection through countless repetitions. He pushed beyond the limitations of human anatomy, learning to leverage his chakra control to enhance his speed, strength, and reflexes. He sparred with Kurama's chakra constructs, each opponent a unique challenge tailored to hone a specific aspect of his combat skill, one a towering behemoth focusing on raw power, another a nimble and deadly assassin, pushing his defenses and reactions to their limits. He learned to anticipate his opponent's movements, to predict their attacks, to counter with devastating precision. His taijutsu wasn't merely about brute force, it was a dance of lethal grace, a symphony of precise strikes, expertly timed blocks, and devastating counterattacks. He learned to channel his chakra into his limbs, reinforcing his strikes, amplifying his power, making each blow capable of shattering bone and rending flesh. He integrated Kurama's chakra into his taijutsu, imbuing his movements with a raw, untamed energy that amplified the destructive potential of his strikes. He incorporated elements of the gentle fist style he'd observed during the academy, blending its intricate chakra control with his own raw power, resulting in a style uniquely his own. Simultaneously, he delved into the arcane arts of ninjutsu, unraveling the intricate pathways of chakra flow, mastering the manipulation of elemental forces. He started with the basics, mastering the summoning technique, learning to call upon toads from Mount Myaboku. He practiced tirelessly, the summoning ritual becoming as natural to him as breathing. His initial summons were relatively weak and limited, but with practice, he began to summon stronger and more capable toads. He pushed beyond the limitations of basic elemental jutsu. He learned to infuse his chakra with fire, weaving flames into destructive attacks that incinerated his targets. He mastered the art of water manipulation, summoning massive waves and torrents to overwhelm his opponents. He harnessed the power of wind, weaving gusts of razor-sharp air currents that sliced through solid rock and flesh with ease. His earth manipulation was equally formidable, creating walls of earth and tremors that shook the ground beneath his opponent's feet. He didn't just learn jutsu, he understood their underlying principles, experimenting with combinations and variations, creating his own unique techniques. Naruto's skill in Fuin Jutsu was equally impressive. He learned to inscribe intricate seals into his body, enhancing his abilities, storing chakra, and even manipulating the flow of energy within his own body. Kurama guided him in intricate seal formations, teaching him to channel and control his immense power, preventing it from overwhelming him. He also learned to create explosive tags, which he modified with Kurama's chakra to be far more potent than anything taught at the academy. He created complex barriers to defend against his own powerful jutsu, a crucial measure as his power surged, potentially leading to accidental harm. The shadow clone jutsu became his primary tool for accelerated learning. He'd create hundreds, even thousands, of clones, each dedicated to mastering a specific aspect of his training. One group honed his taijutsu, another refined his ninjutsu, while others concentrated on Fuin Jutsu. Each clone returned its experience, contributing to his overall understanding and advancement. The constant feedback loop allowed him to identify weaknesses and correct them rapidly, ensuring a steady progression toward mastery. But he wasn't merely replicating existing techniques, he pushed boundaries, merging different jutsu into innovative combinations, creating entirely new techniques tailored to his unique abilities. This constant experimentation, facilitated by the shadow clones, was the key to his rapidly evolving fighting style. Beyond the physical, Naruto's mental training was equally rigorous. Kurama subjected him to grueling mental exercises, challenging him to maintain focus and control amidst overwhelming sensory input. He learned to block out distractions, to filter the noise and chaos, honing his concentration to razor sharpness. Kurama pushed him to confront his own insecurities, his past trauma, forcing him to confront the rage and pain that had consumed him for so long. This mental fortitude became the bedrock of his strength, enabling him to withstand even the most relentless attacks. His blood clone maintained his public persona, the goofy, loud, somewhat incompetent genin. This clone continued his schooling, attending classes, fulfilling assignments, and even acting as a somewhat bumbling genin among his peers. It was a carefully crafted illusion, protecting his true strength and ensuring his secret training remained concealed. The deception was necessary, a strategic choice to avoid unwanted attention and suspicion. The difference between the public Naruto and the private Naruto was staggering. One was a playful, energetic genin, the other a deadly warrior capable of obliterating entire armies. The duality was a necessary burden, a price paid for the swift acquisition of power. As Naruto's power surged, so did his understanding of the world around him. He saw the flaws in the system, the injustices of Konoha, through Kurama's eyes. This gave him a different perspective on the Hokage's purge, an understanding that extended beyond simple political maneuvering. He saw the necessity of the Hokage's actions, the harsh realities of power and corruption. He understood that while the methods may have been ruthless, the goal was ultimately the survival and betterment of his village. The world that lay ahead was filled with darkness, and he was preparing himself to confront it. His journey was far from over, it was only just beginning. The path to becoming a true Hokage, a protector of the innocent, required not only power but also a profound understanding of justice and the sacrifices it demanded. The purge was a harsh lesson, a grim reminder of the shadows that lurked beneath the surface of peace and prosperity. But Naruto, armed with his newfound strength and wisdom, was ready to step into the light and face the challenges that lay ahead. Mastering the elements. The wind whipped Naruto's hair across his face as he stood atop a towering cliff, the valley below a dizzying expanse of green. He wasn't just observing the landscape, he was feeling it, sensing the subtle shifts in the air currents, the pressure differentials, the whispers of the wind itself. His training with Kurama had extended beyond the basics of fire, water, earth, and lightning. He was now delving into the intricacies of wind release, a notoriously difficult element to master. He focused his chakra, picturing the wind as a tangible force, a weapon he could shape and wield. He raised his hands, palms open, and a low hum resonated from his body, the air around him visibly vibrating. Then, with a sharp exhale, a ferocious gust of wind erupted, carving a clean swathe through the dense foliage below, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. It wasn't a mere gust, it was a controlled torrent of wind, a precise blade slicing through the air. This wasn't his first attempt, countless failed attempts had littered the landscape around him. There were scorched earth marks from misdirected fire releases, deep gouges in the ground from miscalculated earth manipulations, and even a small crater from a rogue lightning bolt. Each scar was a testament to his relentless pursuit of mastery, a physical record of his triumphs and failures. Kurama, a spectral presence beside him, observed with a critical eye. His words were sparse, but each syllable carried the weight of centuries of experience, guiding Naruto toward perfection. Control, Naruto, Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, the power is within you, but it requires discipline, precision. Feel the flow, the rhythm, the dance of the wind. Naruto continued his training, his focus unwavering. He practiced creating miniature tornadoes, each one perfectly shaped and controlled, their destructive potential a testament to his growing mastery. He learned to weave the wind into his taijutsu, creating whirlwind kicks that could topple trees and send opponents flying. He created razor-sharp wind blades, extensions of his chakra, capable of slicing through steel with ease. He even learned to create a miniature vacuum, drawing the air towards him, creating a pressure-based attack that could suffocate or crush opponents. His next challenge was the lightning release, an element known for its speed and destructive power. This was arguably the most dangerous element to practice. A single miscalculation could result in serious injury or even death. He began with small sparks, gradually increasing the intensity and power of his chakra. He learned to channel his chakra along the surface of his skin, accelerating his own speed and creating an almost ethereal, lightning-fast movement. He also learned to create powerful lightning bolts, each strike capable of shattering rock and incinerating his opponents. The lightning crackled and flashed around him, a dazzling display of power, as he honed his control over this volatile element. He trained not just to unleash the lightning but to conduct it, to manipulate its flow, and to shield himself from its power. He practiced moving at incredible speeds, leaving behind trails of blue energy as he weaved between lightning bolts, mastering the art of dodging his own attacks. The mastery of water, a relatively more approachable element, offered a different kind of challenge. Naruto practiced on the banks of a rushing river, feeling the energy of the water, its flow, its power. He started with small water jets, slowly building up to larger waves and torrents. He learned to manipulate the water's density, creating shields of compressed water capable of deflecting attacks or transforming into blades of liquid steel. He summoned massive waves that crashed against the riverbank, creating miniature tsunamis. He even learned to create water clones, nearly identical to his shadow clones but with enhanced versatility, capable of manipulating water in ways his physical form couldn't achieve. These clones could assist in his training, acting as targets or as partners in cooperative elemental attacks. They could even merge with larger bodies of water, effectively extending his reach and influence. Earth release proved to be a different beast altogether. It demanded a unique kind of focus, a deep connection to the earth itself. Naruto started by manipulating small pebbles, sculpting them into intricate shapes with his chakra. He then progressed to larger rocks, shaping them into defensive walls, or creating earth spikes that erupted from the ground. His mastery culminated in the ability to create massive earth tremors, shaking the ground for miles around. He could summon colossal stone golems, powerful allies in his arsenal. Furthermore, he could create underground tunnels, allowing for quick getaways or ambushes. His training in this area included creating subterranean chambers for shadow clones, enhancing their training potential while maintaining absolute secrecy. He even learned to manipulate the very composition of the earth, creating substances with unique properties. Naruto's understanding of elemental manipulation went beyond simple jutsu. He experimented with combinations, merging elements to create devastating new techniques. He discovered he could combine wind and fire to create a raging inferno, wind and lightning to generate a supercharged energy, and water and earth to create mud-based attacks that could restrain even the strongest opponents. This innovative approach distinguished his elemental mastery. The knowledge that Kurama imparted, combined with Naruto's innate genius and tireless effort, created a potent arsenal. Each elemental style possessed unique strengths and weaknesses, and Naruto's goal was not just mastery of individual elements but of their seamless integration into his overall fighting style. He aimed for adaptability and the ability to overcome any opponent through strategic elemental manipulation. His training was a relentless cycle of pushing his limits, refining his skills, and experimenting with new techniques. The landscape around him bore witness to his progress, scarred with the marks of his training. He wasn't just learning jutsu, he was forging himself into a weapon, a force of nature, capable of leveling mountains and controlling the elements themselves. He was mastering not just the elements, but himself. The rage that once consumed him now fueled his training, channeled into a powerful force that threatened to overwhelm everything in its path. But Naruto was learning to control that rage, to temper it with the calm precision of a seasoned warrior. The transformation was not only physical but also emotional, a journey of self-discovery as much as a quest for power. The path was arduous, but Naruto persevered, driven by an unwavering determination to become a force that no one could ignore, a protector of the innocent, and a Hokage worthy of the title. His path was far from over, but his mastery over the elements was a significant milestone on his journey. The shadows still lurked, but he was ready. The mask of incompetence. The academy was a stifling box, filled with the cacophony of chattering students and the rhythmic scrape of pencils on paper. Naruto, outwardly a whirlwind of clumsy mishaps and barely contained energy, sat slumped at his desk, feigning disinterest. His blood clone, meticulously crafted and imbued with a fraction of his true power, diligently copied notes and answered questions with the affected air of someone struggling to grasp the most basic concepts. The real Naruto, however, watched from the periphery of his own consciousness, a silent observer behind the mask of incompetence. His blood clone, while a perfect physical replica, lacked the depth of his true mind. It struggled subtly enough to be believable, with certain hand seals and complex calculations. This subtle imperfection was crucial to his deception. If the clone was too good, it would raise suspicion. Iruka-sensei, a kind but perceptive man, might notice the inconsistencies between the public Naruto and the flashes of brilliance he sometimes glimpsed. This careful calibration was a constant mental exercise. He had to meticulously monitor his clone's performance, subtly adjusting its actions to maintain the illusion of incompetence while still absorbing the lessons. He perfected the art of the accidental explosion. A meticulously controlled jutsu, disguised as a clumsy misfire. He'd send a small, contained fireball hurtling towards the blackboard, narrowly missing it by inches. The resultant plume of smoke and the scent of burnt wood would perfectly complement his wide-eyed, terrified expression. Iruka-sensei's exasperated sighs and the relieved whispers from his classmates were a constant soundtrack to his academy days. He'd accidentally trip over his own feet, sending his textbooks scattering across the floor. He'd forget vital information during tests, managing to answer just enough questions to pass while consistently underperforming. His clumsiness was legendary, yet remarkably selective. He was perfectly capable of dodging flying kunai and navigating crowded hallways without incident, but he'd inexplicably stumble over the smallest pebble in the academy courtyard. This performance required immense concentration. Maintaining the facade was as taxing as his rigorous secret training. It was a constant, draining act. Yet, it was vital. His true capabilities were far too dangerous to reveal prematurely. The hidden power within him, a potent cocktail of Sharingan, Rinnegan and Kurama's chakra, needed to remain concealed until the moment was right. His classmates, mostly oblivious to his true nature, believed him to be an irredeemable klutz. Even Uzumaki Hinata, a girl he secretly admired, regarded him with a mixture of pity and concern. Hinata's gentle nature often led her to offer Naruto assistance, a kindness he accepted with gratitude and feigned ineptitude. He'd even allow her to help him with his homework, subtly guiding her hand to ensure that the completed assignments were just proficient enough to maintain his average grade without raising any flags. Sasuke, on the other hand, saw through some of his charade. He possessed a sharp intellect and an inherent ability to detect hidden agendas. Naruto suspected Sasuke found his constant incompetence somewhat irritating, another detail to weave into his careful web of deception. Occasionally, a glint of understanding would flicker in Sasuke's eyes, a subtle acknowledgement of the carefully constructed facade, though Sasuke never spoke of it. Mizuki's plot to steal the Scroll of Seals provided the perfect opportunity for Naruto to showcase a carefully controlled glimpse of his true abilities. His blood clone remained in the academy, diligently working on his assigned tasks. The real Naruto used the distraction provided by the attack to reveal a calculated fraction of his power. It was a necessary risk, a strategic move designed to test his deception and to eliminate a potential threat. The subsequent confrontation with Mizuki was brief and decisive. Naruto carefully choreographed his victory, ensuring his power remained largely obscured by a combination of speed, clever tactics, and the sheer surprise of witnessing the once incompetent Naruto suddenly wielding the scroll's techniques. He didn't want to reveal his elemental mastery or his mastery of the Sharingan and Rinnegan just yet. The victory was a carefully constructed narrative, designed to be perceived as a fluke, a fortunate combination of circumstances rather than a display of overwhelming ability. The shadow clones played a crucial role in maintaining his facade while simultaneously accelerating his training. While the blood clone maintained his presence at the academy, numerous shadow clones engaged in intense training across Konoha. They practiced various jutsu techniques, mastered advanced hand seals, and honed their combat prowess. The synchronization between the real Naruto and his clones was almost seamless. They shared experiences and knowledge instantaneously, accumulating a vast reserve of skill and knowledge in a fraction of the time a single individual could achieve. Each clone was meticulously programmed with a specific task, allowing Naruto to accomplish multiple objectives simultaneously. Naruto's training wasn't just limited to the physical. He immersed himself in the theoretical aspects of ninjutsu, studying scrolls and texts for hours. He absorbed knowledge at an alarming rate, surpassing many of his instructors' understanding of certain esoteric concepts. He understood the intricacies of chakra pathways, the flow of energy within the body, and the mechanics of diverse jutsu. His knowledge went far beyond the academy curriculum, a secret reservoir of knowledge that would prove invaluable in his future endeavors. The isolation of his childhood had instilled in him an unwavering self-reliance. He didn't rely on teamwork or collaboration in his training. He was a lone wolf operating with precision and efficiency. His shadow clones were tools, extensions of his own will, never independent entities. His mastery of shadow clones was far more advanced than what the academy curriculum offered. He could create hundreds, even thousands of clones, each capable of independent action. He could also coordinate these clones simultaneously, unleashing devastating coordinated attacks or creating elaborate distractions. The meticulous planning and execution of his public persona demanded an exhausting level of focus. The energy expended in maintaining the illusion was considerable, adding another layer to the physical and mental demands of his secret training regime. He balanced his time between studying, attending classes, undertaking academy assignments, and his relentless self-improvement. He managed to appear perpetually behind, perpetually struggling, while secretly exceeding even the most talented students in the academy's history. This was a testament to his discipline, his mental fortitude, and the extraordinary power he carefully concealed. His deception wasn't just a game, it was a strategic necessity, a shield protecting him and his burgeoning strength. The mask of incompetence was, in its own way, his ultimate weapon. The academy was not a school, but a battlefield where Naruto's true battle was not against his peers, but against the perception of himself. A deception designed to keep him alive and protect the village, while simultaneously allowing him to prepare for the true battles that lay ahead. And as he graduated, that preparation only intensified. The game was far from over. Academic excellence in secret. The academy's rigorous curriculum, designed to weed out the weak and nurture the strong, proved to be a mere stepping stone for Naruto. While his blood clone struggled with basic chakra control exercises, the real Naruto, hidden within the confines of his own mind, was delving into the esoteric arts of Fuinjutsu. He'd painstakingly copied intricate seal formations from forbidden scrolls, his fingers moving with a speed and precision that defied his apparent age and skill level. The complex sigils, requiring years of dedicated study for even the most gifted students, flowed effortlessly from his fingertips, each stroke imbued with a profound understanding of chakra manipulation and energy flow. He'd mastered the art of concealment, hiding his true proficiency behind a deliberately clumsy exterior. The blood clone struggled with the simplest seals, frequently accidentally triggering minor explosions or creating tangled, unusable formations, while the real Naruto created intricate, high-level seals in the secrecy of his mind. His mastery of ninjutsu similarly transcended the academy's basic instruction. While his classmates toiled over the basic shuriken jutsu, Naruto was already experimenting with advanced techniques, utilizing his Sharingan to dissect and understand the movements of his instructors with unnerving precision. He would meticulously analyze the flow of chakra, the subtle shifts in muscle tension, the minute adjustments in hand seals, details often overlooked by even experienced ninjas. His Sharingan, normally concealed beneath a placid exterior, provided him with an unparalleled understanding of movement, allowing him to anticipate his opponent's attacks and respond with lightning-fast countermeasures. He practiced his jutsu extensively with his shadow clones, refining his movements until they were as seamless and precise as the movements of a seasoned ninja master. The academy's training grounds, usually quiet after hours, often echoed with the sounds of hundreds of shadow clones performing intricate ninja techniques in perfect synchronization. Taijutsu, the art of close-quarters combat, was another arena where Naruto's true capabilities shone. He'd studied ancient combat styles from scrolls he'd managed to acquire, painstakingly perfecting each movement, each strike, each counterattack. His blood clone, meanwhile, bumbled through the academy's basic exercises, stumbling over its own feet and frequently accidentally injuring his classmates, in a way that made it look like he himself was the one getting hurt. The real Naruto, however, trained relentlessly, pushing his body to its limits. His physical strength, enhanced by Kurama's chakra, was far beyond what his age suggested. He could effortlessly deflect blows that would send other students sprawling, executing strikes with such power and precision that they would send opponents reeling. The contrast between his public persona of bumbling clumsiness and his mastery of taijutsu was stark, a carefully constructed illusion masking a hidden beast. He even excelled in genjutsu, the art of illusionary techniques. He didn't showcase his capabilities openly, but his Sharingan allowed him to perceive and unravel even the most complex illusions. His blood clone would fall prey to even the simplest genjutsu, acting as the perfect foil to his hidden prowess. The real Naruto, however, would use his Sharingan to dissect the illusions, analyze the chakra patterns, and counter them with surgical precision. He practiced escaping and counter-attacking, developing his own unique form of genjutsu that manipulated the opponent's perception of reality, a terrifying skill masked by his outward clumsiness. This duality was central to his deception. While he displayed a stunning lack of skills outwardly, his internal mastery of all aspects of ninja training continued to accelerate. His academic achievements were equally remarkable. While his blood clone struggled to maintain passing grades, the real Naruto effortlessly grasped complex concepts that baffled his instructors. He excelled in history, strategy, and even the highly technical field of chakra pathways. He would devour scrolls and texts, absorbing information at an astonishing rate. His understanding of historical ninja battles and tactical strategies was far beyond that of even the most experienced Jonin sensei. He could predict the outcome of engagements before they even began, analyze opponents' weaknesses with unnerving accuracy, and devise complex counter-strategies with remarkable speed and efficiency. The information he absorbed went far beyond the scope of what the academy ever taught, his knowledge expanding exponentially, a secret arsenal to which he alone had access. He maintained his average grades by strategically missing important details and creating an appearance of struggling despite possessing complete mastery of the subject. His mastery of the forbidden techniques, acquired through his rigorous secret training, was never openly displayed. He understood the potential risks inherent in using powerful jutsus and chose to conceal his mastery until the opportune moment. His control over Kurama's chakra was becoming ever more refined, allowing him to utilize its immense power with precision and control. This secret power, combined with his exceptional intellect, made him one of the most formidable ninjas of his generation, a potential far beyond anything the academy or even the Hokage could have anticipated. The contrast between his public persona, that of an underperforming, clumsy student, and his actual abilities was a stark, calculated deception, born out of necessity and honed through meticulous planning. The academy was merely a stage for his intricate performance, a carefully orchestrated play where he played the part of the oblivious fool while secretly amassing an almost unimaginable level of power. The facade of incompetence was not merely a disguise, it was a weapon, a shield, and a strategic tool that allowed him to prepare for the dark forces he knew he would soon confront. It was a performance that would continue, refined and perfected, long after he graduated. The game, he knew, was far from over. His secret strength would determine the fate of Konoha, a secret he held close, an ace up his sleeve, ready to be revealed at the precise moment of his choosing. Mizuki's treachery. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the academy training grounds as Naruto, or rather, his blood clone, stumbled through a particularly inept attempt at the Bunshin no Jutsu. He'd managed to produce a single, vaguely humanoid clone that promptly dissolved into a puff of smoke, leaving behind a trail of sputtering chakra. His classmates snickered, their laughter echoing across the field. Mizuki, their usually jovial instructor, observed with a thinly veiled expression of disappointment. This was, after all, the 10th attempt. Naruto's carefully cultivated air of incompetence was holding remarkably steady. Naruto, Mizuki said, his voice surprisingly gentle, a stark contrast to the usual harsh criticism leveled at the struggling student. Perhaps a break would do you good. Let's walk and talk. Naruto, or rather, the clone, readily agreed, feigning relief. As they walked away from the prying eyes of his classmates, Mizuki's demeanor shifted subtly. The kind smile faded, replaced by a cold, calculating glint in his eyes. He led Naruto to a secluded grove, its dense foliage offering an impenetrable barrier from the academy's view. Naruto, Mizuki began, his voice low and conspiratorial. I've noticed something unusual about you. You seem different. There's a depth to you, a potential untapped. He paused, watching Naruto closely, gauging his reaction. The clone, blissfully unaware of the real Naruto's inner turmoil, simply looked puzzled. I believe you're being held back, stifled by the limitations of this academy. They don't understand your true potential, they're afraid of it. Mizuki continued, his words skillfully weaving a narrative of oppression and hidden strength. There's a way out, Naruto. A way to truly unleash your power. He produced a small, worn scroll from his inner pocket, its aged paper hinting at its age and forbidden nature. This scroll, he revealed, his voice now laced with excitement, contains the forbidden techniques of Konoha. Techniques that could make you the strongest ninja in the village. Perhaps even in the entire world. The clone's eyes widened, though the true Naruto, hidden within his mind, felt a chill run down his spine. He knew what Mizuki was attempting. The Forbidden Scroll. It held techniques far too powerful for even him to handle with his current skill. Mizuki's words were a cleverly crafted bait, promising power and recognition, the things Naruto's blood clone desperately craved. But it's forbidden, the clone stammered, his voice betraying a hint of uncertainty. This was playing perfectly into Mizuki's plan. Forbidden only to those who are weak, Mizuki scoffed, his voice dripping with contempt. Those who fear their own power. You, Naruto, are not weak. You have the potential to be extraordinary. He paused for effect, leaning closer, lowering his voice to a whisper. The Hokage, he keeps this power from you, from everyone. He holds it close, like a weapon against the people. Mizuki's words, designed to appeal to the blood clone's naivety and desire for recognition, stirred a reaction. The clone's face expressed a mixture of fear and excitement, perfectly mirroring the internal conflict raging within Naruto's mind. Mizuki had identified Naruto's vulnerabilities. His carefully maintained facade of incompetence was no longer a strategic choice, but a tool for survival. He was walking a tightrope, and one wrong move could expose him to forces far greater than he was ready for. Mizuki continued his manipulation. He spoke of the Hokage's supposed tyranny, of the council's corruption, weaving a tapestry of lies and half-truths to further his own agenda. He painted himself as a savior, a revolutionary, willing to take a risk to share this knowledge, to empower Naruto, to help him overthrow the system. In reality, it wasn't about empowering anyone. It was about using the power of the scroll to overthrow the current Hokage and gain control of the village. While Mizuki's words painted a compelling picture for the blood clone, the real Naruto within was analyzing the situation with cold precision. His Sharingan, activated within his mindscape, dissected Mizuki's every move, every subtle shift in expression, every inflection in his voice. He detected the falsehoods, the subtle inconsistencies that betrayed Mizuki's true intentions. Mizuki was not a liberator, he was a traitor, a pawn in a larger game. The question was, which game was he playing? Naruto observed Mizuki's movements, recognizing the intricate hand seals the instructor was making beneath his cloak, completely hidden from the blood clone. These weren't the hand seals for simple jutsu, they were powerful, forbidden techniques. Mizuki's true intentions were revealed not through his words, but through the subtle language of body and chakra. The man intended to use the forbidden scroll to launch a coup, to usurp power. Naruto had to act, but not as himself. He had to remain hidden. The true Naruto began to formulate his counter-strategy. He would use Mizuki's treachery to his advantage, exposing the traitor while simultaneously safeguarding his own secret identity. He needed to create a diversion, a show that would attract attention without revealing his true strength. His blood clone, meanwhile, continued to play his part, buying the time Naruto needed to execute his plan. The blood clone looked at the forbidden scroll, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and excitement. I don't know, he stammered, stalling for time. Mizuki, believing he was close to success, moved closer, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Don't be afraid, Naruto. This is your chance to prove yourself. He reached out, offering the scroll to the clone. This was it. The moment of truth. As Mizuki's fingers brushed against the scroll, Naruto unleashed his plan. he controlled a small burst of Kurama's chakra, a carefully calculated surge that resonated through the ground, triggering a hidden earth-based jutsu. A seemingly insignificant tremor sent a ripple of vibrations that went straight to the academy. The ensuing commotion provided the diversion he needed, masking the clash that was about to unfold. Mizuki, startled by the sudden tremor, realized he was not alone. Before he could react, Naruto, or rather, his meticulously crafted shadow clone, emerged from the shadows. It wasn't Naruto's usual clumsy clone. This one moved with the speed and precision of a seasoned ninja. The battle began, a whirlwind of precise movements and expertly executed jutsu, all perfectly tailored to ensure Mizuki's downfall while protecting Naruto's secret. The fight was brutal, showcasing Naruto's mastery of taijutsu, his movements so precise and powerful they seemed to blur. His counterattacks were lightning fast, anticipating Mizuki's every move with an accuracy only possible through his enhanced Sharingan. The earth-based jutsu Naruto had triggered alerted the Konoha guards, who responded rapidly, adding another layer of complication to Mizuki's attempts to escape. Mizuki fought with desperation, using his knowledge of forbidden techniques to counter Naruto's relentless assault. But Naruto was too swift, too powerful. He was ready for this. The clash between the two continued in the grove for a considerable time, the shadows dancing wildly as the earth-based jutsu created minor tremors, sending dust and leaves flying. Naruto skillfully defended against Mizuki's more powerful techniques, using shadow clones to absorb attacks while simultaneously unleashing his own series of expertly calculated strikes. He fought strategically, using the environment to his advantage, his movements fluid and precise, as if he had been training for this particular fight for years. Mizuki, overwhelmed by Naruto's unexpected prowess, grew increasingly desperate. His carefully crafted lies crumbled under the weight of the real Naruto's skill, his desperate struggle mirroring his collapsing plan. The Forbidden Scroll, once a symbol of power and freedom, became a testament to his failure, his final attempt to claim victory. Finally, in a swift, decisive move, Naruto used his mastery of Fuinjutsu to seal Mizuki's chakra points, bringing the battle to an end. The traitor, his ambition defeated, was left sprawled on the ground, his defeat completely silencing his treacherous ambitions. The Konoha guards arrived, taking Mizuki into custody as Naruto, still maintaining his blood clone's appearance, collapsed dramatically, feigning exhaustion from the battle. His acting skills were once again crucial in maintaining his secret and creating a narrative that would protect his true identity. The incident was officially deemed a clumsy student who somehow managed to defeat a seasoned instructor. Nobody suspected a thing. The truth remained hidden, a closely guarded secret only Naruto and Kurama knew. The Academy incident served as a testament to Naruto's strategic brilliance, his extraordinary abilities, and the deceptive genius that lay beneath his carefully constructed facade of incompetence. The game continued, his power continuing to grow exponentially, in preparation for the challenges that lay ahead. The shadows masked his strength, but the shadows themselves were now a weapon in his arsenal. His transformation continued, and the stage was set for the next act. Naruto's counterattack. The earth trembled subtly, a barely perceptible tremor that only Naruto's enhanced senses could fully register. It was the signal, a carefully orchestrated ripple through the earth, designed to draw attention away from the secluded grove where he faced Mizuki. The blood clone, still clutching at the offered scroll, flinched at the tremor. Mizuki, momentarily distracted, paused, his eyes scanning the surroundings with suspicion. This was Naruto's opportunity. Within the mindscape, the real Naruto, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, observed Mizuki with clinical detachment. He saw the flicker of doubt in the instructor's eyes, the almost imperceptible tightening of his muscles as he prepared for a potential ambush. Mizuki's meticulously crafted deception was about to unravel, not at the hands of brute force, but through the strategic brilliance of a young ninja who was far beyond his years. The blood clone, playing his part flawlessly, let out a nervous giggle, a perfect imitation of his usual, clumsy demeanor. Did the earth just move? He stammered, his voice filled with innocent confusion. Mizuki dismissed the tremor as a minor seismic event, a natural occurrence in the land of fire. He was too focused on his prize, the Forbidden Scroll, the key to unlocking his ambition. He was blind to the subtle cues, the carefully constructed details that spoke volumes about Naruto's true capabilities. This was the crux of Naruto's strategy. He wouldn't engage Mizuki in a direct confrontation. Not yet. A direct fight would risk exposure, revealing his true strength and potentially endangering his meticulously crafted identity. He needed a different approach, a plan that would exploit Mizuki's overconfidence and his own carefully hidden abilities. From the shadows of the grove, a second shadow clone emerged. This was no ordinary shadow clone. It possessed a fraction of Naruto's actual strength, honed and refined by weeks of intense training within Kurama's mindscape. The clone moved with an uncanny speed and precision, unlike anything Mizuki had ever witnessed. The clone's appearance was identical to the blood clone, maintaining the illusion of incompetence. However, the way it moved, the way it flowed through the undergrowth, betrayed a hidden power. It was a subtle change, barely perceptible to the untrained eye, but Naruto knew his clone would strike with the precision of a seasoned assassin. The battle began almost without warning. The shadow clone launched a lightning-fast series of attacks, its movements a blur of calculated strikes and expertly executed taijutsu. Mizuki, caught completely off guard, barely had time to react before he was already on the defensive, forced into a desperate struggle for survival. Mizuki, despite his years of experience, was no match for the honed skill and surprising speed of the clone. He tried to unleash some of the forbidden jutsu, attempting to overpower the clone with raw strength and chaotic power, yet the clone sidestepped his attacks with ease. Naruto, controlling the shadow clone from within his mindscape, anticipated Mizuki's every move with unsettling accuracy, guiding the clone in a series of perfectly orchestrated counterattacks. His Sharingan, constantly scanning Mizuki's movements, analyzed the subtle shifts in the instructor's chakra flow. The clone, perfectly mimicking Naruto's style, danced around Mizuki's attacks, seemingly moving faster than the human eye could follow. The fight intensified, a whirlwind of speed and precision. The air crackled with chakra, the leaves of the grove swirling in the currents of their battle. Naruto used the environment to his advantage, utilizing the trees and shadows to his advantage, mimicking the cunning and lethal strategies of the elite Umbu. His years of rigorous training, under Kurama's relentless tutelage, manifested in a display of martial artistry that stunned the very air around them. Mizuki, frustrated and growing desperate, unleashed a powerful water-style jutsu, attempting to overwhelm the clone with a torrent of water. But Naruto, anticipating the move, had already prepared a counter. He unleashed a series of earth-style jutsus, forming a wall of earth that deflected Mizuki's attack and creating an opening for his clone to strike. As the fight continued, Naruto expertly orchestrated a distraction, a meticulously planned maneuver to buy himself time. He used his chakra control to trigger several minor earth tremors, sending ripples through the forest floor. These tremors were just strong enough to cause slight disturbances, yet not strong enough to reveal his true power. These carefully calibrated tremors were subtly sensed by Konoha's security patrols, alerting them to unusual activity near the academy. Mizuki, his attention divided between the relentless assault of the clone and the increasingly frequent tremors, grew increasingly disoriented. His forbidden jutsu, powerful as they were, lacked the precision and speed of Naruto's counterattacks. He was outmatched, his arrogance and overconfidence blinding him to the true nature of his opponent. Finally, seeing his chance, the clone unleashed a final, devastating attack. He used a combination of taijutsu and a swift jutsu, exploiting a momentary lapse in Mizuki's defenses. The instructor staggered backward, his body weakened and his chakra disrupted. The clone, exhausted but victorious, collapsed dramatically, feigning the effects of an arduous battle, echoing his blood clone's earlier act of incompetence. Naruto maintained the illusion of the struggling student, letting Mizuki believe he had won through sheer luck. Within minutes, Konoha guards arrived on the scene, alerted by the minor tremors and the ensuing commotion. They found a seemingly exhausted Naruto, clutching at his side, his breathing labored. Mizuki, defeated and powerless, was quickly taken into custody. The official story, fabricated by Naruto and the carefully created narrative around his clone's supposedly fortunate victory, was that an overly ambitious student had somehow managed to overcome a seasoned ninja instructor. The truth, however, remained buried deep within the shadows, guarded by Naruto's exceptional skills and his unwavering determination to conceal his true strength. The incident with Mizuki served as a crucial step in Naruto's path towards self-discovery, honing his skills in deception and strategy, laying the groundwork for his future endeavors. His mastery over shadow clones, his refined taijutsu, and his strategic genius had all played a key role in his victory. He had not just defeated Mizuki, he had expertly controlled the narrative, safeguarding his secret and furthering his path of growth. The shadows concealed him, yet within those shadows, his strength was growing exponentially, preparing him for the formidable challenges that lay ahead. Graduation and recognition. The graduation ceremony was a whirlwind of vibrant robes, nervous laughter, and the pervasive scent of celebratory sweets. Naruto, amidst the throng of graduating students, felt a strange dichotomy. Externally, he was the same goofy, clumsy Naruto Uzumaki, his blood clone perfectly maintaining the facade. Internally, however, a quiet satisfaction hummed beneath the surface. He had excelled in every aspect of the academy curriculum, mastering complex techniques while simultaneously concealing his immense power. He watched as his fellow classmates, their faces flushed with pride and relief, received their graduation scrolls. Each name was called, each achievement acknowledged. His own name, when finally announced, seemed to hang suspended in the air for an eternity. He stepped forward, maintaining his usual awkward gait, accepting the scroll with a slightly exaggerated bow. A subtle pressure on his hand, barely perceptible but undeniably there, squeezed his fingers momentarily. Irika-sensei. A silent acknowledgement, a fleeting moment of recognition hidden beneath the pretense of normalcy. The subtle pressure was a signal, a private code between them, indicating that Irika saw past the facade, sensing the depth of Naruto's capabilities. It was a small gesture, yet it resonated deeply within Naruto, a silent nod of respect in a world that had mostly offered him only disdain. The other instructors, though outwardly displaying the standard expressions of polite congratulations, also held within their eyes a hint of something more. A flicker of surprise, maybe even a touch of awe, masked expertly beneath their professional demeanor. Mizuki's defeat, still fresh in their minds, had cast a long shadow over the ceremony. The whispers were faint, yet they carried a distinct undercurrent of intrigue and disbelief. How could the seemingly inept Naruto, the perpetual prankster, have managed to subdue their highly experienced, if somewhat arrogant, colleague? Among the students, speculation ran rampant. Naruto's unexpected victory had catapulted him into a realm of unexpected celebrity. He was the subject of hushed conversations, the underdog who had somehow defied all odds. Some classmates eyed him with a grudging admiration, tinged with a mixture of awe and resentment. They had spent years striving for excellence, adhering diligently to the academy's strict curriculum, only to be overshadowed by Naruto, the student who seemed to stumble through the challenges with almost laughable ease. Others, more cynical, still clung to their perceptions of Naruto as a buffoon, dismissing his victory as a fluke, a fortunate accident. But even their skepticism had a hint of wary respect. The ceremony concluded with a brief address from the Hokage, his words echoing with a strength that belied his age. His gaze, fleeting yet piercing, landed on Naruto for a single, unforgettable second. It wasn't a stern or disapproving look, but rather an observation, a silent acknowledgement of the potential that lay hidden beneath Naruto's carefully constructed facade. It was a message that only Naruto, with his heightened senses and intuitive understanding of body language, could truly decipher. The Hokage's acknowledgement sent a ripple of warmth through Naruto, a feeling of being seen, understood. Following the ceremony, a small gathering of instructors and select students took place in a secluded courtyard. While outwardly maintaining his air of nonchalance, Naruto observed the subtle shifts in conversation, the careful choice of words. They spoke of the graduation ceremony, of the upcoming missions, and of Mizuki's downfall. The discussion often circled back to Naruto, his unexpected victory, their continued surprise. Naruto subtly steered the conversation away from a direct examination of his skills, masterfully shifting the focus to strategic planning, highlighting the significance of adaptability and timing in a mission. This allowed him to showcase his understanding of ninja tactics without explicitly revealing his own mastery. Later, Enko Madarashi, her eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity that contrasted sharply with the celebratory atmosphere, approached him. "Naruto," she began, her voice low and serious, "your performance against Mizuki. Remarkable. Unexpected, to say the least." She paused, her gaze intensely scrutinizing, searching for any telltale signs of deceit. Naruto maintained his outward demeanor, his usual air of mild confusion, but his internal monologue was a whirlwind of strategic calculations. I got lucky, Anko-sensei," Naruto stammered, his voice filled with a carefully crafted mixture of humility and naivety. "Mizuki-sensei was distracted, and I just happened to be in the right place at the right time." His eyes flickered momentarily, a subtle indication of the carefully choreographed nature of his words. Anko, though undoubtedly suspicious, didn't press the issue. She had been present at many of his academy classes, and the subtle hints of his true power were nearly undetectable unless you looked closely. The contrast between his academy performance and his performance in the fight with Mizuki was enormous, and even a seasoned ninja like herself could only guess at the extent of his talent. Instead, she nodded, a barely perceptible smile playing on her lips. Indeed. Lucky. We'll see how lucky you are on your first mission. The mission was an assignment he'd been given in secret before his graduation, a special assignment unlike anything given to a recent graduate. He would be operating alone. This was a significant deviation from standard procedure, further evidence of the clandestine recognition his exceptional abilities had garnered. The official explanation was a simple one: the need for a highly skilled but unassuming ninja to infiltrate a potentially hostile environment. The truth, however, lay far deeper. He had already begun his path toward becoming a true shinobi, a ninja operating in the shadows, his actions guided by a mind far beyond his years. Anko handed him a small scroll detailing the target's identity and location. The mission was exceptionally dangerous, involving the elimination of a rogue ninja rumored to possess forbidden techniques. It was a clear indication of the faith, albeit carefully concealed, that the higher echelons of Konoha had placed in his abilities. He was expected to succeed, not for any perceived talent, but for his secret, unprecedented power. Naruto accepted the scroll, his blood clone's expression flawlessly mirroring the appropriate level of anxious excitement. Inside, however, he felt the thrill of the upcoming challenge. He was ready. His training with Kurama had prepared him for the brutal realities of the shinobi world. He had mastered taijutsu, ninjutsu, and fuinjutsu, blending them seamlessly into a unique, unpredictable fighting style. He had learned to control his emotions, masking his rage and his power behind a facade of innocent clumsiness. He was a master of deception, a shadow in the world, ready to move and strike without warning. The academy had been but a stage, a carefully orchestrated performance to conceal his abilities, but the curtain had finally risen. The real show was about to begin. Anko Madarashi's assignment. Anko Madarashi, a woman whose sharp eyes held the glint of a seasoned hunter and whose smile rarely reached them, leaned against the weathered stone wall of the training grounds. The afternoon sun cast long shadows, painting the scene in hues of orange and purple. Naruto, standing before her, appeared deceptively unremarkable, the same awkward posture, the same slightly goofy grin. But Anko knew better. She had witnessed the flicker of raw power in his eyes during his confrontation with Mizuki, a power that belied his innocent exterior. Your mission is simple, Naruto, Anko began, her voice a low rumble that carried an undercurrent of steel. Eliminate the target. No witnesses. No survivors. She tossed him a small, sealed scroll. His name is Hoshigaki Suigetsu. He's a rogue ninja, operating outside the confines of any known village. He's rumored to have mastered several forbidden jutsu, including a particularly nasty water-based technique capable of dissolving flesh and bone. Naruto caught the scroll with practiced ease, his fingers brushing against Anko's for a fleeting moment. He felt the subtle tremor in her hand, a hint of the anxiety she so expertly concealed beneath her gruff exterior. This wasn't just a mission, it was a test, a gauge of Naruto's true capabilities, a way to assess the depth of his hidden strength. The blood clone, meticulously maintaining the facade, expressed mild apprehension, while the real Naruto felt the familiar surge of adrenaline. This wasn't a game, it was a fight for survival. Suigetsu is known for his cunning, Anko continued, her gaze unwavering. He's a master of infiltration and deception, capable of blending seamlessly into any environment. He favors hit-and-run tactics, striking swiftly and disappearing without a trace. He's unpredictable, resourceful, and ruthless. Anko unfolded a small map, tracing a route with a calloused finger. He's currently operating in the land of rice paddies, specifically around the secluded village of Kikyo. Your objective is to locate him, eliminate him, and return to Konoha without arousing suspicion. Failure is not an option. The map revealed a treacherous landscape, riddled with treacherous swamps, dense forests, and winding rivers. The village of Kikyo was nestled deep within a valley, surrounded by steep cliffs and guarded by a network of concealed traps. This wasn't just a simple assassination, it was a perilous journey through enemy territory, requiring both stealth and combat prowess. Naruto studied the map, his mind already strategizing, calculating angles of attack and escape routes. Anko's description of Suigetsu painted a picture of a formidable opponent. His mastery of forbidden jutsu represented a significant threat, forcing Naruto to rely on his diverse skill set to overcome him. The emphasis on stealth and deception, the need to operate alone and avoid leaving a trace, all pointed to a mission designed to push Naruto to his limits, both physically and mentally. "This mission is different, Naruto," Anko said, her voice softening slightly. "It's not about following orders, it's about adapting, improvising, and making your own decisions. You'll be operating outside the chain of command, accountable only to yourself." This was no longer the academy, this was the harsh reality of the shinobi world, a world where survival depended on individual skill and unwavering resolve. She paused, her gaze piercing Naruto's. "I've been observing you, Naruto. You've surprised many people. But I know there's more to you than meets the eye. This mission, it's a chance to prove what you're capable of, to show everyone the true extent of your power." This wasn't just a mission, it was a trial by fire, a chance for Naruto to showcase the skills he had honed in secret, under Kurama's tutelage. Anko proceeded to detail her training regimen for Naruto. It wasn't the structured curriculum of the academy, it was brutal, demanding, and focused on practical application. Days blurred into a relentless cycle of taijutsu sparring, ninjutsu practice, and fuinjutsu application. Anko pushed Naruto to his limits, testing his endurance, his reflexes, and his resolve. She focused on honing his instincts, teaching him to read his opponent's movements, anticipate their attacks, and exploit their weaknesses. Their training sessions were not mere drills, they were strategic battles, meticulously crafted to simulate the unpredictable nature of a real combat encounter. Anko used her own unique brand of earth-based ninjutsu to create challenging environments, shifting landscapes, sudden tremors, and constricting earth walls, forcing Naruto to adjust his strategies on the fly. She employed her knowledge of poisons and toxins, challenging Naruto to develop countermeasures and enhancing his awareness of environmental hazards. Naruto faced her attacks with a fierce determination, his movements swift and precise. He used his mastery of shadow clone jutsu to gain an advantage, employing both offensive and defensive tactics with equal skill. His training with Kurama had given him a tactical edge, allowing him to understand patterns, react instantaneously, and predict Anko's moves. Despite the intensity of the training, a strange bond began to form between Anko and Naruto. Underneath her gruff exterior, Anko displayed a surprising level of concern for Naruto's well-being. She pushed him hard, but she also ensured he took time to rest and recover. She observed his progress closely, noting both his strengths and weaknesses. She provided him with insights into the psychological aspects of combat, how to control his emotions, how to manage fear, and how to maintain focus under pressure. The training wasn't just about physical prowess, it was about mental fortitude, about developing the strategic thinking and adaptability needed to survive in the dangerous world of shinobi. Anko, a seasoned veteran, knew that a ninja's strength wasn't solely in their jutsu, it resided in their ability to think, to adapt, to persevere in the face of insurmountable odds. The days leading up to Naruto's departure were filled with a constant hum of activity. Naruto meticulously prepared his equipment, checking and rechecking his tools, refining his strategies, and reviewing the details of Suijutsu's known abilities. He refined his disguises, practicing his ability to blend into the background, a skill essential for completing his mission undetected. He practiced silent movements, his steps becoming increasingly light and precise. Anko watched him, a silent observer, observing his every move, noting the transformation unfolding before her eyes. Naruto, the clumsy academy student, was morphing into a formidable ninja, a lethal weapon capable of operating in the shadows. She saw the potential, the raw power, that lay within him, a potential that he himself was still discovering. She saw the shadow of the boy he once was, yet the light in his eyes hinted at something greater, something stronger, something far more capable than any of the ninjas she'd ever known. Finally, the day of departure arrived. Anko stood at the edge of the village, watching as Naruto disappeared into the dense forest, his figure swallowed by the shadows. She knew the mission was fraught with peril, that the odds were stacked against him. But she also knew, with a quiet confidence, that Naruto was ready. He was more than ready. He was prepared to face whatever darkness lay ahead, to emerge victorious, and to forge his own path in the perilous world of shinobi. The weight of the mission, and the fate of a potentially dangerous rogue shinobi, rested on his young shoulders. And Anko, for all her gruff demeanor, had unwavering faith in his success. The real test was about to begin. Initial training. Anko's training wasn't a gentle nudge, it was a hurricane. The first week was a blur of brutal taijutsu sparring. Anko, a master of close-quarters combat, relentlessly attacked, her movements fluid and precise, each strike aimed to exploit a weakness, to break through his defenses. Naruto, initially overwhelmed, quickly adapted. His reflexes, honed by Kurama's intense training, allowed him to deflect many blows, his movements becoming increasingly swift and precise. He learned to anticipate her attacks, to predict her next move, using his enhanced perception to read the subtle shifts in her body language. The Shadow Clone Jutsu became an invaluable tool, allowing him to simultaneously defend against Anko's relentless assault while also studying her fighting style, learning her patterns, identifying her vulnerabilities. Anko wasn't merely teaching him taijutsu, she was shaping his instincts, molding his responses into a deadly reflex. She forced him beyond his limits, pushing him until he collapsed from exhaustion, only to drag him back up again, pushing him further, harder, relentlessly. He learned to fight while injured, while fatigued, while his body screamed in protest. He learned to push past the pain, past the limits of his physical endurance, discovering a resilience he never knew he possessed. He learned the art of controlled breathing, using it to calm his nerves, to sharpen his focus, and to channel his energy. He learned to utilize his chakra effectively, optimizing its flow for both defense and offense. Ninjutsu followed, a whirlwind of elemental manipulation. Anko, a master of earth-based techniques, subjected Naruto to a constant barrage of earth-based attacks. She sculpted walls of earth to trap him, summoned earth pillars to crush him, and unleashed torrents of earth to bury him alive. Naruto countered with wind-style techniques, using his speed and agility to evade her earth-based attacks, cutting through her defenses with sharp gusts of wind, deflecting falling rocks and dislodging earth formations with powerful gusts. He learned to create powerful gusts, even miniature tornadoes, able to uproot trees and toss earth boulders aside. He discovered an unforeseen synergy between his wind and fire-style ninjutsu, a devastating combination that could scorch the earth and shatter stone. The controlled release of chakra and the strategic implementation of elemental manipulation were integral to this new level of power. Anko challenged him to combine his various jutsu, creating dynamic offensive and defensive maneuvers. She made him fight in different terrains, adapting his tactics to the environment. One moment he was scaling cliffs, using his enhanced agility and climbing skills developed during his rigorous Kurama-led training. The next he was navigating through treacherous swamps, employing his stealth techniques, moving silently, blending into the environment. Fuin Jutsu proved to be a different beast entirely. Anko, a master of sealing techniques, challenged Naruto's knowledge and precision, testing his ability to create complex seals and to understand the intricate workings of various sealing techniques. She focused on offensive sealing techniques that could restrain an opponent, disable their abilities, or even trap them in a sealed space. Naruto, however, had a significant advantage. His training with Kurama had already instilled in him a deep understanding of chakra manipulation and flow, a foundation crucial for mastering Fuin Jutsu. He combined this existing knowledge with Anko's instruction, creating new and inventive sealing techniques, surpassing even Anko's expectations. The rigorous training sessions were punctuated by equally intense mental exercises. Anko pushed Naruto's mental stamina by forcing him to remain focused during prolonged periods of meditation, testing his concentration and willpower. She subjected him to psychological tests designed to assess his ability to control his emotions, to manage stress, and to maintain calm under pressure. She taught him to analyze opponents, to anticipate their strategies, and to exploit their weaknesses. She instilled in him the importance of strategic thinking and adaptability, the need to improvise and adjust his tactics according to the circumstances. She emphasized the psychological aspects of combat, the art of deception and manipulation, and the importance of mental fortitude in winning a battle. One day, Anko led Naruto to a secluded training ground, a vast expanse of rocky terrain interspersed with deep ravines and dense forests. "Your final test begins now," she stated, her voice devoid of emotion. "Within this area are multiple targets. Your mission: eliminate all targets without leaving a trace. Use everything you've learned." She then released several trained genin-level ninjas. Their movements were agile, stealthy, and synchronized, attacking from every angle. Naruto, utilizing his shadow clones, faced them with calculated precision. His speed was a blur. His attacks were deadly efficient. His control over his chakra was exceptional. He combined taijutsu, ninjutsu, and Fuin Jutsu techniques, outmaneuvering the ninjas effortlessly. Each of his movements was calculated, each strike carefully planned. He employed his wind-style jutsu to clear the pathways, his fire-style jutsu to create diversions, his earth-style to create traps, and his water-style to disarm his opponents. He used his shadow clones to overwhelm them, confusing and exhausting them. He used sealing techniques to disable their movements, or to seal their chakra points. His proficiency in all aspects of shinobi warfare was evident, a testament to his rigorous training and his innate talent. The training under Kurama had given him a unique advantage, a level of control and proficiency that Anko had never seen in a ninja so young. He completed the final test swiftly and silently, eliminating every target without leaving a single trace. Anko watched, her face stoic, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of pride. She had pushed him to his absolute limits, testing his resilience, his adaptability, and his determination. And he had exceeded her expectations. He had become more than just a ninja, he had become a weapon, a force to be reckoned with. After the grueling training session, a silent understanding settled between Anko and Naruto. The initial respect had grown into something akin to mutual respect. Anko saw in Naruto not merely a prodigy, but a warrior forged in the crucible of hardship. Naruto, in turn, recognized in Anko not just a trainer but a mentor, a figure who had pushed him to reach his full potential. Their final conversation before Naruto's departure was brief but meaningful. "Remember," Anko said, her voice low and serious, "there is no room for mercy on a mission. Your survival depends on your ability to adapt, to improvise, and to make the right decisions even under extreme pressure. Be decisive, be lethal, but always maintain your composure." Naruto nodded, his gaze unwavering. He understood. He was ready. He was no longer the naive boy who had entered the academy, he was a weapon, ready to strike. He turned and disappeared into the shadows, leaving Anko to contemplate the young ninja she had helped to forge, a ninja who was destined to reshape the very landscape of the shinobi world. The mission to eliminate Hoshigaki Suigetsu was no longer just an assassination, it was the beginning of Naruto's ascension. The target revealed. The wind whipped around Naruto, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. He stood atop a precipice overlooking a sprawling valley, the setting sun casting long shadows across the landscape. Anko's words echoed in his mind, Hoshigaki Suigetsu. A high-ranking member of Orochimaru's inner circle. He's more than just a skilled assassin, he's a key figure in Orochimaru's plans to destabilize Konoha. The revelation had landed like a stone in his stomach. He knew Orochimaru's name, a whispered legend of terrifying power and forbidden techniques. He'd heard rumors in the darkest corners of Konoha, tales of unspeakable experiments and a thirst for power that knew no bounds. But Suigetsu. He was a concrete threat, a tangible manifestation of the insidious rot festering within the shinobi world. Anko had painted a grim picture of Orochimaru's organization, a shadowy network of defectors, rogue ninjas, and ambitious power-hungry individuals. They operated in the clandestine world of espionage, sabotage, and assassination, their tentacles reaching into the highest levels of various villages, sowing discord and undermining stability. Suigetsu, Anko had explained, was a vital component of this network, a master strategist and skilled manipulator responsible for orchestrating several successful attacks against Konoha's allies, crippling their economies and undermining their political alliances. His elimination wouldn't just be a single strike, it would send shockwaves throughout Orochimaru's organization, crippling their operations and potentially exposing their entire network. The stakes were far higher than simply eliminating a single assassin. Konoha was in a delicate state. The Hokage's recent purge of the corrupt civilian council had left a power vacuum, making the village vulnerable to external threats. Orochimaru's organization was likely attempting to exploit this vulnerability, seeking to weaken Konoha from within, to facilitate a larger-scale attack. Suigetsu's role in this larger scheme was crucial. His death would serve as a significant blow to Orochimaru's ambitions. Anko had provided Naruto with detailed intel about Suigetsu, his fighting style, his preferred weapons, his known associates, his typical operational patterns, his strengths and, crucially, his weaknesses. Suigetsu was a master swordsman, possessing exceptional speed and reflexes, a cunning strategist who could adapt to any situation. However, Anko had discovered a chink in his armor, a reckless arrogance, a tendency to overestimate his abilities, a belief in his own invincibility. It was this flaw that Naruto would exploit. He reviewed the intel again, his eyes scanning the intricate network of information Anko had compiled. Suigetsu's preferred hunting grounds, a secluded mountain range known for its treacherous terrain and unpredictable weather. His communication methods, encrypted messages delivered through a network of seemingly innocuous couriers. His known associates, a group of highly skilled but erratic ninjas operating under their own codes of conduct. His routines, a pattern of moving between various clandestine locations, always staying one step ahead of his pursuers. His vulnerabilities, a profound dislike of ranged attacks, a vulnerability to certain types of sealing techniques, and a surprising lack of defense against powerful wind-based jutsu. The information painted a clear picture, but also emphasized the inherent danger of the mission. Suigetsu wasn't just an ordinary shinobi. He was a survivor, a seasoned killer, accustomed to operating in the shadows, adept at evasion and deception. He possessed exceptional combat skills and a ruthless efficiency that set him apart. Taking him down would require not only raw power and skill but also cunning, strategy, and flawless execution. This was a test not just of his physical abilities but of his strategic acumen, his mental fortitude, and his ability to adapt to unforeseen circumstances. Naruto closed his eyes, visualizing the mission. He would use the terrain to his advantage, employing his enhanced perception to anticipate Suigetsu's movements, leveraging the shadows to his advantage. He would employ a combination of taijutsu, ninjutsu, and fuinjutsu techniques, employing his shadow clones to create diversions and overwhelm his opponent. He'd focus on exploiting Suigetsu's arrogance, baiting him into a trap, leading him into a carefully planned ambush. His wind-style jutsu would be crucial, creating powerful gusts to disrupt Suigetsu's balance, to disorient him, to prevent him from using his sword effectively. He would also use his sealing techniques to restrict Suigetsu's movements, creating a temporary advantage that would allow him to deliver the final blow. The mission was fraught with risk. Failure was not an option. The success or failure of this mission wouldn't just affect him, it would have far-reaching consequences for Konoha. He thought of the Hokage's recent efforts to stabilize the village, the sacrifices made to purge the corruption, and the fragile peace that had been established. This mission was vital to the village's security, and he was the one chosen to execute it. As the last rays of the sun dipped below the horizon, Naruto descended the precipice, his movements fluid and silent. He moved like a wraith, blending into the shadows, his heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and resolve. The mission to eliminate Hoshigaki Suigetsu had begun. This wasn't just about eliminating a single target, it was about preventing a larger conflict, about protecting Konoha from a far greater threat. It was about proving his worth, not just as a ninja, but as a protector. He was no longer a victim, he was a weapon, forged in the crucible of hardship and trained for this exact moment. He would not fail. He would prevail. The journey to Suigetsu's hunting grounds was fraught with peril. Naruto navigated treacherous mountain passes, evaded patrols of Orochimaru's lesser henchmen, and used his shadow clones to scout ahead, identifying potential ambush points and gathering information about Suigetsu's movements. He discovered that Suigetsu favored a particular route, a narrow, winding path that traversed a deep gorge. The terrain was perfect for an ambush, providing both cover and strategic advantages. Naruto spent several days studying the terrain, meticulously planning his strategy. He anticipated Suigetsu's likely movements, identifying key choke points where he could deploy his jutsu to maximum effect. He mapped out escape routes, anticipating possible contingencies, and created a series of traps to slow Suigetsu down and give him the upper hand. He'd utilize the wind currents to his advantage, employing powerful gusts to disorient Suigetsu and disrupt his attacks. He'd use his earth-style jutsu to create obstacles and diversions, and his water-style techniques to create temporary barriers and confound Suigetsu's vision. The night of the encounter arrived with a cold, biting wind. Naruto positioned himself strategically, concealed within the shadows of the gorge, his senses heightened, his chakra flowing smoothly through his body. He waited patiently, his resolve unwavering. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the gorge, growing louder with each passing moment. Suigetsu arrived, his silhouette stark against the moonlight. He was alone, seemingly confident and unaware of the danger that awaited him. The battle was swift, brutal, and decisive. Naruto sprang from the shadows, unleashing a barrage of wind-style jutsu that tore through the air, creating powerful gusts that buffeted Suigetsu, throwing him off balance. He followed with a series of taijutsu techniques, utilizing his superior speed and reflexes to overwhelm Suigetsu, who fought back with remarkable skill and determination. But Naruto was prepared. He anticipated Suigetsu's every move, countering his attacks with precision and accuracy. He used shadow clones to create diversions, keeping Suigetsu off balance and forcing him to react, always a step ahead. The climax of the fight came when Naruto finally trapped Suigetsu in a powerful sealing technique, restricting his movements and preventing him from wielding his sword effectively. With Suigetsu's mobility severely limited, Naruto landed a final, decisive blow, ending the battle swiftly and silently. He left no trace, leaving Suigetsu's body hidden within the shadows of the gorge, disappearing into the night as quickly as he had arrived. The mission was complete. He had eliminated Hoshigaki Suigetsu, a significant blow to Orochimaru's organization, and solidified his place as a force to be reckoned with in the shinobi world. His ascension had truly begun. Infiltration and strategy. The air hung thick with the scent of decay and damp earth. Naruto, cloaked in the shadows, moved with the grace of a phantom through the overgrown ruins of Orochimaru's abandoned base. He had bypassed the outer perimeter with ease, utilizing his enhanced senses to detect and avoid the automated security systems, their infrared sensors and pressure plates rendered useless by his mastery of chakra control. Anko's intel had been invaluable, detailing the base's layout, its weaknesses, and the patterns of the remaining guards. She'd even provided him with a modified kunai, imbued with a silencing jutsu, to neutralize any remaining sentries without raising the alarm. The base was a labyrinth of crumbling buildings and subterranean tunnels, a testament to Orochimaru's chaotic and often reckless experimentation. Naruto navigated the maze-like corridors, his feet barely making a sound on the moss-covered stones. He could hear the faint murmurs of conversations, the occasional creak of a rusted door, the rustle of unseen creatures in the darkness, all subtly amplified by his enhanced hearing. He moved with a calculated precision, his every step measured, his movements guided by his innate understanding of the flow of chakra and the environment itself. He encountered several obstacles: collapsing ceilings, triggered traps designed to impale or ensnare intruders, and hidden pits filled with venomous snakes. He deftly avoided each snare, using his speed, agility, and superior reflexes to slip past each danger. His chakra-enhanced senses warned him of each threat, providing ample time to react and improvise. He used his shadow clones to test the security of certain paths, sacrificing the clones to ascertain the location and intensity of the traps before venturing forward himself. The further he penetrated into the heart of the base, the more sophisticated the security measures became. He encountered concealed passageways, hidden compartments, and magically sealed doors. He used his mastery of Fuinjutsu to disable certain magical locks, using his knowledge of the seals and his precise hand movements to unbind their magical barriers. Others, more complex, required a different approach. He utilized his knowledge of Orochimaru's known techniques to overcome certain obstacles, employing counter-seals and anti-magical techniques to bypass some of the traps and secure doors. He discovered several laboratories, the remnants of Orochimaru's gruesome experiments. Vials of strange, glowing liquids lined the shelves, along with preserved specimens, and various tools that hinted at the horrors that once occurred within these walls. The air hung heavy with a sickly sweet odor of formaldehyde and something far more sinister: a lingering stench of chakra, corrupted and twisted by Orochimaru's forbidden techniques. The grim scene spoke volumes about the depth of Orochimaru's depravity. Naruto pressed onward, his resolve strengthening with each obstacle overcome. He wasn't just infiltrating a base, he was entering a den of horrors, a testament to the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the shinobi world. His determination burned brighter as he continued his descent deeper into the heart of the base. He was fueled by a righteous anger, a desire to expose and dismantle Orochimaru's network of evil. His final objective was Suigetsu's personal laboratory, a hidden chamber located deep within the base's subterranean levels. This area was shielded by a complex network of magical barriers, guarded by sophisticated security systems, and heavily fortified. Naruto knew that this would be the most challenging part of his infiltration. He bypassed the outer defenses using a combination of shadow clones and his own exceptional skills in stealth and infiltration. His clones created diversions, drawing the attention of the remaining guards while he slipped past, utilizing his keen senses and mastery of chakra control to remain undetected. He bypassed laser grids using his speed and precision, and deactivated pressure plates using his knowledge of their mechanics. The final barrier was a magical seal, intricately woven and heavily reinforced with Orochimaru's unique chakra signature. It pulsed with an ominous energy, radiating a sense of danger. Naruto knew he couldn't simply break through it. He had to carefully unravel it, piece by piece, using his mastery of Fuinjutsu to overcome the seal's complexity and potency. The process was painstaking, requiring both precision and patience. He worked methodically, carefully studying the intricacies of the seal, identifying its weak points and its mechanisms, before expertly manipulating the seal's flow of chakra, weakening it step by step until he finally deactivated it completely. The door to Suigetsu's laboratory creaked open, revealing a dimly lit chamber. Inside, various tools and materials hinted at the nature of Suigetsu's research: advanced weaponry, experimental scrolls, and coded documents. The laboratory was far more sophisticated than anything he'd encountered before, suggesting Suigetsu's ambition and resourcefulness. Naruto felt a surge of adrenaline. His target was within reach. He could almost feel the presence of Suigetsu's chakra, a faint echo hinting at the assassin's proximity. The climax of his mission was at hand. He had successfully infiltrated the enemy base, overcoming every obstacle placed before him. His strategic planning, his tactical prowess, and his mastery of various ninja arts had proven invaluable. The next stage, the confrontation with Suigetsu, would require not only skill but also unwavering courage and precise execution. He knew he couldn't afford to make a mistake. The fate of Konoha, in part, rested on the success of his mission, and he was ready. The shadows danced around him, silent witnesses to his victory, as he moved forward, ready to face the assassin and bring his reign of terror to an end. The mission was far from over, but his infiltration was complete. The hunter had become the hunted. The confrontation. The air in Suigetsu's laboratory hung heavy with the scent of ozone and something metallic, a subtle undercurrent to the usual musty odor of the abandoned base. Naruto stood poised, his senses keenly attuned to the slightest shift in the air, the faintest tremor in the ground. He could feel Suigetsu's chakra, a chillingly calm presence that belied the assassin's lethal reputation. It was close, almost too close, a whisper in the silent chamber. Then, Suigetsu materialized from the shadows, a blur of motion that seemed to defy physics. He was lean and wiry, his movements fluid and predatory, like a coiled viper ready to strike. In his hand, he held a shimmering, almost ethereal katana, its blade humming with a barely perceptible energy. Suigetsu's eyes, sharp and piercing, held a glint of amusement, a hint of respect, perhaps even a touch of grudging admiration. Impressive, Suigetsu drawled, his voice a low, melodious hum. To reach this far. You've surpassed my expectations, little Hokage in training. Naruto didn't respond verbally. Instead, he moved, his body a whirlwind of motion as he unleashed a flurry of taijutsu strikes. His movements were a dance of precision and power, a carefully choreographed symphony of lethal strikes. He blended his knowledge of gentle fist techniques with devastating blows, his fists impacting with the force of a sledgehammer, each strike infused with his amplified chakra. Suigetsu met his assault with a fluid grace, his katana a blur of silver, deflecting, parrying, countering. His blade sang as it met Naruto's fists, the clash of steel and flesh echoing through the laboratory. The fight was a breathtaking ballet of lethal artistry, a mesmerizing dance between two exceptionally skilled shinobi. Naruto's style was unconventional, a unique blend of raw power and calculated precision. He incorporated elements of the gentle fist, his strikes aiming to disrupt Suigetsu's chakra flow, weakening him subtly while simultaneously delivering powerful, bone-jarring blows. He weaved in elements of the Hiraishin no Jutsu, appearing and disappearing in a blink, making it impossible for Suigetsu to maintain a consistent defense. His movements were almost hypnotic, a relentless pressure that tested Suigetsu's limits. Suigetsu, for his part, fought with the cold efficiency of a seasoned assassin. He relied on speed and precision, using his katana to deflect Naruto's powerful blows while exploiting any momentary opening to deliver his own devastating strikes. He relied less on brute force and more on tactical maneuvering, moving like smoke and anticipating Naruto's every advance with a chilling accuracy. Their fight became a contest of attrition, each blow draining their chakra reserves. The air crackled with their clashing energies, the laboratory shaking from the force of their attacks. Sparks flew from the repeated clashes of their weapons. Yet, neither shinobi gave an inch. Naruto, recognizing the stalemate, shifted his tactics. He created a shadow clone, instructing it to engage Suigetsu in a distraction, a feint to draw his attention away from his main attack. While Suigetsu was preoccupied with the clone, Naruto unleashed a barrage of shuriken imbued with wind chakra, a devastating volley that cut through the air with lethal precision. Suigetsu, though momentarily distracted, deflected many of the shuriken with his katana, but some grazed his arms, drawing blood. The distraction gave Naruto the opening he needed. He surged forward, using his enhanced speed and reflexes to close the distance, and unleashed a powerful Rasengan, a technique he had honed to perfection during his intense training with Kurama. The Rasengan slammed into Suigetsu, sending him flying back against a wall, the impact creating a shockwave that rattled the entire laboratory. Suigetsu coughed, blood staining his lips. He was clearly hurt, but his eyes still burned with a dangerous intensity. Naruto knew he couldn't let Suigetsu recover. He launched himself at him again, his chakra surging through his veins. He unleashed a combination of taijutsu strikes, punctuated by blasts of wind chakra and expertly placed kunai. Each hit was carefully targeted, aimed at disrupting Suigetsu's chakra flow and disabling his movement. Suigetsu, though badly wounded, fought back with a desperate ferocity. He deflected Naruto's blows, but his movements were now slower, less precise. The relentless barrage of attacks had taken its toll. He attempted to use his water release techniques, but his chakra reserves were too depleted to form a substantial attack. His body was screaming in protest, but his spirit remained unbroken. Naruto, however, was relentless. He relentlessly pressed his advantage, pushing Suigetsu to his limit. He was fueled by a combination of righteous anger and the determination to complete his mission. Finally, with one final, perfectly executed Rasengan, he struck Suigetsu in the chest. The assassin crumpled to the ground, defeated. The fight was over. Naruto stood over Suigetsu's unconscious form, his breath ragged, his body aching, his chakra reserves depleted. He had won, but the victory came at a cost. He had faced a formidable opponent, a skilled assassin who had pushed him to his absolute limit. He surveyed the destruction in the laboratory, a grim reminder of the intensity of the confrontation. He had proven his strength, his skill, and his resilience. He had completed his mission. But even in victory, he felt a heavy weight on his heart. The shadows that haunted Konoha, the darkness that lurked beneath its surface, remained. His mission, however, was complete for now. He secured the evidence, the documents and the technology, leaving no trace of his presence. He vanished as silently as he arrived, leaving only the wreckage of Suigetsu's laboratory and the lingering echo of a battle fought in the heart of a ruined base. The one-man squad had accomplished its mission. The hunt was over, for now. The shadows lingered, however, awaiting the next confrontation. Unveiling family secrets. The mission accomplished, a profound sense of emptiness settled over Naruto. The adrenaline rush had faded, leaving behind a gnawing unease. He'd proven his strength, his skill, but the victory felt hollow. The shadows of Konoha, the secrets buried beneath the polished veneer of the Leaf Village, still clawed at him. He had silenced one threat, but countless others surely remained. The weight of his heritage, a burden he hadn't fully grasped until now, pressed heavily on his young shoulders. The encounter with Suigetsu, though intense, had been merely a prelude. The true challenge, the real fight, lay in understanding his past, in confronting the legacy of his parents. It was a battle fought not with kunai and chakra, but with the ghosts of memory and the echoes of a history shrouded in secrecy. As he moved through the darkened corridors of the abandoned base, a flicker of something, a memory, a sensation caught at the edge of his consciousness. It was a fleeting image, a glimpse of a swirling vortex of crimson and gold, a woman's anguished cry, and the faint scent of burning sandalwood. It was visceral, raw, and intensely painful, a shard of a memory that pierced the carefully constructed walls of his repressed past. He stopped, clutching his head, his breath hitching in his throat. The image intensified, becoming clearer, sharper. He saw a woman with vibrant red hair, her eyes blazing with a fierce determination, cradling a newborn baby himself. The woman, he sensed, was his mother. The raw, primal fear radiating from the scene was palpable. The sense of impending doom hung heavy in the air. He felt the tremor of earth, the clash of devastating chakra, a catastrophic explosion that engulfed everything in a blinding light. Then, darkness. A gaping emptiness where memory should have been. Kurama's words echoed in his mind, a low rumble that vibrated through his very being. Your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, was a powerful Jinchuriki. She possessed incredible strength and a will of iron, but even she couldn't withstand the combined might of the masked men. They sought to extract the Kyuubi's power, to control its vast destructive force. The fragmented images coalesced, forming a more complete picture. He saw his father, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, a figure shrouded in legend and myth, battling against overwhelming odds, his yellow hair streaming behind him as he moved with breathtaking speed. He saw the desperate struggle, the fierce protection, the ultimate sacrifice. Kurama's training had filled in the gaps, offering glimpses into the circumstances surrounding his parents' death. Yet, these fragmented visions, these emotional echoes, were far more powerful, far more impactful than any words could ever describe. He understood, on a visceral level, the sheer magnitude of the loss. The sacrifice his parents had made to protect him. The brutal reality of their deaths. The weight of that sacrifice, the knowledge of the pain they had endured, ignited a fierce rage within him. A righteous fury that burned hotter than any fire, stronger than any jutsu. It wasn't merely the anger of an orphan, neglected and abused. This was a deeper, more profound anger, the anger of a son whose parents had been cruelly taken from him. The anger of a child who understood the true cost of peace. He continued his trek, the memories fueling his steps. He reached a small, hidden alcove, a secluded chamber within the dilapidated structure. There, hidden within a cracked and dusty container, he found a small, intricately carved wooden box. Inside, nestled amongst layers of faded silk, was a collection of letters, photographs, and personal belongings. These were remnants of his parents' lives, treasures salvaged from the wreckage of his family history. Among the items, he found a letter written by Kushina to Minato, a tender testament to her love and her fears. Her words, infused with an aching vulnerability, revealed the depth of her devotion, her unwavering determination to protect her son, and her agonizing awareness of the dangers she faced. He read of her childhood, her struggles, her resilience, and the incredible strength she possessed within her quiet demeanor. He discovered that Kushina had been an exceptionally skilled kunoichi, an Uzumaki princess whose mastery of Fuin jutsu and unparalleled chakra control had made her a formidable force on the battlefield. He learned about her dreams, her hopes, and the sacrifices she made for him and their future. He also found several letters written by Minato, his father's elegant handwriting conveying a depth of emotion Naruto had never anticipated. These letters were not grand pronouncements, but simple notes of love and encouragement, expressing his hopes and dreams for his son, his pride in his wife's strength, and his deep love and devotion for his family. Minato described his own rigorous training, his rise to becoming the Hokage, and the countless sacrifices he made to protect Konoha, always keeping Kushina and Naruto at the forefront of his motivations. He revealed his own anxieties, his fears about the dangers surrounding him, and the responsibility of ensuring their safety. The letters painted a poignant picture of a loving family, their lives intertwined with the pressures and responsibilities of being protectors of Konoha. The photographs were equally revealing. He saw a picture of Kushina as a young woman, vibrant and full of life, her red hair shimmering against the backdrop of a sun-drenched field. In another, Minato stood alongside her, his arm wrapped affectionately around her waist, his smile a beacon of warmth and happiness. And in the most precious image of all, he saw a tiny, swaddled baby himself held close in his mother's arms, Minato's hand gently resting on his head. The photographs were a stark contrast to the lonely, miserable existence he had known. As he examined these precious artifacts, Naruto began to understand his parents more fully. He saw them not merely as legendary figures, but as real people, loving parents who had faced unimaginable odds, who had sacrificed everything for their son's future. The weight of their sacrifice was immense, a responsibility he felt acutely. He felt a surge of gratitude and an overwhelming sorrow. His grief was a wave crashing against the shores of his heart, yet amidst the pain, there was a growing sense of purpose. A renewed sense of determination. The uncovering of these family secrets was not merely a revelation of the past, it was a confirmation of his own identity. It was a reconnection with a legacy he had been denied for so long. He was Minato's son, Kushina's child, a legacy that was now etched not just in history books, but within the depths of his soul. It was a heritage he would honor, a legacy he would strive to uphold. The fight against the shadows of Konoha would continue, but now, he fought not just for himself, but for his parents, for their memory, for their sacrifice. His journey had only just begun. The unveiling of his family's past had illuminated his path, strengthening his resolve, and igniting within him a burning determination to create a future worthy of their sacrifice. The shadows still lingered, but now, they felt less daunting, less insurmountable. He had found his strength, his purpose, and his truth. The fight was far from over, but he was ready. The legacy of the Uzumaki clan. The small wooden box held more than just letters and photographs. It contained the echoes of a history stretching back centuries, a history interwoven with the threads of the Uzumaki clan. As Naruto delved deeper into the contents, he uncovered scrolls detailing the clan's origins, its unique chakra nature, and its mastery of Fuinjutsu, the art of sealing. The scrolls spoke of a time when the Uzumaki clan held immense power and influence, their villages thriving as centers of knowledge and expertise in sealing techniques. Their red hair, a mark of their unique bloodline, was not merely a physical trait, but a symbol of their inherent strength and resilience. The Uzumaki clan's mastery of Fuinjutsu was legendary. Their seals were renowned for their complexity and power, capable of containing and controlling even the most formidable forces. They were the architects of powerful wards and barriers, protectors of their villages and allies, their skills sought after by countless nations. The scrolls detailed intricate techniques for creating powerful seals, from simple barriers to complex containment seals capable of imprisoning even-tailed beasts. Naruto traced the elegant, flowing lines of the diagrams, his fingers tracing the patterns of chakra flow. He recognized some of the techniques as similar to the seals Kurama had taught him, further solidifying the connection between his training and his clan's legacy. He learned that the Uzumaki clan's unique chakra nature, a potent blend of life force and spiritual energy, granted them unparalleled resilience and longevity. They possessed an exceptional ability to heal and recover from injuries, an innate strength that allowed them to endure even the harshest battles. They were known for their powerful life force, a vitality that infused their techniques and contributed to their exceptional ability to withstand physical and mental stress. The scrolls depicted warriors with an indomitable spirit, their resilience and tenacity making them formidable opponents on the battlefield. They were strategists, masters of manipulation, and skilled manipulators of chakra, renowned for both their offensive and defensive capabilities. But the scrolls also revealed a darker side to the clan's history. They documented the clan's struggles, their wars, and their eventual decline. The Uzumaki villages, once prosperous and powerful, had been systematically destroyed, their inhabitants slaughtered or scattered, their knowledge and skills lost to the ravages of time and war. The scrolls detailed several devastating conflicts, showcasing the clan's unwavering courage in the face of overwhelming odds. They highlighted their ingenious tactics, their use of elaborate sealing techniques, and their unmatched endurance. However, the constant battles took their toll, thinning the clan's numbers and depleting their resources. The annihilation of Uzushio-gakure, the Uzumaki clan's ancestral home, was particularly harrowing to read about. The scrolls chronicled the brutal attack, the relentless siege, and the desperate resistance put up by the clan members. Naruto felt a visceral pain as he read about the massacres, the destruction of their homes, and the desperate attempts to protect their heritage. The meticulous detail of the attack was etched into his memory, highlighting the betrayal and immense loss that had befallen his ancestors. He learned about the strategic alliances the Uzumaki clan formed, their intricate network of allies and rivals, and the political complexities that led to their downfall. The decline of the Uzumaki clan was not solely due to external forces. Internal conflicts and a lack of unity also played a significant role. The scrolls mentioned internal power struggles, disagreements over strategy and alliances, and a decline in the traditional values that once held the clan together. This internal strife weakened them, making them vulnerable to external threats. Naruto realized that while the Uzumaki were known for their strength and resilience, their downfall stemmed from internal conflict and a failure to anticipate threats. Despite the tragedies depicted within the scrolls, Naruto found inspiration in the unwavering strength and spirit of his ancestors. He saw their resilience in the face of adversity, their commitment to protecting their people, and their unwavering belief in the importance of their heritage. The scrolls were a testament to their spirit, their unwavering will to fight, and their lasting legacy. He felt a renewed sense of pride in his heritage, a profound connection to his ancestors, and a burning determination to honor their legacy. He learned that the Uzumaki clan's legacy was not merely one of power and skill, it was one of resilience, perseverance, and unwavering dedication to their people. Their mastery of Fuinjutsu, their unique chakra nature, and their strength of will were all testaments to their unwavering spirit. He realized that while his parents had been taken from him too soon, their sacrifice had not been in vain. They had protected him, ensuring his survival, preserving the flame of his lineage. The letters and photographs, along with the scrolls, provided a fuller understanding of his parents' lives and the context of their sacrifices. He saw his mother, Kushina, not just as a powerful Jinchuriki, but as a loving and protective mother, a fierce warrior, and a woman of exceptional strength and determination. He understood the weight of her burden, the fear she must have felt, and the incredible love that fueled her sacrifice. He saw his father, Minato, not just as a legendary Hokage, but as a devoted husband and loving father, a man who dedicated his life to the protection of his family and his village. He understood the heavy burden of responsibility Minato carried, the sacrifices he made for the sake of peace, and the love that guided his every decision. The legacy of the Uzumaki clan was a weighty one. It was a responsibility Naruto now fully understood. It was a heritage of strength, resilience, and unwavering determination. It was a legacy he intended to honor and uphold. He would not let the sacrifices of his ancestors, the horrors they endured, and the devastation of their clan be in vain. He would use the knowledge he had gained, the power he possessed, and the legacy he inherited to build a better future, a future worthy of his parents, and the generations of Uzumaki who had come before him. He would forge his own path, but always with the memory of his ancestors, their strength, and their sacrifices as a guiding light. The shadows of the past still lingered, but Naruto was no longer afraid. He was ready to face them, armed with the knowledge of his heritage and the unwavering fire of his spirit. The fight was far from over, but he was ready. He was Naruto Uzumaki, and he would not be broken. The weight of expectation. The weight of the Uzumaki legacy settled upon Naruto's shoulders, not as a crushing burden, but as a cloak of responsibility. He understood now, with chilling clarity, the sacrifices his parents had made, the battles they had fought, and the price they had paid to protect him. It was no longer just about survival, it was about honoring their memory, upholding the traditions of his clan, and ensuring that their legacy would not be forgotten, lost to the winds of time and the cruelties of the world. The scrolls, the letters, the photographs, they were more than just historical artifacts, they were fragments of a life he'd never known, a life that held both breathtaking triumphs and devastating tragedies. He saw his mother, Kushina, not just as the powerful Jinchuriki who had housed Kurama, but as a woman of vibrant spirit, fierce loyalty, and unwavering love. He imagined her laughter echoing in the halls of Uzushiogakure, her red hair shimmering in the sun, her eyes bright with life. He felt the sting of her absence, a gaping hole in his heart that resonated with the echoes of a love he had never experienced, but instinctively understood. His father, Minato, emerged from the shadows of history not just as the fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash, but as a devoted husband, a proud father, and a man burdened by a responsibility that ultimately cost him his life. Naruto saw the strength in his father's quiet demeanor, the unwavering determination in his eyes, and the deep love that bound him to Kushina and, in turn, to him. He saw the weight of the world on his father's shoulders, the decisions made in the dead of night, the sacrifices borne in silence. He understood the burden of protecting a village, the price of peace, and the agonizing choices forced upon those who bore the mantle of leadership. The weight of expectation wasn't just about living up to their legendary status, it was about understanding their struggles, their fears, and their ultimate sacrifices. It was about honoring their memory, not by mimicking their actions, but by forging his own path, a path guided by the values they had lived and died for. He wouldn't be a carbon copy of Minato or Kushina, he would be Naruto, inheriting their strength, their resilience, and their unwavering love for those he cherished. But the knowledge also stirred a turbulent sea within him. The legacy of the Uzumaki clan was not just one of heroism, it was one of systematic destruction, of betrayal and annihilation. The fall of Uzushiogakure was a stark reminder of the fragility of even the most powerful clans, of the inherent dangers in political maneuvering and the devastating consequences of unchecked ambition. He felt a deep, abiding anger towards those who had decimated his ancestral home, who had slaughtered his people, and who had erased a rich culture from the face of the world. That anger fueled a burning determination within him, a fierce resolve to protect those he loved, to safeguard the future, and to prevent the same horrors from befalling others. He vowed to use the knowledge he'd gained, the power he possessed, and the legacy he carried not only to honor his parents but also to create a world where such tragedies would never happen again. He would be a force for good, a beacon of hope in a world often shrouded in darkness. The revelation of his heritage also impacted his relationships with those around him. He looked at Iruka-sensei, the man who had shown him kindness in a world that had largely rejected him, and saw a depth of understanding that he'd not fully appreciated before. Iruka's compassion, his unwavering faith in Naruto even in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary, now held even greater significance. It wasn't just kindness, it was a testament to the human spirit's ability to overcome prejudice and embrace empathy. His relationship with Kakashi, his sensei, also shifted. Kakashi, a man shrouded in mystery and burdened by his own past traumas, possessed a keen understanding of the burden of legacy and the weight of expectation. He saw in Naruto not just a powerful shinobi, but a young man struggling with his identity, grappling with the weight of his history, and striving to find his place in the world. He knew, instinctively, the silent battles Naruto was waging within himself. Even his relationship with Kurama, the nine-tailed fox, evolved. The bond between them was no longer just one of reluctant partnership, it was a complex relationship of mutual respect, understanding, and begrudging admiration. Kurama had witnessed the atrocities committed against the Uzumaki, had felt the pain of their destruction firsthand, and now understood the depths of Naruto's rage, his sorrow, and his determination. Their training continued, not just in combat skills but also in emotional resilience, in mastering the complexities of the chakra system and in navigating the turbulent waters of his own inner conflict. The shadows of the past were inescapable, but Naruto refused to be consumed by them. He would use them as fuel, transforming his grief, his anger, and his sorrow into a force for change. He would honor the memory of his ancestors not by dwelling on their tragic end, but by embracing their strength, their resilience, and their unwavering spirit. He would build upon their legacy, crafting a future worthy of their sacrifice, a future where his name would stand not just as Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the fourth Hokage, but as Naruto Uzumaki, the architect of a brighter tomorrow. The academy, once a place of torment and isolation, now felt different. He saw the faces of his classmates, once indifferent or even hostile, with a newfound understanding. Their petty jealousies, their naive ambitions, their fears and insecurities, they were all part of the human tapestry he was now determined to weave into a more beautiful pattern. He masked his power, not out of fear, but out of a conscious decision to protect them, to shield them from the potential dangers of his true strength. He continued to use his shadow clones, not just for training, but also for acts of silent service. He would use them to help those in need, to secretly right the wrongs he observed in the village, to subtly influence the course of events. He was like a silent guardian, a watchful protector, operating in the shadows, his actions guided by the values instilled in him by his parents and by the rich history of the Uzumaki clan. The assassination mission under Anko Mitarashi loomed on the horizon. It was a dangerous assignment, a trial by fire, but Naruto approached it not with fear, but with a quiet confidence. He was prepared to face any challenge, any adversary. He was not merely a shinobi, he was a descendant of the Uzumaki, a warrior forged in the crucible of adversity, ready to face the darkness and bring the light of justice to the world. The weight of expectation was heavy, but it was a weight he carried with pride, with purpose, and with an unyielding determination to honor the legacy of those who had come before him. The future was uncertain, the path ahead fraught with peril, but Naruto Uzumaki was ready. He was ready to fight. He was ready to protect. He was ready to fulfill the destiny etched into his very being, a destiny woven from the threads of strength, resilience, and the unwavering spirit of the Uzumaki clan. Connecting with his roots. The revelation of his parentage wasn't a sudden burst of light, but a slow, dawning understanding, a gradual unveiling of a history shrouded in secrecy and pain. The scrolls Kurama had provided were meticulously organized, a testament to the meticulous nature of the Uzumaki clan. They detailed not only their impressive mastery of Fuinjutsu, their intricate sealing techniques, but also their history, their culture, their values, a rich tapestry woven from threads of strength, resilience, and an unwavering commitment to family and community. Naruto spent countless hours poring over the ancient texts, deciphering the complex kanji, the elegant calligraphy, the intricate diagrams depicting powerful sealing techniques lost to the world. Each scroll was a window into a past he longed to understand, a past that both fascinated and haunted him. He learned about the Uzumaki's unique chakra control, their mastery of life force manipulation, their ability to channel and amplify their own vitality and the vitality of others. The scrolls revealed the secrets of the adamantine sealing chains, the Uzumaki's signature technique, capable of binding even the most powerful of creatures. He delved into the history of Uzushio-gakure, the hidden village nestled amidst a swirling vortex of sea currents, a village that had once thrived as a center of trade and cultural exchange, a beacon of peace and prosperity in a world often consumed by conflict. He learned of its vibrant culture, its advanced technologies, its unique architecture, a civilization that had been brutally erased from the face of the world. The images, captured in faded photographs and ancient paintings, were vivid reminders of his heritage. He saw faces that resembled his own, red hair shimmering like flames, strong features hinting at the powerful lineage he carried within. He traced the lines of his mother's gentle smile, the strength etched into his father's determined gaze. He saw the pride they held for their clan, the unwavering love they shared for each other. It wasn't just history he was studying, it was a family album, a collection of memories, dreams, and a life cruelly cut short. But amidst the pride and the joy, there was pain, a dark stain across the otherwise vibrant tapestry of his heritage. The scrolls described the systematic dismantling of Uzushiogakure, the betrayal by allies, the merciless onslaught by unseen enemies. The details were brutal, harrowing accounts of a once proud nation reduced to rubble, its people slaughtered, its culture erased. The reasons remained a mystery, a puzzle he was determined to solve. Who had orchestrated this act of barbarity? What had motivated them to commit such a horrific act of genocide against an entire people? The anger burned within him, a fire fueled by the injustice, the brutality, and the sheer senselessness of it all. Naruto's search for knowledge extended beyond the scrolls. He sought out every available piece of information related to the Uzumaki clan. He haunted the library of Konoha, poring over historical texts, ancient legends, and forgotten scrolls. He interrogated elderly ninjas, seeking fragments of information, whispers of the past. He used his network of informants, carefully cultivated through his shadow clones, to gather intelligence from outside Konoha, tracing rumors and obscure anecdotes related to his clan's history. He discovered that the Uzumaki clan wasn't simply known for their powerful Fuinjutsu. They were also renowned for their life force manipulation, their mastery of medical ninjutsu, and their profound understanding of the human body's energy systems. This explained the remarkable vitality evident in his own body, his resilience, and his incredible healing factor, an inheritance he hadn't fully understood until now. He discovered hidden connections between his clan and various other ninja clans, hidden alliances, and ancient treaties. He uncovered stories of Uzumaki shinobi who had served as protectors and advisors to other villages, warriors who had fought valiantly on countless battlefields. He learned of their role in maintaining peace and stability in the world, a role that had been systematically erased from the historical record by those who sought to obscure the truth. His investigation took him to the Hokage's personal archives, a place few had ever dared to enter. He had obtained permission, under the guise of an academic study, and spent weeks poring over classified documents, uncovering evidence of conspiracies and betrayals, hidden agendas and covert operations. He discovered documents that revealed the truth behind the fall of Uzushiogakure, evidence that contradicted the official version of events. He found proof of a systematic campaign of disinformation, a concerted effort to erase the Uzumaki clan from history, to silence their legacy. The weight of this discovery was immense. The implications were staggering. As he pieced together the fragments of his past, Naruto felt a sense of connection, a tangible link to a heritage he had never known. It wasn't just about discovering his parents' identities, it was about rediscovering a part of himself, a part of his identity that had been forcibly suppressed, concealed, and ignored. He wasn't just Naruto Uzumaki, the orphan of Konoha, he was a descendant of a proud and powerful clan, a warrior forged in the fires of adversity, a legacy that he was now determined to honor and protect. The revelation of his heritage fueled his training. He dedicated himself to mastering the Uzumaki clan's unique techniques, spending countless hours honing his skills in Fuinjutsu, chakra control, and life force manipulation. He used his shadow clones to simultaneously train in multiple disciplines, pushing himself to the limits of his endurance, striving to achieve a level of mastery that would honor the legacy of his ancestors. He sought out Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, seeking her wisdom and experience. He wanted to learn more about medical ninjutsu, particularly about the Uzumaki clan's mastery of life force techniques. Tsunade, ever the pragmatist, recognized his potential and agreed to mentor him, sharing her knowledge and experience, guiding him in his quest to unlock the full potential of his inherited abilities. His connection to Kurama deepened, their bond transcending their initial animosity. Kurama, having witnessed the destruction of Uzushiogakure, shared Naruto's sorrow and anger. They worked together, not just as Jinchuriki and Biju, but as partners, sharing knowledge and experience, strengthening their bond, and training to achieve a level of mastery surpassing even the most powerful of shinobi. The shadows of the past, once a source of pain and confusion, now fueled his determination. Naruto embraced his heritage, not as a burden, but as a source of strength, a guiding light illuminating his path towards a future where he could honor the sacrifices of his ancestors and protect those he loved. He was no longer just a child striving for acceptance, he was Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the fourth Hokage and a descendant of the mighty Uzumaki clan, and he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The assassination mission under Enko's command was but a stepping stone on a much longer, more significant path. He was prepared. He was ready. He was Naruto Uzumaki, and he would not be forgotten. A newfound sense of purpose. The weight of his heritage settled upon Naruto not as a crushing burden, but as a foundation, a bedrock upon which he could build a future worthy of his ancestors. The anger he'd felt at the injustice of his past, the loneliness, the ostracization, these remained, but they were now tempered by a fierce pride and an unwavering resolve. He wasn't simply an orphan, he was Naruto Uzumaki, son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, a descendant of the legendary Uzumaki clan. And that knowledge was a weapon in itself, a potent catalyst igniting a fire of ambition within him. His training intensified. The scrolls had provided a wealth of knowledge, but practical application was paramount. He pushed himself relentlessly, utilizing his shadow clones with ruthless efficiency. While one clone meticulously practiced the adamantine sealing chains, another perfected his chakra control, and yet another delved into the intricacies of Uzumaki medical ninjutsu. He even dedicated clones to studying the histories and techniques of various allied clans, seeking to understand the network his family had woven across the ninja world. This wasn't mere rote memorization, it was a holistic approach, understanding the interconnectedness of the Uzumaki techniques with broader ninja arts. He recognized the subtle nuances of their strength, the way their life force manipulation complemented and enhanced other jutsu. It was a mastery that demanded not just brute force, but also an almost spiritual connection to his own chakra. His relationship with Kurama also underwent a significant shift. The nine-tailed fox, initially a source of fear and dread, had become a reluctant mentor, a silent observer who had witnessed the destruction of Uzushiogakure firsthand. Their bond deepened, a shared sorrow and anger forging a surprisingly powerful alliance. Kurama's vast reserves of chakra provided a constant source of power, but Naruto also learned to tap into the fox's immense knowledge, its centuries of experience within the ninja world. They sparred, not just in terms of physical combat but also in strategic thinking, in understanding the intricate dance of power and politics that characterize the ninja world. Kurama offered insights into the tactics and strategies of various opponents, predicting their movements, anticipating their weaknesses, and helping Naruto hone his instincts. Naruto's public persona remained unchanged, the mischievous, hyperactive prankster of Konoha. This facade, meticulously maintained by his blood clone, was crucial. It allowed him to gather intelligence without suspicion, to observe the workings of the village without drawing unnecessary attention. His secret life, however, was a whirlwind of intense training, strategic planning, and relentless self-improvement. He was secretly mastering techniques far beyond the scope of his age group, cultivating a unique fighting style that combined the agility of his Uzumaki heritage with the explosive power of Kurama's chakra. His Sharingan and Rinnegan, initially dormant, were subtly awakened through rigorous training, their abilities slowly unfolding, adding layers of complexity to his already formidable skill set. The Sharingan gave him access to precognitive capabilities and an almost instinctive understanding of his opponent's movements. The Rinnegan, with its potent abilities, granted Naruto near-omniscient perception, enabling him to perceive and analyze situations with unprecedented accuracy. His studies extended beyond the purely physical and tactical. He delved into the political landscape of Konoha, using his shadow clones to infiltrate meetings, eavesdrop on conversations, and gather intelligence on the village council. He understood the extent of the corruption that the Hokage had been fighting against, the insidious plots that threatened to destabilize the village from within. This knowledge fueled his determination to not only master his own abilities but also to use them to protect Konoha, to help his village rise above the insidious forces that sought to undermine it. His goal wasn't simply revenge for his past but to build a future where others would not suffer the same fate. The assassination mission under Anko Madarashi's command presented itself as a significant test, a chance to apply his newly acquired skills and strategies. He saw it not as a mere assignment, but as an opportunity to demonstrate his loyalty to Konoha, to prove his worth, and to further solidify his position within the village's intricate power dynamics. He wouldn't just execute his mission, he would do so with precision, with efficiency, and with a level of expertise that would leave an indelible mark. His connection with Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, deepened as well. Tsunade, initially wary, recognized his unique potential and his unyielding determination. She began to share her knowledge of medical ninjutsu, particularly the intricacies of Uzumaki healing techniques. Naruto, absorbing her insights with remarkable speed, learned to weave medical ninjutsu into his fighting style, adapting his techniques to create openings for swift, decisive attacks while simultaneously healing injuries sustained during combat. The darkness of his past, once a suffocating weight, had been transformed into a wellspring of motivation. The systematic eradication of Yuzushiogakure, the lies and betrayals that had shaped his early life, fueled his drive to protect Konoha, not just from external threats but from the internal corruption that could just as easily destroy it from within. He sought not just vengeance but justice, a future where the memories of his clan, and the lives of his ancestors, would not be lost to the mists of time. He wouldn't simply survive, he would thrive. He would make sure his legacy lived on, not as the forgotten orphan, but as Naruto Uzumaki, a shinobi who would shape the destiny of the ninja world. He spent long hours meditating, honing his mind, not only to master his physical skills but to master his emotions. He understood the importance of balance, the need to control the rage that simmered beneath his outwardly calm exterior. He had learned to channel his pain, his anger, into a driving force, transforming suffering into strength. This self-control, this mastery over his emotions, was just as important as his physical prowess. It was the key to unlocking the full potential of his abilities, to preventing his power from consuming him. His training regimen was grueling. He'd push himself to the brink of exhaustion, only to recover with his remarkable Uzumaki resilience, fueled by his newfound sense of purpose. He pushed his Sharingan and Rinnegan, exploring their limits, pushing himself to perceive the world in ways that no other shinobi could comprehend. He trained tirelessly with Kurama, learning to harness the nine-tailed fox's vast power while maintaining control, a skill that was as much mental as it was physical. It was a constant evolution, a continuous refinement of his skills, a relentless pursuit of perfection. The world, once a source of pain and isolation, now held the promise of purpose. Naruto was no longer running from his past, he was confronting it, using it to forge a future where his ancestors' sacrifices would not be in vain. He was embracing his identity, not as a symbol of weakness or a vessel for hatred, but as a beacon of strength, resilience, and unyielding determination. He was Naruto Uzumaki, and he was ready to write his own destiny. The shadows of the past remained, but they no longer defined him, they fueled him. They served as a constant reminder of the price of peace and the price of weakness. And he would not allow either to touch those he loved. His new path was one of unwavering determination and fierce loyalty, a path paved with the legacy of the mighty Uzumaki clan, a path that would lead him to a future far greater than he had ever imagined. A new threat emerges. The assassination mission, while successful, left a lingering unease in Naruto. He had eliminated the target with surgical precision, a testament to his rigorous training and the symbiotic relationship he'd forged with Kurama. Yet, the target's final words, a cryptic warning about a shadowy organization and a reawakening, echoed in his mind. The target hadn't been a simple rogue ninja, he'd been a pawn, a carefully placed piece in a much larger game. The mission had served not only to eliminate a threat, but to unveil a far more insidious danger. Anko, ever perceptive, sensed Naruto's apprehension. "Something's bothering you, Naruto," she observed, her usually sharp eyes softened with concern. Naruto hesitated, reluctant to reveal the full extent of his suspicions. He'd learned the hard way that in the world of shinobi, even the smallest piece of information could have devastating consequences. The target's last words. They were strange, Anko-sensei. It felt like a warning, a prelude to something far bigger. Anko nodded, her expression grave. "I sensed it too. This wasn't a simple mercenary operation. The target was connected to something larger than we initially realized." She paused, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. "There are whispers, Naruto. Whispers of a resurrected organization, one thought to be long extinct. An organization with roots that stretch back centuries, an organization that could plunge the entire ninja world into chaos." Over the next few days, Naruto's suspicions were confirmed. His shadow clones, acting as his eyes and ears throughout Konoha, had uncovered fragments of information, cryptic messages intercepted, hushed conversations overheard. The organization, known only as the Akatsuki of Shadows, was real, and it was far more powerful and dangerous than anyone had anticipated. They weren't just a group of rogue ninjas, they possessed immense resources, ancient forbidden techniques, and a chilling network of informants within every major village. Their goals remained shrouded in mystery, but their actions spoke volumes. They were systematically destabilizing various villages, manipulating political factions, and orchestrating conflicts to sow discord and chaos. Their influence extended far beyond the battlefield, infiltrating the very heart of the ninja world's leadership. Naruto's investigation uncovered evidence suggesting that they were amassing a powerful weapon, something with the potential to level entire nations. His initial unease escalated into a chilling certainty. The Akatsuki of Shadows posed a genuine threat to the survival of Konoha, and indeed, the entire world. The information he gathered painted a terrifying picture. The Akatsuki of Shadows were not driven by simple greed or power, they seemed to be driven by a more sinister, almost ideological, motive. Their actions suggested a desire to reshape the ninja world, to overthrow the existing power structures and establish a new, oppressive order. Their methods were brutal, efficient, and ruthless. They left a trail of destruction and despair in their wake, instilling fear and uncertainty in the hearts of even the most seasoned shinobi. Naruto's Sharingan and Rinnegan, honed to a razor's edge through relentless training, allowed him to perceive patterns and connections that would escape ordinary ninjas. He saw how the Akatsuki of Shadows had orchestrated the events that had shaped his life, pulling strings from the shadows, manipulating individuals and events to serve their grand design. His past, once a source of pain and anger, became a roadmap, revealing the organization's intricate machinations and highlighting their long-reaching influence. He realized the Mizuki incident, while seemingly isolated, was merely a small piece of a far larger puzzle. His analysis revealed that the Akatsuki of Shadows had been actively manipulating Konoha's internal conflicts, exacerbating existing tensions and fostering distress. They were not content with simply destabilizing the village, they aimed to exploit the internal vulnerabilities and seize power from within. The corrupt members of the civilian council, purged by the Hokage in the previous months, had been directly linked to the organization, acting as their spies and agents within Konoha's leadership. Their infiltration had been deep and insidious, reaching the highest echelons of power. The realization was both sobering and infuriating. He had fought tooth and nail to overcome his past traumas, to protect Konoha, only to uncover a conspiracy that had woven itself into the fabric of his own life. The rage that simmered within him, the anger that had fueled his training, ignited with renewed intensity. This wasn't just a matter of protecting the village, it was a fight for his very existence, a fight against an enemy that was far more cunning and powerful than anything he had faced before. Naruto sought out Tsunade. He presented his findings, his voice grave, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. Tsunade listened intently, her initial skepticism gradually replaced by a dawning comprehension of the gravity of the situation. The evidence was irrefutable, painting a bleak picture of the threat looming over Konoha. "This is far beyond our capabilities, Naruto," Tsunade admitted, her expression grim. "The Akatsuki of Shadows. They're far more powerful and organized than we ever imagined." But Naruto wasn't one to give up. He had faced insurmountable odds before, he had overcome adversity and emerged stronger. He had the support of Kurama, his unwavering mentor, and the trust of Tsunade, a Hokage who had learned to respect his skills and determination. "We don't have a choice, Hokage-sama," Naruto insisted, his voice resolute. "We have to confront this threat head-on. We have to expose them, dismantle their network, and stop them before they succeed in their plan." Tsunade nodded, a flicker of admiration in her eyes. "You're right, Naruto. This is not a battle we can afford to lose." She summoned several of Konoha's most trusted jonin, their faces etched with concern as Tsunade explained the situation. The strategy was a bold one, a risky gambit that relied on Naruto's unique abilities and the combined strength of Konoha's elite forces. They would infiltrate the Akatsuki of Shadows network, unravel their intricate web of conspiracies, and strike at their heart. It was a perilous mission, one that could cost them everything, but the stakes were too high to back down. The fate of the ninja world rested on their shoulders. The hunt had begun. Naruto, with his Sharingan piercing through illusions and his Rinnegan anticipating the enemy's every move, led the charge. His mastery of shadow clones allowed him to simultaneously gather intelligence, disrupt enemy operations, and lay the groundwork for a decisive strike. He utilized his blood clone to maintain his public persona, skillfully misleading his enemies and preventing them from discovering the truth about his capabilities. The battle ahead would test their limits, push them to the brink of despair, and force them to make impossible choices. But Naruto knew one thing for sure, he would not falter. He would use everything he had learned, every skill he had mastered, to protect Konoha and to vanquish the shadowy threat that loomed over the ninja world. He would honor the legacy of his parents, and the memory of Uzushiobakure, by ensuring that the sins of the past would not be repeated. The fight for the future had begun, and he would not rest until the Akatsuki of Shadows were destroyed. His path, however perilous, was one of unwavering determination and fierce loyalty, a legacy he would carve with his own hands. Gathering information. The initial phase of the operation wasn't a dramatic raid or a high-octane confrontation. It was painstakingly meticulous, a quiet dance of shadows and whispers, far removed from the explosive battles Naruto had become accustomed to. The team, comprised of Enko Mitarashi, a select group of elite jonin handpicked by Tsunade, and Naruto himself, operated with surgical precision. Each member played a vital role, their unique skills complementing each other, forming a symphony of intelligence gathering. Enko, with her years of experience infiltrating enemy ranks, provided invaluable guidance, her sharp mind piecing together fragments of information that others might have overlooked. Her network of informants, cultivated over decades of service to Konoha, provided a crucial advantage, offering glimpses into the Akatsuki of Shadow's activities and intentions. The Jonin team, seasoned veterans of countless missions, brought their expertise in reconnaissance, surveillance, and tracking. Their skills in stealth and disguise were exceptional, allowing them to move undetected through the darkest corners of the ninja world. They were masters of observation, their keen eyes catching details others would miss: a fleeting glance, a whispered conversation, a barely perceptible change in someone's demeanor, all vital clues in unraveling the Akatsuki's web of deception. Naruto, however, held a unique advantage. His mastery of the shadow clone jutsu allowed him to be in multiple places at once, effectively amplifying the team's reach and efficiency. Dozens, sometimes hundreds, of his clones fanned out across Konoha and beyond, acting as his eyes and ears, gathering information from diverse sources. These clones, carefully coordinated through a complex network of mental links, relayed their findings to Naruto's central consciousness, building a comprehensive picture of the Akatsuki's operations. He focused on identifying patterns, analyzing data, and connecting seemingly disparate pieces of information. His Sharingan and Rinnegan played a crucial role in this process, cutting through illusions and deception, revealing hidden truths and anticipating the enemy's moves. Their initial targets were peripheral figures, individuals suspected of having ties to the Akatsuki of Shadows. These were not high-ranking members but rather informants, couriers, and low-level operatives, the ants carrying crumbs from the grand feast. By carefully observing and subtly interrogating these individuals, the team gradually unraveled layers of the organization's structure and operational methods. One such operation involved infiltrating a clandestine meeting of suspected Akatsuki informants in a secluded tea house outside Konoha. Naruto, disguised as a traveling merchant, used his clones to monitor the surroundings, while Enko and the Jonin team shadowed the target individuals. Naruto's clones meticulously recorded every conversation, every hand gesture, every subtle exchange of glances. The Jonin team, utilizing their advanced sensory skills, detected coded messages exchanged using chakra signatures, revealing covert communication networks. The information gleaned from these smaller operations helped to build a clearer picture of the Akatsuki's hierarchy and command structure. Naruto began to identify key figures and locations, piecing together the puzzle like a master strategist. He discovered that the Akatsuki of Shadows employed a unique method of communication, a complex system of coded messages and subtle symbols embedded within seemingly innocuous artifacts and transmissions. Deciphering these messages proved challenging, but Naruto's photographic memory and sharp analytical skills, honed by years of intense training with Kurama, allowed him to break the code. As the information flowed in, the challenge grew. The Akatsuki of Shadows were not a disorganized band of mercenaries. They possessed a level of sophistication and planning that rivaled even the most established ninja villages. They operated with extreme caution, employing layers of security and counterintelligence measures designed to thwart any investigation. Their network of informants was extensive, stretching into the highest echelons of power in various villages. The team encountered setbacks. Several of their informants were discovered and eliminated by the Akatsuki, their deaths serving as a stark reminder of the danger they faced. Some of the Jonin, seasoned as they were, found themselves pushed to their limits by the Akatsuki's advanced techniques and cunning strategies. Naruto himself faced near capture on several occasions, his exceptional skills barely enough to escape the clutches of highly trained assassins. The hunt for information was a relentless pursuit, demanding unwavering focus and extraordinary resilience. Days blurred into weeks, weeks into months. The team operated in a constant state of high alert, always aware that their lives were hanging in the balance. Yet, they persevered, driven by the knowledge that the fate of Konoha, and potentially the entire ninja world, rested on their shoulders. Naruto, drawing upon the wisdom of Kurama, found new ways to outwit his opponents. He employed a sophisticated system of shadow clones designed to both gather intelligence and create diversions. While some of his clones engaged in distracting maneuvers, others would subtly infiltrate the Akatsuki's operations, extracting vital information without triggering alarms. His blood clone, meanwhile, continued to maintain his public persona as the inept, albeit spirited, Naruto Uzumaki, cleverly concealing his true capabilities. As the investigation progressed, the scope of the threat grew exponentially. The Akatsuki of Shadows were not just destabilizing villages, they were aiming to exploit weaknesses within the existing power structures, creating chaos to establish their own tyrannical rule. Their ultimate goal seemed to be a complete restructuring of the ninja world, an oppressive regime built on fear and control. The weapons they were amassing were not mere tools of destruction but devices of unimaginable power, capable of unleashing apocalyptic devastation. The information Naruto and his team collected painted a terrifying picture, but it also provided a roadmap. They identified several key figures within the Akatsuki's hierarchy, individuals whose capture or elimination could significantly cripple the organization's operations. They discovered the location of several hidden bases, strongholds where the Akatsuki's deadliest weapons were being developed. The path forward was clear: infiltrate the Akatsuki's inner circle, disrupt their plans, and eliminate their leaders. The hunt had shifted from a passive gathering of information to a proactive offensive. The Akatsuki of Shadows were not just a threat, they were a target. The next phase of the operation would be far more dangerous, far more demanding, but Naruto and his team were ready. Years of training, countless battles, and the unwavering support of Kurama had prepared them for this moment. The fate of the ninja world hung precariously in the balance, and they were ready to fight for it. Strategic partnerships. The meticulous intelligence-gathering phase had yielded a terrifying harvest. The Akatsuki of Shadows were far more insidious and powerful than initially anticipated. Their reach extended across the ninja world, their influence subtly corrupting villages from within. To confront such a formidable enemy, a lone wolf strategy was suicide. Naruto knew he needed allies, powerful allies, each possessing unique skills that could complement his own. This wasn't merely about assembling a team, it was about forging strategic partnerships, alliances built on mutual respect and a shared understanding of the impending danger. His first approach was unconventional. Rather than seeking out established leaders, he targeted individuals with a proven track record of independence and unwavering loyalty. His first target was Temari of Sunagakure. Temari, known for her formidable wind-style jutsu and her sharp intellect, was a formidable opponent and a respected figure among her peers. Their initial encounter was far from amicable, a test of strength on a secluded training ground, a whirlwind clash of wind and chakra. Temari, initially skeptical of the seemingly weak Naruto presented to the public, was forced to acknowledge the raw power and cunning strategy he possessed when she found herself at the verge of defeat. He revealed his true capabilities only after forcing her to recognize her need for an ally against a threat that eclipsed their village's rivalries. The common enemy became the foundation of their alliance. The agreement wasn't just a casual partnership, it was a formal treaty, binding them together by shared goals, a carefully worded pact that acknowledged the distinct strengths each would bring to the fight. Temari's knowledge of Sunagekire's inner workings, its strengths and weaknesses, its potential contributions to the war against the Akatsuki of Shadows, was crucial to Naruto's plan. He needed insight into Suna's vast network of spies and informants, and he knew Temari was the key to gaining that access. Next, he sought out Neji Hyuga. Neji, despite his past prejudices, possessed an unparalleled mastery of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique and a sharp tactical mind. Naruto understood Neji's inherent distrust of authority and his deep-seated desire for justice, and he approached him not with flattery but with a blunt assessment of the situation. He presented a stark truth, showing him irrefutable evidence of the Akatsuki's far-reaching manipulations, painting a grim picture of a ninja world consumed by tyranny if they didn't act now. The conversation wasn't easy. Old wounds were reopened, past grievances aired, but a mutual respect simmered beneath the surface. Neji, recognizing the depth of the threat and acknowledging Naruto's exceptional abilities, agreed to join forces. The strategic value of Neji was immense. His Byakugan provided unparalleled vision and detection, allowing him to identify hidden enemies and traps. His mastery of the gentle fist could disrupt chakra flow, rendering even the most powerful enemies vulnerable. Neji's skill in close-quarters combat would be vital in infiltrating the Akatsuki strongholds. Gaara's inclusion into this alliance was delicate. The Kazekage, haunted by his past, was wary of alliances. His traumatic childhood experiences had left him deeply distrustful of others, making him a difficult ally to secure. Naruto's approach to Gaara was indirect. He didn't directly request his assistance but instead demonstrated his understanding of Gaara's inner struggles. He showed him how they both shared the pain of being ostracized, how they both had to overcome immense prejudice and internal demons. This approach resonated deeply with Gaara, breaking through his formidable defenses. Gaara acknowledged the power of the Akatsuki and, perhaps more importantly, recognized Naruto's potential as a capable leader, a peer who shared his burden. Gaara's Shikaku would provide unmatched destructive power, a devastating weapon against the Akatsuki's fortified positions. The desert ninja's expertise in sand manipulation would provide cover and a defensive barrier, shielding the alliance from attacks. However, forging these alliances wasn't without its challenges. Personality clashes were inevitable. Temari's bluntness often clashed with Niji's stoicism, while Gaara's detached nature made communication difficult at times. Naruto, as the leader, found himself mediating disputes, fostering a sense of unity amidst the inherent tension. The potential for conflict was ever present. The subtle rivalry between the Leaf and Sand ninjas was still a simmering issue, a constant undercurrent that threatened to derail the alliance at any moment. Niji's past resentment towards the Leaf village, the very village Naruto called home, remained a significant obstacle. Overcoming these challenges required diplomacy, strategic compromise, and a willingness to overlook personal differences. It demanded Naruto utilize his exceptional ability to read people, his ability to see the hidden motives and understanding their fears. His skill wasn't just in combat, it lay in the complex art of building bridges and bringing together people who would rather not be together. The formation of this alliance was not just a matter of gathering strength, it was a masterclass in strategic maneuvering. Naruto understood that the Akatsuki's power lay not only in their individual abilities but also in their network of alliances and their ability to exploit existing conflicts among the ninja villages. By creating a counter-alliance, he aimed to disrupt the Akatsuki's carefully orchestrated strategy and create an unanticipated counterforce they never saw coming. The partnership would draw on the unique strengths of each member. Temari's wind style would provide long-range support and the ability to clear obstacles, while Niji's Byakugan would provide crucial reconnaissance and combat support, targeting weak points in the enemy's formation. Gaara's absolute defensive capability and devastating Shikaku-enhanced abilities would be the ultimate safeguard. Naruto himself would bring his mastery of various jutsu, his unique combat style, and his uncanny strategic foresight. The combined might of these four powerful ninjas, each a formidable force in their own right, represented a significant challenge to the Akatsuki's dominance. But the challenges lay not only in the external threats. The delicate balance within the alliance was a constant concern. Each individual possessed a formidable ego, a history of independent actions, and a deep-seated loyalty to their respective villages. Naruto had to constantly navigate the subtle currents of distrust and rivalry, using diplomacy and trust-building exercises to solidify the bond between them. The road ahead would be fraught with peril, not only from the Akatsuki but also from the internal strains within their own unlikely coalition. The hunt had begun, and the fate of the ninja world now rested on the shoulders of this newly forged alliance, a powerful testament to Naruto's strategic vision and his uncanny ability to unite unlikely allies in the face of overwhelming odds. The chase begins. The first leg of their journey took them through the treacherous land of waves, a stark reminder of Naruto's own past struggles. The familiar landscape, once a symbol of his initial triumphs, now served as a grim prelude to the battles ahead. The wind howled a mournful song across the jagged cliffs, mirroring the anxieties that gnawed at the edges of their newfound alliance. Temari, ever practical, navigated the terrain with ease, her wind-style jutsu effortlessly guiding them through treacherous passes. Niji's Byakugan scanned the surroundings, detecting any hidden threats long before they materialized. Gaara, his sand constantly shifting and reforming around him, provided a silent, impenetrable shield against unseen dangers. Naruto, in his usual seemingly relaxed manner, observed everything, his Sharingan subtly monitoring their surroundings, his mind constantly strategizing, anticipating potential ambushes and formulating countermeasures. Their journey wasn't simply a matter of traversing the land, it was a test of their resilience and their ability to function as a cohesive unit. The differences in their fighting styles, their personalities, and their backgrounds created friction, subtle tensions that threatened to erupt into open conflict at any moment. Temari, accustomed to independent command, often found herself at odds with Niji's meticulous planning. Gaara's detached demeanor further complicated their dynamics, his silence often misinterpreted as arrogance. Naruto, however, deftly mediated these conflicts, using his sharp intellect and uncanny ability to empathize to smooth over the rough edges. He knew that their strength lay not in their individual abilities but in their ability to work together, to trust each other implicitly. He organized training exercises, pushing them to their limits, forcing them to rely on each other for support and survival. These exercises weren't merely physical trials, they were designed to build trust, to forge unshakable bonds of loyalty that would hold firm in the face of overwhelming adversity. He pushed them to understand each other's strengths and weaknesses, recognizing that their complementary skills were their greatest asset. One particularly tense moment arrived during a nighttime trek through a dense forest. A sudden attack from a group of rogue ninjas sent the alliance into a chaotic melee. The initial surprise quickly morphed into a coordinated assault as each member responded instinctively. Temari's wind blades sliced through the air, creating a devastating whirlwind that scattered their enemies. Niji's gentle fist techniques struck with deadly precision, disrupting the chakra flow of his opponents and leaving them vulnerable. Gaara's sand formed a protective barrier, shielding them from attacks while simultaneously creating lethal traps for their enemies. Naruto, amidst the chaos, remained calm, his movements fluid and deadly, his Sharingan and Rinnegan constantly analyzing their opponent's strategies. He used the Shadow Clone Jutsu, creating numerous clones that further overwhelmed the attackers, while the real Naruto remained strategically positioned, observing, anticipating, and directing his team's movements with almost telepathic precision. The battle was a brutal testament to their growing synergy, a display of coordinated action that left the rogue ninjas in disarray. The surviving opponents retreated into the darkness, leaving behind a trail of bodies and a deeper sense of mutual respect between the alliance members. The further they traveled, the more evident the Akatsuki's influence became. They encountered villages gripped by an unnatural fear, their inhabitants subdued and compliant. The subtle signs of corruption were everywhere: a lack of resistance to blatant injustice, the suspicious silence surrounding the disappearance of key villagers, and the pervasive sense of unease that permeated the very air. Naruto's spies, a network he carefully cultivated in advance, provided him with valuable information details that revealed a network of spies within the villages themselves, puppets controlled by the Akatsuki of Shadows. The information uncovered was alarming. It spoke to a well-orchestrated plan to destabilize the ninja world from within, subtly eroding the foundations of each village before launching a full-scale assault. As they approached their primary target, a remote Akatsuki stronghold hidden deep within the mountains, the tension escalated. Naruto's detailed knowledge of the Akatsuki's structure, gathered from his extensive network of spies, helped plan the assault. They discussed the strategy. Each member contributed valuable insights. Temari emphasized the need for a swift and decisive assault, exploiting the element of surprise. Niji advocated for a meticulous infiltration strategy, focusing on minimizing casualties and maximizing intelligence gathering. Gaara, ever cautious, focused on ensuring the safety of the group and providing unwavering defensive support. Naruto combined all their strategies into a dynamic and comprehensive plan, a testament to his ability to leverage the strengths of each member while mitigating their weaknesses. He recognized the importance of surprise and stealth, but he also valued the potential for significant intelligence gathering. His plan was a dynamic blend of brute force and strategic finesse, a carefully balanced approach that reflected the unique capabilities of his team. The final approach was fraught with danger. They traversed perilous terrain, navigating treacherous cliffs, dark forests, and fast-flowing rivers. They utilized the strengths of each member. Temari's wind-style jutsu propelled them across vast chasms, Niji's Byakugan detected hidden traps, Gaara's sand created makeshift bridges and protected them from falling debris. Naruto, using his heightened sensory abilities and his mastery of Shadow Clone Jutsu, kept a watchful eye on everything and everyone. He anticipated every possible problem and preempted any potential ambush. Their journey was a testament to their growing camaraderie. A silent understanding had developed between them, a sense of shared purpose that transcended their individual differences. The climax of their journey reached a tense, edge-of-your-seat moment as they approached the Akatsuki stronghold. The imposing structure, a fortress carved into the side of a mountain, loomed before them, a silent testament to the enemy's power and preparation. The air crackled with tension, the silence broken only by the wind whistling through the mountain passes. Naruto, observing the stronghold through his Rinnegan and Sharingan, recognized subtle signs of defensive mechanisms. He sensed the presence of powerful Akatsuki members, their chakra signatures distinct and ominous. The final stage of their plan was set. The hunt, once a distant possibility, now stood before them, tangible, challenging, and potentially fatal. The confrontation was inevitable. The fate of the ninja world lay in their hands. They stood at the threshold of a battle that would determine not only their futures, but the future of the entire ninja world. The chase had brought them to this moment, this precipice of ultimate conflict. The hunt was over now, the fight truly began. Unexpected encounters. The wind whipped around them, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth as they navigated a narrow mountain path. The Akatsuki stronghold, a jagged scar on the mountainside, was still hours away, but the tension was palpable. Gaara, ever vigilant, kept his sand constantly swirling around the group, a silent sentinel against unseen dangers. Niji Spyakugan swept across the landscape, meticulously scanning for any sign of ambush, his expression impassive. Temari, her fans at the ready, moved with a predatory grace, her senses honed to detect the slightest shift in the wind, the faintest tremor in the ground. Naruto, however, seemed strangely relaxed, his Sharingan subtly flickering, his Rinnegan scanning the horizon with an almost unnerving calmness. He seemed to be anticipating something, a premonition hanging heavy in the air. Their peaceful trek was shattered by a sudden roar that echoed through the mountains. A massive earth tremor shook the ground, sending a cascade of rocks tumbling down the mountainside. Before they could react, a colossal figure emerged from the dust and debris, a giant, hulking creature of earth and stone, its eyes glowing with an inner fire. It was a golem, a colossal construct of immense power, its movements surprisingly agile for its size. A summoning jutsu, Niji observed, his voice low and steady. But this is unlike anything I've ever seen. Before anyone could formulate a plan, the golem swung its massive fist, the earth trembling under the impact. Temari reacted instantly, unleashing a devastating wind-style jutsu, attempting to push the golem back, but the creature was surprisingly resistant. The wind blades barely left a scratch on its stony hide. Gaara responded with a defensive wall of sand, but even his absolute defense was tested by the golem's raw power. The sand struggled against the sheer force of the creature's attacks, cracking and crumbling under the strain. Naruto, however, saw an opening. He observed that while the golem's physical strength was immense, its movements were not as precise as they could be. There was a subtle lag, a slight delay between its thought and action. This was his chance. He activated his shadow clone jutsu, creating a dozen near-perfect copies of himself. The clones, each possessing a significant fraction of his power, swarmed the golem, their attacks a flurry of rapid strikes, aiming for specific pressure points on the golem's body. Meanwhile, the real Naruto remained hidden, observing, analyzing, and strategizing. He had identified the source of the golem's power, a powerful earth-style jutsu infused with a unique chakra signature. He noticed that its movements were erratic, suggesting a lack of precision and potentially, a weakness. Using his Sharingan and Rinnegan, he deduced that the jutsu controlling the golem was vulnerable to specific frequencies of chakra. He whispered instructions to his clones, his voice almost inaudible over the din of battle. The clones, understanding instantly, coordinated their movements with an almost terrifying precision, focusing their attacks on the identified weak points. After several minutes of intense fighting, their combined efforts proved successful. A resounding crack echoed through the mountains as the golem's stony body fractured, crumbling into a heap of rocks and dust. As the dust settled, a figure emerged from the rubble, a young woman with striking crimson eyes and long, flowing black hair. She was visibly exhausted, but there was a spark of defiance in her eyes. She looked at Naruto and his team, her expression a mixture of surprise and gratitude. "Thank you," she said, her voice raspy. "You saved me." "Who are you?" Temari asked, her voice laced with suspicion. "My name is Mei," she replied, "I am a medical nin from Kirigakure. I was conducting research in this area when the Akatsuki ambushed me. They're after a scroll of ancient medical techniques, a scroll that could potentially change the course of the war. They used this golem to trap me." Naruto understood immediately. This was no ordinary encounter, it was a pivotal moment in the larger game. The Akatsuki's interest in medical jutsu was unexpected, and the implications were significant. The scroll Mei was protecting held the potential to revolutionize medical ninjutsu, perhaps even provide the means to heal even the most devastating injuries. This encounter, while unexpected, could provide a significant advantage in their mission to infiltrate the Akatsuki stronghold. The information was invaluable. It added another layer of complexity to their mission, transforming it from a simple infiltration into a multifaceted operation. Mei's knowledge of the Akatsuki's strategies, coupled with her medical expertise, could prove invaluable in the battles ahead. Mei agreed to join their mission, her knowledge of medical ninjutsu adding another dimension to their team's capabilities. She had a detailed knowledge of poisons and antidotes, making her a potent addition to their team and significantly enhancing their odds of surviving encounters with the Akatsuki's highly trained assassins. As they continued their journey, the landscape changed drastically. They entered a dense, primeval forest, the air thick with humidity and the sound of unseen creatures. This was far beyond the trails, the route less traveled that would lead them to a hidden entrance into the Akatsuki's hidden fortress. The forest felt ancient, shrouded in mystery, and pulsating with an almost palpable sense of danger. The trees themselves seemed to watch them, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Their progress was slow and arduous, every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sending a jolt of adrenaline through them. Niji's Byakugan struggled to penetrate the dense foliage, and even Gaara's sand had difficulty navigating the treacherous terrain. Naruto's keen senses, however, proved invaluable. He detected a series of faint chakra signatures, indicating the presence of numerous Akatsuki spies lurking within the forest. They encountered several small groups of Akatsuki scouts, battles that were short, brutal, and efficient. Naruto's team worked in perfect harmony, their movements synchronized, their attacks relentless. Temari's wind-style jutsu sliced through the forest, creating devastating gusts of wind that scattered their enemies. Niji's gentle fist techniques neutralized their chakra points, leaving them vulnerable. Gaara's sand encased them in inescapable traps, while Naruto, with a combination of taijutsu, ninjutsu, and his unique chakra control, delivered the final blows. Mei played a crucial role in these encounters. Her knowledge of poisons and antidotes allowed them to neutralize the enemy's weaponry. Her unique medical jutsu allowed her to heal minor injuries rapidly, ensuring the team remained combat-ready throughout the ordeal. Each encounter revealed more about the Akatsuki's structure, their training methods, and their strategic thinking. The knowledge gained from these seemingly minor skirmishes proved invaluable in their preparation for the final confrontation. As they approached the hidden entrance to the Akatsuki stronghold, the tension ratcheted up a notch. The air grew colder, the forest silence heavier. Naruto sensed a massive concentration of chakra signatures, a clear indication of powerful Akatsuki members awaiting them. This wasn't just a patrol anymore, this was the heart of the Akatsuki's operation. He signaled to his team. The final stage of their journey had begun. The hunt was at its climax, the ultimate confrontation looming just ahead. The fight for the future of the ninja world was about to begin. The shadows of the mountains seemed to writhe, waiting, hungry, for the impending battle. The air crackled with anticipation, a silent promise of the violence to come. The hunt was over, the real fight had begun. Trust and deception, the air hung heavy with unspoken doubts as they stood before the Akatsuki stronghold's hidden entrance. The meticulously planned infiltration, the brutal skirmishes in the forest, had forged a fragile alliance, yet a palpable tension remained. Trust, Naruto realized, was a luxury they couldn't afford. Every smile, every word, held the potential for deception. Mei, despite her initial gratitude, remained guarded. Her eyes, sharp and intelligent, constantly scanned the group, assessing, evaluating. The weight of her secret, the importance of the scroll hung over her like a shroud. She knew the risks involved in aligning herself with them, with the potential consequences of betrayal far outweighing the benefits of cooperation. The very nature of her alliance was built on a foundation of calculated risk, a delicate dance between necessity and suspicion. Niji, ever the pragmatist, observed the subtle shifts in their dynamics with his Byakugan. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, pierced through facades, detecting the tremor of uncertainty beneath the surface of their carefully constructed camaraderie. His loyalty lay with his team, but his inherent distrust of others, honed by years of familial manipulation, colored his interactions. He saw the unspoken questions hanging in the air, the silent calculations each member made, and the potential for fracture lurking beneath the surface of their temporary unity. Gaara, despite his outward stoicism, wrestled with his own internal demons. His past, a tapestry woven with isolation and betrayal, had left deep scars. Trusting others came at a steep price, a vulnerability he'd long guarded against. Yet, the shared threat of the Akatsuki, the looming danger they all faced, forced him to suppress his natural inclinations. He recognized the strength in their combined power, but the knowledge that any one of them could betray the trust he'd tentatively extended, kept him on edge, a constant vigilance etched into his very being. Temari, ever observant and perceptive, possessed a keen awareness of the simmering tensions. Her sharp wit and years of navigating the treacherous sands of political intrigue made her acutely aware of the subtle cues, the unspoken words, the betrayed glances that revealed the true intentions lurking beneath the surface. She recognized the necessity of their alliance, the collective strength that could overcome the Akatsuki's formidable power, but she also understood the inherent risks, the volatile nature of their temporary truce. Naruto, burdened by the weight of his own secrets, found himself caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. The revelation of his parents' identities, the training with Kurama, the burden of his immense power all contributed to a profound sense of isolation, a loneliness that echoed in the empty spaces between his words. He knew the value of trust, but his past experiences had taught him its fragility. He felt the weight of responsibility for his team, but his own hidden strength became a source of suspicion. His extraordinary skills, his mastery of shadow clones and his ability to mask his true powers created a distance, even within his closest allies. The tension reached its peak during a brief rest. A hushed conversation unfolded, fraught with subtle accusations and veiled threats. May, her voice trembling slightly, revealed a piece of information that sent shivers down their spines, a mole within their own ranks. She had intercepted coded messages hinting at a betrayal, a planned double-cross, but she couldn't pinpoint the traitor. Suspicion fell upon each member in turn. Niji's meticulous observation skills, Gaara's enigmatic nature, Temari's political acumen, and Naruto's hidden powers all became points of contention. The accusations, though unspoken, hung in the air, a silent poison seeping into their carefully constructed alliance. Naruto, sensing the fracture within their ranks, initiated a series of subtle tests. He used his shadow clones, not for combat but for observation. Each clone, subtly altered in appearance and mannerisms, interacted with the other members, observing their reactions, measuring their responses. He watched as suspicion and mistrust manifested in subtle gestures, barely perceptible shifts in posture, fleeting expressions that betrayed hidden anxieties. Through these clandestine observations, Naruto identified the traitor. It was not one of his trusted teammates, but a seemingly insignificant member of their support team, a medical ninja accompanying May, a man who had been seamlessly integrated into their group, his presence hardly noticed amidst the looming threat of the Akatsuki. This betrayal was a carefully orchestrated plot, a carefully laid plan aiming to destabilize their mission and steal the medical scroll. The ensuing confrontation was swift and brutal. Naruto, his true power finally unveiled, moved with terrifying speed and precision. He neutralized the traitor with a combination of taijutsu and ninjutsu, his movements a blur of motion, his strikes precise and deadly. The traitor, caught completely off guard, was subdued without any chance to retaliate. The revelation shook the team to its core. The fragility of their alliance, the depth of the betrayal, exposed the inherent risks of trust. Yet, ironically, this act of betrayal served to strengthen their bond. The shared ordeal, the near-fatal deception, forged a deeper level of understanding and a stronger sense of mutual respect. The shared knowledge of their vulnerability solidified their resolve. They were not just teammates, they were survivors, bound together by shared experience and mutual reliance. The weight of the betrayal deepened their commitment. It served as a grim reminder of the stakes involved, the constant vigilance required to navigate the treacherous landscape of their mission. They had overcome a significant obstacle, but the true test lay ahead. The Akatsuki stronghold loomed, a dark and ominous presence, filled with unknown dangers and countless threats. The true battle, the ultimate test of their alliance, had yet to begin. The shadow of mistrust still lingered, but the shared ordeal had forged a bond stronger than ever before, a bond tempered in the crucible of betrayal. Their shared understanding and newfound mutual trust would be their greatest weapon against the dark forces that lay ahead. The road ahead remained treacherous, but they marched forward, together, their resolve strengthened by the ordeal they had just faced. Their journey towards the Akatsuki stronghold was a constant navigation between trust and deception, a tense dance on the precipice of betrayal. But the dance had, for now, brought them closer together. Hidden agendas revealed. The air crackled with unspoken accusations, a silent war waged with narrowed eyes and clipped tones. Naruto, despite his outwardly calm demeanor, felt the tremors of distrust radiating from his allies. May's revelation of a mole had shattered the fragile veneer of unity, leaving raw nerves exposed. The carefully constructed alliances, forged in the fires of necessity, were now crumbling under the weight of suspicion. Gaara, his usually impassive face etched with a barely perceptible frown, remained silent, but his sound instinctively shifted, a subtle manifestation of his inner turmoil. The betrayal, he knew, was a chilling reminder of his own past, a ghost of his isolated childhood haunting his present. Trust, he'd learned, was a dangerous commodity, a fragile thing easily shattered. He watched Naruto, keenly observing his every move, searching for any hint of deception, any flicker of betrayal in the young ninja's eyes. The weight of his own hidden agendas, the unspoken burdens he carried, made him wary of everyone, even those he had come to tentatively trust. Temari, her sharp gaze sweeping across the assembled group, recognized the intricate dance of deception unfolding before her. Years spent navigating the treacherous currents of Tsunagekyu's politics had honed her instincts, sharpened her perception. She saw the subtle shifts in body language, the barely perceptible hesitations, the carefully chosen words designed to conceal more than they revealed. The mole, she realized, wasn't merely a threat to their mission, it was a threat to the fragile alliances they had so painstakingly forged. The very foundation of their unity, she understood, was built upon a quicksand of secrets and hidden desires. Her own ambitions, her own desires for power and influence within Tsunagekure, were intertwined with the success of this mission. A failure here could have far-reaching consequences back home. This realization hardened her resolve, and she began to quietly assess the strengths and weaknesses of each of her allies, preparing for the possibility of further betrayals. Niji, his Byakugan constantly active, observed the intricate interplay of emotions, the silent battle of wills. The subtle shifts in chakra flow, the almost imperceptible clenching of fists, the minute adjustments in posture all spoke volumes to his keen eyes. He saw the fear, the doubt, the simmering resentment that lay beneath the surface of their strained camaraderie. His own loyalty remained steadfast, but his analytical mind coldly assessed the probabilities, calculating the potential outcomes of various scenarios, factoring in the betrayal, and meticulously planning for any eventuality. His years of servitude and the manipulations of his family had ingrained in him a deep-seated skepticism. He would not be caught off guard. He saw the potential for internal conflict as just as dangerous, if not more, as the external threats they faced. May, her voice barely a whisper, felt the weight of her responsibility pressing down upon her. The scroll, the culmination of years of painstaking research, held the key to a powerful medical jutsu, a jutsu that could reshape the power balance in the elemental nations, a fact she hadn't yet shared fully. The betrayal had shaken her to her core. The vulnerability exposed was a chilling reminder of the dangers they faced. She had to ensure the scroll remained safe, to protect it at all costs, yet she couldn't entirely trust her allies. Her own team's competence and loyalty was in question after the events of the previous night. She would need to act decisively and swiftly, relying on her own intellect and cunning to navigate this treacherous situation. The possibility of a counter-betrayal using one betrayer to expose another flickered in her mind, a dangerous gamble with potentially dire consequences. Naruto, burdened by the weight of his own hidden strength, felt the currents of suspicion swirling around him. He had already utilized his shadow clones to subtly observe his teammates, but the revelation of the traitor had revealed a deeper level of deception. The mole, a seemingly insignificant member of the medical team, had access to information that could jeopardize their entire mission, a fact that deeply disturbed him. His own training with Kurama, the suppressed power he possessed, all contributed to a sense of isolation, a barrier that separated him from his allies. He knew that revealing his true strength could further destabilize the precarious alliance, making him a target. The weight of his power, once a source of pride, now weighed him down, a heavy burden he carried alone. He silently assessed the situation. He knew he needed to unravel the complex web of deception. He would need to use his cunning, his intuition, and the power he had hidden to root out the cause of the internal sabotage. He initiated a series of seemingly casual conversations, subtly probing for information, testing the loyalties and intentions of each member. He utilized his enhanced senses, picking up on the slightest nuances in their speech, body language, and chakra signatures, searching for telltale signs of deception. His observation skills, honed by years of observing the Konoha's machinations, were now brought to bear on his own team, peeling back layers of pretense. As the days turned into nights, Naruto's investigations uncovered a startling revelation. The traitor within their ranks was not a single individual, but a network of spies, each connected through a series of coded messages and clandestine meetings. The medical ninja was merely a pawn in a larger game, a tool used by a shadowy organization manipulating events from the shadows. This organization sought to exploit the chaos and instability for their own gain, seeking the scroll to exploit it for themselves. This revelation shifted the dynamic once more. The immediate threat of betrayal was still present. The knowledge that there were more hidden agendas, more spies at play within their midst, fueled the growing distrust amongst the group. However, it also galvanized them. The common enemy, now far more vast and shadowy than initially thought, united them against a shared threat. The precarious alliances, though still fragile, hardened against this formidable enemy. The necessity of their collaboration became undeniable. The betrayals, while painful and a testament to human fallibility, had paradoxically brought them closer. They now faced a common enemy and had to work together to survive, strengthening their mutual trust and mutual respect. The fight for survival transcended the earlier distrust, and the path ahead, while treacherous, was one that they would walk together, their steps measured but sure. The path ahead, however, was fraught with danger. The shadowy organization, their identities still shrouded in mystery, remained a significant threat. Naruto knew that he and his allies must work together, trusting each other implicitly to combat this more powerful foe, whilst constantly remaining vigilant against the potential for further betrayals. The trust, though still fragile, was now fortified by a shared understanding, a mutual respect born from overcoming adversity. The alliance, though tested and battered, had weathered the storm. The journey was far from over. The Akatsuki stronghold remained their ultimate goal, their fate yet undecided. The hidden agendas, the betrayals, all served to strengthen their bond. Their journey had only just begun. Shifting loyalties. The air hung heavy with the unspoken, the silence punctuated only by the rhythmic chirping of unseen insects. The revelation of the mole, a seemingly insignificant member of Mei's medical team, had cracked the veneer of unity, exposing the raw nerves of suspicion that throbbed beneath the surface of their fragile alliance. Naruto, despite his mastery of concealing his emotions, felt the shift, a subtle tremor in the carefully constructed equilibrium of their temporary partnership. He observed Gaara, the Kazekage, his usually stoic countenance etched with a barely concealed frown. The sand surrounding him shifted restlessly, a physical manifestation of his inner turmoil, a silent testament to the deep-seated distress that had always simmered beneath his controlled exterior. His past, a tapestry woven with isolation and betrayal, had taught him the bitter lesson that trust was a dangerous commodity, a fragile thing easily shattered. Temari, ever the pragmatist, her sharp gaze cutting through the tension, assessed the situation with her usual calculating precision. The betrayal wasn't merely a setback, it was a crack in the foundation of their carefully constructed alliance, a fissure that threatened to swallow them whole. The success of their mission, inextricably linked to her ambitions within Sunagakure, now hung precariously in the balance. She silently weighed the strengths and weaknesses of each member, her mind a whirlwind of strategic calculations, preparing for further betrayals, even considering the possibility of preemptive strikes, of turning the tables on the traitor before they could strike again. She saw the potential for a larger conspiracy, a web of deceit spun by unseen hands. Niji, his Byakugan ever vigilant, observed the subtle shifts in chakra flow, the almost imperceptible tensing of muscles, the minute adjustments in posture. He saw the fear, the doubt, the simmering resentment beneath the surface, a silent battle of wills waged in the subtle language of the body. His own loyalty remained unwavering, but his analytical mind worked tirelessly, calculating probabilities, anticipating contingencies, planning for every eventuality. Years of servitude, of manipulation, had instilled in him a deep-seated skepticism, a profound distrust of motives. He detected a chilling undercurrent, a sense that the betrayal was more intricate, more deeply rooted than a single rogue agent. Mei, the Mizukage, felt the crushing weight of responsibility pressing down on her. The scroll, the culmination of years of research, held the key to a medical jutsu of unimaginable power, a jutsu that could shift the balance of power in the elemental nations, a secret she had yet to fully reveal. The betrayal had exposed a vulnerability that chilled her to the bone. She needed to protect the scroll, to safeguard its potential, yet the very people she had trusted were now suspect. A radical idea sparked in her mind, the possibility of a counter-betrayal, a daring gambit of using one traitor to expose the others, a dangerous game with potentially catastrophic consequences. Naruto, burdened by the weight of his hidden strength, felt the currents of suspicion swirling around him like a vortex. He had already utilized his shadow clones to discreetly observe his teammates, gathering information, testing their loyalties. But the depth of the deception ran far deeper than he had initially imagined. The mole, he realized, was merely a pawn in a larger game, a puppet manipulated by a shadowy organization pulling strings from the shadows. This organization sought not just the scroll, but chaos, exploiting the instability for their own nefarious purposes. The realization struck him with a cold, stark clarity. Their mission was not just about securing the scroll, it was about survival against a far greater enemy than they had anticipated. He initiated a series of seemingly casual conversations, carefully choosing his words, probing for information, testing the boundaries of trust. His enhanced senses, honed by years of clandestine observation, picked up on the subtlest nuances in their speech, their body language, their chakra signatures, telltale signs of deception that would escape the notice of ordinary shinobi. The days bled into nights, each interaction a carefully orchestrated dance of deception and counter-deception. His investigations revealed a network of spies, a constellation of hidden agendas, each member connected through a complex web of coded messages and clandestine meetings. The medical ninja was merely the tip of the iceberg, a tool utilized by a far more formidable and elusive organization. This network was far more dangerous than the small group that initially conspired. It was a well-structured, deeply embedded organization that threatened to unravel the delicate balance of power throughout the elemental nations. The revelation sent a shockwave through the alliance, deepening the existing distrust, yet paradoxically, it also forged a new kind of unity. The shared enemy, a force far more powerful and insidious than any individual traitor, bound them together in a desperate struggle for survival. The initial betrayals had exposed a deep vulnerability, however, they had also inadvertently revealed a strength, a capacity for resilience that they hadn't previously realized. This shared experience brought them closer, despite the remaining mistrust. The necessity of cooperation became blindingly obvious. The path ahead was arduous, fraught with peril, but it was a path they would now tread together. The shared goal, the common enemy, and the realization of their mutual vulnerability created a new dynamic, a stronger, more cohesive alliance. The weight of their shared peril settled upon them, a tangible force that bound them together. The previous betrayals, though painful and unsettling, now served as a stark reminder of the stakes, reinforcing the necessity of their partnership. Each member, weighed down by their individual burdens, acknowledged the necessity of collective strength. Gaara, his past filled with isolation and betrayal, found himself unexpectedly relying on these newfound allies. Temari, ever the strategist, adapted her tactics, incorporating the newfound knowledge of their enemy's network into her plans. Niji, his Byakugan relentlessly scanning for threats, found himself working alongside those he had previously viewed with suspicion, their shared goal overriding their past differences. Mei, her knowledge of the scroll's power a heavy burden, now recognized that its protection depended on their collective strength. Naruto, his own hidden strength a constant source of both pride and isolation, realized that true power lay not just in individual ability, but in unity. He understood the necessity of trusting, of relying on his allies, of forging a bond stronger than any single betrayal. The path ahead remained treacherous, the shadow organization still a formidable threat, but they would face it together, their steps measured, but their resolve unwavering. They had been tested, betrayed, and broken, but from the ashes of distrust, a new, stronger alliance had emerged, forged in the fires of shared adversity. The journey to the Akatsuki stronghold was far from over, but now, they walked towards it, not as individuals, but as a team, their bonds strengthened, their trust forged anew in the crucible of betrayal. The ultimate victory remained uncertain, but their newfound unity promised a fighting chance, a hope that had seemed lost just days before. Their journey, scarred by the betrayals, was now moving forward. A difficult choice. The flickering candlelight cast long, dancing shadows across the rough-hewn table, illuminating the grim faces gathered around it. The air crackled with unspoken tensions, a palpable weight pressing down on them like a physical burden. Naruto, his usually vibrant eyes shadowed with a deep weariness, stared into the swirling depths of his sake cup, the amber liquid mirroring the turmoil within him. The mission, initially straightforward, had devolved into a labyrinth of deceit, a treacherous maze where every corner held the potential for betrayal. The information, gleaned through painstaking observation and the tireless work of his shadow clones, was devastating. The shadowy organization, far larger and more insidious than they'd initially imagined, had infiltrated not only their immediate alliance but also the higher echelons of power within the various hidden villages. They were manipulators of immense skill, weaving intricate webs of deception, using carefully placed pawns to destabilize the fragile peace that existed between the nations. The mole within their group was but a single thread in a tapestry of treachery. The choice presented itself with brutal simplicity: sacrifice one to save the many. The organization's leader, a figure shrouded in mystery known only as the Architect, had made their demands clear through a series of coded messages intercepted by Naruto's shadow clones. In exchange for the scroll containing the potentially world-altering medical jutsu, they would spare the lives of the remaining members of their alliance. Failure to comply, however, meant the annihilation of everyone involved, a fate that seemed increasingly likely with each passing hour as the network of spies tightened its grip. The weight of this decision pressed upon Naruto's shoulders, a crushing burden that threatened to suffocate him. He knew the moral implications were monstrous. The very act of sacrificing one person, even for the greater good, was abhorrent to his core. He had grown up ostracized, alone, enduring a lifetime of suffering. He couldn't reconcile sacrificing another to a similar fate, no matter the circumstances. He saw the faces of his comrades around the table. Gaara, his eyes reflecting a past marred by pain and loneliness. Temari, her stoic exterior barely concealing a deep-seated pragmatism. Neji, his unwavering loyalty masked by a lifetime of manipulation. And Mei, her shoulders slumped under the weight of her responsibility. Each of them had faced their own personal struggles, each had earned their place in this uneasy alliance. To choose one for sacrifice felt like a profound betrayal of everything he stood for. But the alternative, the annihilation of all of them, was equally unacceptable. The scroll, containing the jutsu that could heal countless lives and prevent future conflicts, represented a hope for the future, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. He felt the conflict raging within him, a tempest of emotions threatening to tear him apart. He closed his eyes, his mind reeling from the sheer magnitude of the dilemma. The silence around the table was deafening, broken only by the occasional nervous shift in posture or the faint crackling of the fire. He considered each member, weighing their strengths and weaknesses, their value to the overall mission, and the potential ripple effects of their absence. Gaara, strong and resilient, but still vulnerable to his past trauma. Temari, the strategist, her tactical brilliance indispensable. Neji, his Byakugan crucial in detecting enemy movements. And Mei, her medical knowledge, and the secret she held close in the scroll, were all vital components to this intricate, fragile alliance. The conflict gnawed at his core. This was not simply a tactical decision but a moral crucible, testing the very limits of his humanity. His upbringing, marked by isolation and cruelty, had taught him the value of survival, but it had also instilled a deep-seated empathy for the suffering of others. He wrestled with his own moral compass, grappling with the conflicting imperatives of self-preservation and altruism. The cold logic of the situation clashed with his inherent compassion, creating a dissonance that tore at his soul. Naruto opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the faces of his comrades. He saw the mirroring of his inner conflict in their eyes, a shared burden of immense proportions. He realized that his decision wasn't simply about choosing a sacrifice, but about making a choice that would define not only their immediate fate, but the future of the elemental nations. He spoke, his voice low and measured, betraying none of the turmoil raging within. He revealed the information he had gathered, painting a grim picture of the organization's reach and influence. He outlined the cold, harsh realities of their situation, the impossible choice, the insurmountable odds, the potential catastrophic consequences of both options. He painted a chilling picture of what would happen should their alliance fail. The faces of his allies hardened, their expressions mirroring the severity of the situation. The ensuing discussion was a tense, fraught affair. Gaara, accustomed to solitude and self-reliance, wrestled with the idea of relying on others, of accepting the need for sacrifice. Temari, ever the pragmatist, meticulously analyzed the risks and benefits of each option, coldly calculating the probabilities of success and failure. Neji, his analytical mind dissecting the situation with relentless efficiency, sought a way out, an alternative that would avoid the terrible choice altogether. Mei, burdened by the weight of the scroll's potential, contemplated the implications of its use and misuse, weighing the value of protecting the jutsu against the immediate cost of preserving their lives. The night wore on, the hours melting into a blur of tense discussion and agonizing deliberation. Naruto, despite his internal turmoil, remained steadfast, his words carefully chosen, his actions measured and precise. He offered various strategic options, exploring every potential avenue, attempting to find a solution that would negate the need for sacrifice, a way to achieve their objectives without compromising their moral integrity. The sun began to rise, casting a pale, ethereal glow across the room. The weight of their collective exhaustion was palpable, yet the urgency of the situation remained unchanged. Naruto watched the dawn break, a poignant symbol of the new day, a day that might not arrive for all of them. The choice, it seemed, was unavoidable. He would have to make the ultimate sacrifice. The final decision came not as a moment of decisive action, but as a gradual acceptance of the inevitable. It wasn't a simple choice, but a slow, agonizing process. He spoke with his heart heavy. In the end, he chose to sacrifice himself. He would use his shadow clones to create a diversion, allowing his comrades to escape with the scroll. His knowledge of the architect's methods, coupled with his mastery of shadow clone jutsu, would give him a fighting chance. It wasn't a sure thing, but it was the best chance he could give them. This sacrifice wasn't born of self-loathing, but of selflessness. His life, marked by isolation and mistreatment, had taught him the value of others, the importance of connection, even in the face of overwhelming adversity. He would willingly sacrifice himself to safeguard the future, to protect the hope represented by the scroll, a hope that transcended the individual and embraced the collective. He would die fighting for the greater good, a life dedicated to protecting the innocent, the hope for a better future, a future he might not see, but one that his allies would create. The farewells were brief, their expressions conveying more than words could ever express. His comrades, though deeply affected by his selfless decision, accepted his choice with a quiet resolve. They knew the gravity of the situation, the immensity of the sacrifice, yet they also recognized the necessity of it. His loyalty, his unwavering dedication to the greater good, had forged a bond stronger than any betrayal. They knew, too, that this sacrifice was not in vain. The scroll, now secured, held the potential to create a future where such sacrifices would not be necessary. As Naruto prepared for his final stand, he felt no bitterness or regret. He had made his peace, not only with the choice he had made, but also with his life, a life spent battling prejudice and injustice. His heart felt heavy, but not with despair. This was not an ending but a transformation. He would become a legend whispered in the wind, a symbol of sacrifice and hope. As he blended into the shadows, ready to face his ultimate enemy, a smile graced his lips. His mission, though tragically altered, was far from over. The fight for a better world continued even beyond his death. His legacy would be the hope that bloomed from the seeds of his sacrifice. His life's work was far from complete. The future of the elemental nations rested in the hands of his allies, strengthened by his unwavering belief in their collective strength. Consequences and repercussions. The ensuing battle was a whirlwind of chaos and destruction. Naruto's shadow clones, a legion of meticulously crafted duplicates, engaged the architect's forces in a dizzying display of coordinated attacks. Each clone fought with the precision and skill of the original, their movements synchronized in a deadly ballet of taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. The battlefield, once a quiet clearing, transformed into a maelstrom of clashing weapons, exploding kunai, and swirling chakra. Naruto, meanwhile, remained hidden, a phantom orchestrating the chaos, his keen Sharingan and Rinnegan eyes observing every movement, anticipating every strategy. He was a master puppeteer, pulling the strings of a devastating performance, buying time for his allies. But the architect's forces were formidable. Highly trained operatives, imbued with advanced techniques and augmented by forbidden jutsu, relentlessly pressed their attack. Naruto's clones, despite their overwhelming numbers, began to fall, their chakra reserves depleting, their bodies succumbing to the relentless assault. The architect, a shadowy figure cloaked in darkness, remained elusive, a ghost flitting through the fray. His presence felt more than seen, his commands issued through carefully coded messages relayed by his subordinates. The tide of the battle began to turn against Naruto's forces. The architect's strategy was clear: to overwhelm and exhaust Naruto's clones, wearing them down until the inevitable collapse. One by one, Naruto's shadow clones fell, their forms dissolving into thin air, their sacrifices buying precious time for his allies to escape. Naruto watched, his heart heavy, as his creations disintegrated, each loss a poignant reminder of the cost of his strategy. Meanwhile, Gaara, Temari, Neji, and Mei, having escaped the initial confrontation, were racing against time, their every step shadowed by the threat of pursuit. The architect's network of spies, spread throughout the land, could strike at any moment. Their escape was a desperate race, each moment fraught with peril, their collective strength tested to its limits. They utilized their unique skills and abilities, coordinating their efforts with precise synchronization and unwavering determination. Temari's wind-style jutsu created diversions and provided cover, while Neji's Byakugan scanned the surroundings, detecting enemy movements before they materialized. Gaara's sand provided both protection and a formidable offensive capability, and Mei's expertise offered critical support. Their escape was a testament to their resilience and their commitment to their mission, a grim ballet of survival, every step fraught with danger. As Naruto's clones fell, the architect's focus shifted to the original. His operatives converged, their attacks synchronized, their intent singular, to eliminate Naruto. He felt the pressure mounting, the cold realization that his strategy was reaching its limit. He unleashed his full power, a terrifying display of unmatched skill and raw strength. His Sharingan spun, his Rinnegan glowed, and his chakra erupted in a wave of destructive force. He fought with the ferocity of a cornered beast, fueled by a profound sense of purpose, his movements swift and deadly, his resolve unwavering. Each blow was precise, each strike devastating, a symphony of death orchestrated by a master. He knew his death was near, but his determination was not to falter. He moved with blinding speed, his movements a blur of motion, his jutsu a torrential storm of destruction. The battle raged, the clearing scarred by the impact of devastating jutsu and the carnage of relentless combat. Naruto fought valiantly, pushing himself beyond his limits, his body battered, his chakra waning. Yet, his spirit remained unbroken. His final confrontation with the architect was a clash of titans, a duel between light and darkness, hope and despair. Naruto fought, not for himself, but for the future, for the possibility of a world free from the architect's insidious influence. The final blow came unexpectedly. As the architect unleashed a devastating attack, Naruto's shadow clone that he had strategically placed to sacrifice itself, stepped between them, absorbing the attack and disintegrating instantly. The architect, caught off guard, was momentarily stunned, his concentration shattered, giving Naruto the opening he needed to deliver the final blow. He had to be strategic even with his death. With a surge of adrenaline, Naruto unleashed a devastating combination of jutsu, overwhelming the architect's defenses, forcing him into a desperate retreat. The battle was over, but the war was far from won. The architect escaped, but Naruto had achieved his objective. His allies reached their destination safely and secured the vital medical jutsu. Naruto's sacrifice had secured the future. The consequences of Naruto's actions resonated far beyond the immediate battle. News of Naruto's sacrifice, initially shrouded in secrecy, eventually spread like wildfire, sparking outrage among the masses. His selflessness became a legend, inspiring others to fight for justice and inspiring a wave of rebellion against the corrupted elements that once thrived within the villages. His death became a turning point, a catalyst for significant changes within the ninja world. The architect's organization, weakened by the loss of its leader and the exposure of its intricate network of spies, began to crumble. The remaining operatives were hunted down and eliminated, their insidious plots uncovered and neutralized. The world felt the profound impact of Naruto's self-sacrifice and mourned the loss of a powerful young shinobi who had given his life for the greater good. The scroll, containing the life-saving medical jutsu, was carefully studied and its secrets unlocked. The jutsu's healing capabilities revolutionized medical ninjutsu, offering cures for previously incurable diseases and injuries. The future Naruto had fought so hard to secure now held the promise of a brighter future, a testament to his courage and sacrifice. Naruto's legacy was etched into the heart of the elemental nations. He became a symbol of hope, a beacon illuminating the path to a better world. His story, whispered from village to village, inspired a generation of ninja who would strive to create the world he had envisioned. Even in death, his influence remained profound and lasting, a testament to the power of selflessness and the enduring impact of a life lived in service of others. His sacrifice, far from being in vain, had sown the seeds of a new era, an era of peace and prosperity built on the foundations of his unwavering commitment to justice and the unwavering belief in a brighter tomorrow. The consequences of his choice were far-reaching, profound, and transformative. His death brought forth a new dawn in the ninja world. Journey into the unknown. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of decay and damp earth. Gaara, his sand swirling protectively around him, led the way, his usually impassive face etched with a grim determination. Behind him, Temari, Niji, and Mei followed, each sensing the oppressive weight of the unknown that pressed down upon them. They had reached the heart of darkness, a place whispered about in hushed tones, a location shrouded in myth and legend, a place where even the bravest shinobi feared to tread. The entrance was a gaping maw in the earth, a jagged tear in the landscape that seemed to swallow the light. Twisted, gnarled trees clawed at the sky, their branches skeletal fingers reaching out like grasping claws. The ground beneath their feet was uneven, treacherous, littered with loose rocks and hidden crevices that threatened to betray their every step. An unnatural silence hung in the air, broken only by the occasional drip of water echoing from unseen depths, a constant reminder of the perilous journey ahead. As they descended into the chasm, the temperature dropped noticeably. A chilling dampness seeped into their bones, a pervasive coldness that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the earth. The air grew thick with the stench of mildew and something else. Something indescribably foul, a smell that burrowed into their nostrils and clung to the back of their throats, a nauseating blend of decay and something ancient and malevolent. The passage twisted and turned, a labyrinthine maze of narrow tunnels and claustrophobic chambers. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the faint glow of their lanterns, casting flickering shadows that danced and writhed on the damp walls, transforming familiar shapes into grotesque parodies. The silence was punctuated by the rhythmic drip, drip, drip of water, a relentless, maddening counterpoint to the pounding of their hearts. Niji, with his Byakugan activated, scanned the surroundings, his eyes piercing the darkness, searching for any sign of danger. His sharp gaze revealed hidden pathways, unseen traps, and the faintest tremors in the earth, subtle indications of subterranean movement. He signaled the others, guiding them through the treacherous maze, his calm demeanor a beacon of reassurance in the oppressive gloom. Temari's wind-style jutsu provided a momentary illumination, cutting through the oppressive darkness, revealing fleeting glimpses of the surroundings. Her keen eyes, sharpened by years of experience, detected subtle shifts in the air currents, signs of hidden passages and potential threats. She used her jutsu sparingly, conserving her chakra, mindful of the unknown dangers that lurked within the darkness. Mei, her chakra shimmering faintly, provided a sense of security and protection. Her expert knowledge of earth-style jutsu allowed her to analyze the geological structure of the passages, identifying potential weaknesses and areas of danger. Her calm presence and reassuring words helped to steady the nerves of her companions. Gaara, his sand forming a protective cocoon around him, remained vigilant, his senses keenly attuned to the slightest vibration in the earth. His sand, an extension of his own chakra, served as both a shield and a weapon, protecting him from unseen threats and allowing him to anticipate the enemy's movements. His resolve was unwavering, his determination a bulwark against the encroaching despair. As they ventured deeper, the sense of unease intensified. The air grew colder, the darkness more profound, the silence more oppressive. They encountered strange formations of rock, bizarre structures that seemed both natural and unnatural, hinting at the unsettling nature of this place. The deeper they went, the more the feeling of being watched intensified, a constant prickling sensation at the back of their necks. They passed by chambers decorated with strange symbols, glyphs etched into the walls that pulsed with a faint, ethereal glow. These symbols, they realized, were not merely decorative, they possessed an uncanny power, emanating a disturbing energy that seemed to drain their chakra. They felt weakened, their senses dulled, their movements sluggish. The symbols were a tangible manifestation of the evil that permeated this place, a constant reminder of the peril they faced. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A low rumble echoed through the tunnels, growing in intensity, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The air vibrated with the sound, and the lanterns flickered wildly, threatening to extinguish. The tremors intensified, causing rocks to fall from the ceiling, showering them with dust and debris. Niji's Byakugan detected a massive shadow moving beneath the earth, a colossal entity awakening from its ancient slumber. The ground buckled and cracked, revealing a gaping chasm, a yawning abyss that seemed to stretch down into the very bowels of the earth. The shadow grew larger, closer, its presence a palpable threat that filled them with dread. From the abyss, a monstrous creature emerged, its form shrouded in darkness, its features indistinct, its power undeniable. Its presence was palpable, an oppressive weight that crushed the very air around them. Its eyes glowed with an infernal light, its aura radiating malice and destruction. The creature was colossal, its size dwarfed only by the magnitude of its power. The battle commenced instantly. Temari's wind-style jutsu tore into the creature, but it barely registered, the winds deflecting harmlessly against its impenetrable hide. Niji's gentle fist attacks found purchase, but the creature's resilience was astonishing, its enormous strength shrugged off the blows like insignificant stings. Gaara's sand, normally a formidable defense and weapon, was rendered ineffective. The creature seemed to draw its strength from the very earth, its connection to the earth's energy providing an almost supernatural resilience. Mei's earth-style jutsu proved equally futile, the earth itself seemed to resist her manipulation, unwilling to be used against this creature. The creature unleashed an attack that shattered the earth around them, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. The ground trembled and cracked under the strain. They were caught in a whirlwind of destruction, their very survival hanging in the balance. The battle raged, a desperate struggle for survival against a force of nature. They fought with unwavering determination, their skills and abilities pushed to their limits, their resolve tested to the breaking point. The darkness of the chasm seemed to amplify their fear, their desperation. Each blow they landed was met with an astonishing resilience from the creature's strength seemingly limitless. As the battle wore on, they felt their chakra reserves dwindling, their strength failing. Their bodies were battered, their spirits bruised, but their will to survive remained unbroken. They fought not only for their lives but for the future, for the hope of a world free from the darkness that threatened to consume them. The fate of the elemental nations hung in the balance. They were trapped in the heart of darkness, facing an enemy beyond their wildest imaginings. Their fight for survival was only just beginning. Facing inner demons, the oppressive darkness of the heart of darkness mirrored the turmoil within Naruto. The physical battle raged outside, but an even more ferocious fight was unfolding within his mind. He wasn't merely facing a monstrous creature, he was facing the ghosts of his past, the specters of loneliness, abuse, and the crushing weight of unspoken pain. He could almost feel the cold, clammy grip of fear tightening around his heart, a familiar sensation that had haunted him since his earliest memories. The images flooded back, the hateful whispers, the cruel shoves, the isolating loneliness of his childhood, the constant, gnawing hunger for acceptance and love that remained perpetually unsatisfied. He saw himself, a small, vulnerable child, huddled in the shadows, longing for a single moment of kindness, a single word of compassion. Instead, he received only scorn, contempt, and the ever-present reminder of his status as the demon child, the vessel of the nine-tailed fox. These memories weren't mere fleeting images, they were visceral experiences, each one a blow to the gut, a stab to the heart. He felt the sting of a thrown rock, the chilling fear of another night spent alone in his empty apartment, the crushing weight of isolation, the profound sense of being utterly alone in a world that hated him. Kurama's voice, calm and surprisingly gentle, cut through the torrent of painful memories. The darkness you see outside is a reflection of the darkness within, Naruto, Kurama said, his voice resonating deep within Naruto's mind. But it is a darkness you can conquer. The strength you possess is not merely physical, it is the resilience of your spirit, the fire that burns within your heart, despite all you have endured. Naruto struggled against the memories, the weight of his past pressing down on him, threatening to suffocate him. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, his jaw tight with suppressed emotion. He wanted to scream, to lash out, to obliterate the pain that clawed at his soul. But Kurama's words, though few, served as an anchor, a lifeline in the storm raging within him. The training Kurama had given him wasn't simply about mastering jutsu, it was about mastering himself, about facing the darkness within and transforming it into strength. He had learned to control his chakra, to channel his rage, to focus his emotions into a tangible force. But confronting the emotional scars was a different kind of battle, one that required a different kind of strength. He saw images of his parents, Minato and Kushina, their faces blurred with sorrow and love. He saw the sacrifice they had made for him, their selfless act of protecting Konoha, even at the cost of their own lives. Their love, though tragically short-lived, was a beacon of hope in the darkness, a reminder that he wasn't entirely alone, that he was loved, even if he had never truly known it. He recalled his encounters with Iruka-sensei, a small spark of warmth in his otherwise bleak childhood. Iruka's quiet kindness, his acceptance of Naruto despite the villagers' hatred, had been a rare and precious gift. He remembered the feeling of being seen, of being understood, even if only for a fleeting moment. He remembered his training with Jiraiya, the old toad sage's gruff exterior concealing a surprisingly deep well of compassion. Jiraiya's unorthodox methods had pushed him to his limits, both physically and emotionally, forcing him to confront his inner demons. Jiraiya's lessons were less about specific techniques and more about mental fortitude, about resilience in the face of overwhelming adversity. Naruto's chakra began to surge, not with anger or frustration, but with a newfound resolve. He was no longer a victim, he was a survivor. The pain he had endured had hardened him, yes, but it had also forged within him an unbreakable spirit. He realized that the darkness he felt wasn't something to be feared, but something to be understood, something to be integrated into his identity, not as a definition, but as a testament to his strength. He drew on Kurama's power, not for brute force, but for clarity, for perspective. Kurama's chakra flowed into him, not as a destructive torrent, but as a calming current, washing away the residue of his pain, replacing the fear with acceptance, understanding and finally, compassion. The memories still remained, but they no longer held the power to overwhelm him. They were part of his story, a story of resilience, a testament to his unyielding spirit. He saw them now, not as wounds, but as scars, badges of honor, proof of his ability to endure, to overcome, to rise above. His past was not something to be forgotten, but something to be acknowledged, learned from, and ultimately, transformed into strength. He understood now that the battle he was fighting wasn't just against the creature in the heart of darkness, it was against the demons within himself. He had spent years running from those demons, hiding from his pain. But now, he was finally facing them, confronting them head-on. And he knew, with a certainty that resonated deep within his soul, that he would overcome them. He would emerge from this darkness stronger, more resolute, more determined than ever before. The external battle continued, the clash of chakra and earth-shattering jutsu echoing through the cavern. But Naruto's focus remained inward, his gaze fixed on the inner demons he was now finally ready to face. He began to weave intricate hand seals, chakra flowing through him like a river, strong, steady, and controlled. It wasn't a desperate, frantic burst of energy, but a deliberate, focused release of power. This wasn't about raw strength, it was about precise control, about channeling his emotions, his pain, his experiences, into a weapon as formidable as any jutsu. He unleashed a technique unlike anything he had ever used before. It wasn't a fiery attack or a blinding flash of light, it was a wave of pure, unadulterated emotional energy, a torrent of raw feeling that surged outwards, washing over the monstrous creature. It was a testament to his resilience, his endurance, his unyielding will to survive, a reflection of the pain he had endured, transformed into a weapon of immeasurable power. The creature recoiled, its form momentarily flickering, its malevolent aura momentarily wavering under the sheer force of Naruto's emotional onslaught. It was a blow that struck not at its physical form, but at its very essence, at the darkness that fueled it. Naruto realized that the creature's power, its very existence, was fueled by negative energy, by the despair and suffering of others. He, Naruto, was a walking, breathing embodiment of that same negative energy, and yet, through his struggles, he had transcended it, transforming it into a force of unimaginable power. He saw a flicker of surprise, of confusion, in the creature's eyes, a vulnerability he had never seen before. It wasn't a sign of weakness, but a crack in its impenetrable armor, a chink in its seemingly invincible power. This wasn't simply a physical battle, it was a clash of wills, a confrontation between light and darkness, between hope and despair. And for the first time, Naruto felt a glimmer of hope, a sense that he was not only capable of winning this battle, but that he was destined to. The battle raged on, but the tide had turned. Naruto's inner demons were subdued, replaced by a newfound strength, a resolve born from the ashes of his past trauma. He was no longer merely fighting for survival, he was fighting for redemption, for himself, for the future, for a world free from the darkness that had haunted him for so long. The heart of darkness was still a dangerous place, but Naruto was no longer afraid. He was ready. He was strong. He was Naruto Uzumaki. And he would prevail.